Okay, good afternoon everyone. Welcome to ArtMoments Jakarta 2024. Please applause, thank you. We are delighted to have you all here today. And how was the art fair so far? Ada yang udah belanja mungkin, belanja artwork? Seru ya tahun ini ya. Okay, I hope you all have a good time in ArtMoments Jakarta today. My name is Salsabila and I'm honored to be your MC for this talk show session. For the next hour, we have a fascinating talk show discussing the challenge of media art ownership. Media art is art that is intersect with media technology and scientific developments. This discussion covers the evolution of media art, copyright issues, and the role of blockchain technology in facilitating and protecting the ownership of media artworks, as well as development and recommendation for artists, collectors, and policymakers to address these challenges. So now we have an excellent panel of speakers, a lawyer, Mr. Arno Setiawan, the artistic director of ArtMoments Jakarta, Mr. Sujit Dartanto, Director of Art Collabs, Ms. Jong Okjon, and Virtual Economic and Metaverse Strategist, Mr. Puka Sriandika, who will share their insights and experience with us. First, I would like to introduce our esteemed moderator for the session, Mr. Ruan Chrisley from Metarupa, who is an Oscar nominee as well as 3 BAFTA nominees between 2019 and 2022. He fell in love with blockchain tech in 2015, bought his first NFT in 2017, and hasn't stopped since. Okay, a founder of Metarupa, the first Indonesian NFT community, and is currently advising brands and persons on the wonderful world of NFT. Without further ado, I will now hand over the session to our moderator, Mr. Ruan Chrisley. Thank you. Big applause, everyone.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hi, my name is. Thank you for the introduction, Kapila. I'm going to introduce our speakers today. So first up, we have Mr. Arno. Mr. Arno Setiawan graduated from California State University, Northridge, with a degree in finance, and decided to obtain his legal degree locally in Indonesia prior to obtaining his degree in wealth management from Erasmus University in the Netherlands. He's recognized as an associate of the Chartered Institute of Arbitration in the UK and a certified mediator by the Indonesian Institute of Conflict Transformation at the various district courts in Jakarta. Mr. Anwar is also a licensed intellectual property consultant and is also actively conversant in the intellectual property fields both in Indonesia as well as within the Southeast Asian region. He has he's worked for Asian legal businesses and Asian IP magazines and the South China Morning Post. He has also often conducted a variety of educational and training programs through our global institute as well as research and consulting through corporate trust, both of which are closely linked to Kusnanda & Co. And Arno also sits on various board of commissionership of several companies in the real estate sector. Since 2007, he has also committed to serving charitable activities through various non-profit organizations, such as the Indonesian Chinese Association, the Adrianus No Center, and is trustee on the board of Sekolah Tunas Indonesia. He is an avid contemporary art collector and an active member of the art community in Southeast Asia, often providing insights into the protection of intellectual properties of local artists. And of course, he speaks fluent Indonesian, English, Chinese or Mandarin, and he's knowledgeable in French and German. Welcome, Mr. Arno. Next, we have Ms. Jong. Ms. Jong is a Jakarta-based Korean curator, educator, and research specialized in new media art, the intersection of art and technology, and curator education. Her recent curatorial projects include Terra Dialect, a national media art community festival in Lombok, and Cosmos Chronology, space art exhibition, held in Yogyakarta to celebrate the 50th anniversary of the Korea-Indonesian diplomatic relations. As an educator, she initiated Explore, New Media Art Incubation, which is a program to enhance the competencies of emerging artists and curators in art and technology. She has shared her research and experiences at various academic and professional conferences, including Resource, the 10th International Conference on the Histories of Media Art, Science and Technology, in Venice, Italy, and Hello from Global Creatives Laboratories in Tokyo, Japan. Her most recent academic and professional articles are published in the Journal of Urban Culture Research, Chulalongkorn University in Bangkok, and ArtLink, Contemporary Art of Australia and Asia Pacific. Through her projects, she hopes and strives to create opportunities for young Indonesians from regions beyond the cultural hubs to engage themselves with art and technology. To that end, she has worked with numerous young creatives in Samarinda, East Kalimantan, Bengkulu, West Sumatra, Lombok, West Nusa Tenggara, and Kupang, East Nusa Tenggara. Ms. Jong is a PhD candidate in Arts Education at the Education University of Indonesia in Bandung. She's a lecturer at Jakarta State University and serves as a director of Arco Lab, Center for Art and Community Management. Please welcome Ms. Jong. Welcome, Ms. Jong. Next, we have our very own art director, Mas Sujud. Mas Sujud's bio is in Bahasa, so I will switch to Bahasa. Mas Sujud Daranto adalah kurator dan dosen yang bekerja dalam bidang dan karya multi-interdisipliner seni, ilmu pengetahuan, dan teknologi. Menamatkan studi di Fakultas Seni Rupa, Institut Seni Indonesia, Yogyakarta, Kajian Budaya, Program Magister Universitas Sanata Dharma, Indonesia. Saat ini adalah kandidat doktor pada program Doktor Seni Pertunjukan dan Seni Rupa, PSPR, di Universitas Gajah Mada, UGM, mengajar di jurusan Tata Kelola Seni FSRD ISI Yogyakarta. Dosen tamu, editor jurnal di beberapa universitas, juga memperoleh sertifikasi sebagai kurator seni dan menjadi asesor kompetisi kurator dan seni dari Badan Nasional Sertifikasi Profesi. Selain pernah menjadi anggota kurator eksternal Galeri Nasional Indonesia, Mas Sujud terpilih dalam berbagai program residensi kuratorial bereputasi, antara lain Selasar Sunario, Institute of Modern Art, Brisbane, Australia, Artist Initiative Tokyo di Jepang, dan dia terlibat dengan beberapa proyek kuratorial dan pengembangan platform seni dan teknologi blockchain. Mas Sujud telah mengkurasi Biennale dan berbagai pameran seni kriya kontemporer seni media nasional dan internasional, antara lain Biennale Yogyakarta, Biennale Keramik Kontemporer, Manifesto, Pameran Besar Seni Rupa Nasional, Sumonar, Light Art, Festival di Yogyakarta, Pekan dan Festival Komunitas Seni Media, dan tentunya menjadi Direktur Artistik pada ArtMoments 2024. Selain itu, ia banyak menulis dan mengisi berbagai diskusi dan seminar terkait topik seni, kriya, teknologi, dan inklusivitas. Saat ini, mengelola podcast khusus seni bernama Art Talk. Selamat datang, Mas Sujud. Last but not least, we have Mas Pungkas. Mas Pungkas has an extensive expertise in professional and modern marketing through his almost 15 years working in the sector. He has led major efforts on digital transformation for companies such as Ace Hardware, Informa, ChatTime, Toys Kingdom, and many more brick-and-mortar businesses. He co-founded a tech company called Collectible.com, Indonesia's first curated NFT or non-fungible token marketplace, serving unique and exclusive collectibles. He is currently in Weird Group, a global recognized local tech company that is currently developing metaverse ecosystems in Indonesia. Appointed to him to lead NFT solutions in virtual economic and metaverse strategies for brands divisions. In this capacity, his responsibility is also to define operationalization of the set virtual economy and mega project, which officially announced in G20 in Bali in 2022 and delivered in early 2024. Please welcome Mas Pungkas. Welcome, Mas Pungkas. Welcome, speakers. Thank you for joining us today. So I wanted to start with maybe a very simple but I think meaningful question, because the term new media art might not be familiar to everyone. So perhaps we can start with what is new media art and what is its history, where did it come from, when did we define that this is new media art, if there are any specific characteristics. Maybe for the first question I will ask Ms. Jung and Masujut. So.
First of all, thank you very much for having me here. It's an honor to be able to meet and talk in these wonderful opportunities. So, new media art, it's actually the term which is very broad, so it's really hard to just say one thing. But basically, it's a type of artwork that is based on the media technology, such as sometimes it can be combined with the video, sound, electronics, or interactive elements, or sometimes also the internet. And also the speaking about its characteristics, new media art is very interactive, that the audience can be participate and also work together with the artwork. And also it is very connected because since there is a machine and technology, so the artist, the machine, the audience, and systems, and machines, everything is very connected. And also you can imagine that since it is based on the digital technology, so it's very computational. So many new media artists that is based on the computer algorithms or the programs. Over the years, the name new media, maybe right now we often use it new media art, but before it was called like computer art in 1960 because the artists they experiment with the computers to create a algorithmic or generative art. But after that, also there was a period that people call it like electronic art or digital art, multimedia arts, which more focus on the diverse media combined together in the one system, and intermedia art, etc., etc. So we never know how it is going to be named in the near future, but that's what I can say. And the last thing that I may say is it is also very interdisciplinary, which means that many different disciplines like art, humanities, science, technologies, all different disciplines, they converge, so it's quite inter as well as transdisciplinary.
Added to this information to get new understanding in our English experience. It was, there is a dancer, the name is Gusti Nurul. She is like a princess in Solo royal family. It was the first time she went to in Europe, and she is attached her dancing with the radio. So it was the first time that the art in the meaning of performing art engaged with something related to the technology at the time. So I think this case can be compared to another countries. I think each of the countries, each of the places has their own experience and history. And for the second thing, I think, as Ms. Dong already mentioned, that the new media art is about art combined with media technology and science. So it's quite different with traditional and conventional media. Why? Because the conventional and traditional media, like painting, sculpture, as you can see some of the works you can see at this art fair, it has a limitation of interaction. But then the new media art, as you have already said, it has a new experience how to interact with the media. And also in the development in technology, Marshall McLuhan said in his important books about the media is the message. Nowadays, the medium is defined, the definition of art. Before we only knew about the traditional media of art, but then now the technology itself is already defining the meaning of art. So even today, the term of new is quite problematic, because if we question about what is new, I have been heard that this discourse has been has raising a debate about this term, that some of the scholars they don't want to use new, they only use media art without new media art. So I hope this can broadening our perspective, that the characteristic of the media still, as Ms. John said, is about art, media technology and science, and can be broadened to the other possibilities. Just few weeks ago in Jakarta, there was a festival that explored the space art. So it's about exploring to understanding the universe, because we only has a conciseness that in the news we only us as a human, but we forget about that we are living in the unlimited universe. So my point is, that's about interactivity, multimedia, and also about the network. And we talked about the new media art. Yeah.
Thank you, Mas Sujit. I just want to expand a little bit, because you mentioned about the term new, it being problematic, but also because Ms. Jung also touched on technology, it seems to be one of the characteristics. So as we know, technology keeps evolving. So does that mean that the media art itself changes as technology evolves? Or does, like you said, the technology, does it become the art? Maybe we could talk a little bit more about that. You know, are there any examples, maybe now or recently, where the technology has evolved the art into a new phase?
Yes, there is a lot of subgenre. As Ms. Young said, that it was the time that computer is become a new phenomenon, a new technology. So it was the time that some of the scientists, the designer, and the artists explored that kind of art that influenced by technology. It was the time that computer art became as a new umbrella to all the practices about art that related with the computer. And also another subgenre of that is video. We know there is one that very famous with the video art, Nam June Park from South Korea. He is very famous in around mid-90s. That she really influenced by television. Because television is also technology. So Nam June Park started to explore and also questioning the influence of television that quite dominance in our public life. So one of the main art of him is pagoda. Quite big. Install the television, so make television boxes in the public area. What's happening in Indonesia? We have our father of media art is Krishnamurti. You can see this work at the National Gallery that started with Nam June Park. Krishnamurti explored the video. So the video, the television, other kind of media can be a medium, and is getting started to raising the new definition of art. The computer art, the video art, until now, like Refik Anadol, it is really interesting to see as a new phenomenon how art related with AI. So he explored how the data set can be visualized into the new font. He believed that data as a pigment. So this is a new phenomenon of how technology can define a new understanding of this. Maybe Ms. James can.
I think I completely agree that the new media art is going to also evolve as the technology evolves. And then he mentioned about Namjoon Baek, understanding the whole artistic practice of Namjoon Baek might be too difficult, but one of the very important arts that I is like 1984, he did a performance using the satellite broadcasting, and which is called Good Morning, Mr. Orwell.
Yes.
And then what he did is he utilized the broadcasting satellite and connects the performance between New York and Paris. So without utilizing that sort of like a telematic system or technology, it is impossible for us to even think about or experience connectivity between the people in distance. Yeah. So the technology allow him or allow the new media artists can go like beyond the boundaries of the creation, boundary of the experience, and also boundary of the distribution of the artwork. So definitely, once again, I think that as technology develops, then new media arts can also, it's just a very open opportunities and open-ended.
Thank you, Ms. Jung. Thank you. You both touched on something that I want to discuss next, which is now we have the rise of AI. You know, that's the latest, the new kid on the block in technology. And I think everyone in the room is familiar with AI to some degree, but it raises a lot of questions because Masujit, you gave one example where the data becomes a figment. But in an era where we upload our daily lives to a digital platform, some people may see it more than a figment. Some people see it as memories, stories, and something very personal. At the very least, we can say it's personal data. So maybe I want to ask this question to maybe Mas Pungkas or Mas Arno. What ethical questions arise when we talk about new media art and new technologies that encompasses all this? You know, and how do we deal with those questions? Whoever would like to go first.
Thanks, Rod. When we talk about the ethics of art, especially with regard to new media art, we need first and foremost talk about intent. Now, in this country especially, the term good faith, or in Bahasa Itikat Baik, weighs actually very heavily on what defines the work product. And an artist may not necessarily be conversant in the legalities. An artist may not know anything much about technology, but since the technology itself is so readily available at the tip of our fingertips through our gadgets, through the internet, it becomes very easy to cross the threshold between legal and illegal, ethical and unethical. So then, if even you start with good faith, then you're pretty much, in itself, you're pretty much already a little bit safer, so to speak. Because as a layman, not knowing anything about the law, at least you're covered there. Like, yeah, but then of course we have to remember that we cannot wholly bank on us not knowing anything about the law and just, well, I'm not a lawyer. Why? I don't know anything about this. Well, yes, but then again, we go back to your good faith on that. I think maybe I'll start with that. Mas Pung, you wanna?
Thank you. Marwan, the stage are boiling already. Right. Well, speaking of the ethics of AI from the technology point of view, of course, guys, use it, abuse it, live with it. I've been working with with company who actually building a blockchain and a Web3 full stack ecosystem, and we've been using AI every day, every second, to define our work. But when it comes to fine arts, I think we need to be careful, but also need to be opportunist. The technology is young, so even in New York, the community of NFT, the community of Web3, they've been speaking about this, discussing about this. What should we do? How should we treat AI? And it's been on and on and on again. And they've come to a conclusion that a digital art, as in NFT, are chameleonic and shape-shifting. They are still agile and too young to be discovered. What I want to add here is digital sovereignty. So the ethics of an art in technology, when we put it in smart contract in NFTs, we need to remember the trifecta of who should utilize it, a fine art or anything that we own in the digital world. First is the creator himself, herself, the IP creator. So when we talk about the triangle, first is the creator. Second is the community. Has the community also acknowledged it? Does it make impact to the ecosystem, to communities, to serve people, to kind of association kind of thing? And the third one, which is the reason we are here, is actually the social hub. So these people, this community, need to meet up in somewhere and some places. Well, we are here in ArtMoments, is a piece of the ecosystem. Now, back to the ethical of those, I think we're just entering the first step of the house. It's too new and it's too early to talk about is it ethical or not, because it's a chameleonic and shape-shifting kind of characteristic. Ron.
But let's talk about something that has been with us for a while, and that is social media. And this is a bit of an open question. So we know that when, let's say I'm an artist, I upload my artwork, my creation, to social media. My intent, my good intent, is to promote it. I want the people who I know to see my work and then hopefully get inspired. I even want other artists to get inspired, you know. But what happens when now I upload to, let's say, Instagram? And in the terms and conditions, it says that any content that I upload, does it belong to Meta? Does it mean that they can take it down whenever they like? If I am an artist and I have something to say and I don't want it to be censored, where do I upload? How do I promote it if everyone is on social media these days? You know, we come here, and then when you want to follow the live updates, we're on social media, you know, on Instagram, on Twitter. So how does that play into if I'm a creator, an artist in new media art? Whoever, it's an open question, whoever wants to go first.
Okay, so this is an age-old question, stemming even before this new media art phenomenon came about. So back maybe 15 years ago when Facebook was, Meta was still Facebook, and Facebook was still up in the air, and it was only based in the United States. A country in Southeast Asia was using the Facebook platform as to campaign against the military junta. And then the government of that particular country complained to Facebook. Like, what are you doing? Why are you letting this happen to us? And Facebook, well, we're an American company. We operate based on the American law, and free speech is what we believe in. And then squabbles led from that, and then Facebook was threatened to be banned in that particular country, and then finally, then that's when Facebook started going out into other countries and having offices in other countries, so that they can recognize the local laws and how to operate in other jurisdictions other than America. I think it's sort of, the situation is sort of similar here right now, right? When we post something onto social media, because we're using their platform, we need to also abide by whatever terms and conditions are set in that particular on that particular platform. So unfortunately, we are bound to that. And is it fair? I don't know, but I mean, if you don't think it's fair, maybe we should start our own platform and use that instead. But having said that, it's I don't know, as a facilitator, facilitate that I guess artists need to be aware of, so to speak. What's more comments?
I just want to add I completely agree, it's just facilitating, and I also, part one, you were mentioning about, yes, it's completely, whatever we post, guys, it belongs to Meta. That's it. It's on the page 47 below. Anyway, what we do in Web3 community, part one and friends, is we use social media basically to validate an artwork, a project, a trend. That's how we call it. And then in social media, community of Web3, they keep talk about it and try to create a circle that suddenly we call it a consensus, a social consensus that yes, this fine art, which actually being officially minted in a smart contract within under one blockchain, is legit. And then we suddenly put value in it. So social media in the scheme of Web3 today, since our topic today is about media art ownership, is very meaningful. It's, I want to put it as an urgency. Friends, we need, post-COVID, we learned something about uncertainty. Now, we need to talk about how can we secure those fine arts, those valuable fine arts. And then we also need to secure how we trade art. And then we need to secure how we own an art. So Web3 is a place, it's supposed to be a comfort place for us to use as an owner, and then to resell it. Let the community use the social media platform to validate, always talk about it, and I would say the last one is to secure if that project is future-proofing, I would use the word future-proofing the art roadmap along the way. If one project is good, the social consensus agree, roadmap are convincing, under a good smart contract and also a good narrative on it, then we need to together secure and well, basically make the whole world to know about this good project. So I would also agree with Parno. Social media is only facilitating us to talk about art, while there are urgency to keep art safe under a Web3 ecosystem. I would just say it like that. Go on.
I'm in Web3 and my head is spinning. Thank you for that answer, Mas Arno. It's very clear, but the reason I said my head was spinning is because, and this next question, I'm trying to combine two questions into one, and I think it's best to see from an artist's point of view. Let's say I'm a new artist and I want to get into this field. There are many things I have to consider. I have to consider what technology I'm going to use. I have to consider my art itself, how it's going to be represented. I have to consider if it's going to be relevant because of the, Masujit mentioned the problematic new. Is it going to be relevant in 10 years or 20 years as fine art is perhaps, is the technology going to be available in 10 or 20 years? Because if I create something with a floppy disk, for those of you who remember floppy disk, can I still access it today with a floppy disk? So I guess my question is, what advice would you give to an artist who wants to start today or next year, or whenever? What advice in terms of technologically, in terms of legally, what advice would you give for someone starting today? Because there's so much that encompasses that they have to think about. Maybe Mas Sujud and Miss Joan can go first, and we can then close with Mas Arno and Mas Pungkas.
Like a suggestion. Wise. First, in contemporary art, it is quite a tricky work because almost philosophical. When Joseph Boy said, everything is art and everyone is artist, we have to be aware of the philosophical development time by time. So, in the context of that artists can be free from the problem of how much things like that. He can see or see, he can see. When I say I need the ownership, yes, but at the same time, the artist can be known. So we have to be aware of this, and we, as a curator, sometimes we accept that kind of concept. Art critic understand that kind of concept. So artwork sometimes can be accepted concept. You remember there is a bandness that really touches the hot music in the art fair. You remember the bananas that there is that the price is so high. I don't remember the name is, but it's like a proof that the concept and philosophy can be in that beyond our limitation of system. The second thing is the system itself. I agree, like a blockchain can validate and secure the artwork by the system with Web3 and also with the cryptography that's embedded with the blockchain system. I'm totally agree with that because it can be protect the artist from the many interacting things. But when we're talking in artwork, we have to consider those two things, I think, because on another side, philosophically, art is always developed as long as the human also adapt with the environment, things like that. Yes.
If I give any suggestion or recommendation to the emerging artists who are interested in exploring arts with new technology, as a creator as well as educator, I would say that maybe something more practical. So they definitely have to understand what is going on and what is the new and emerging technology available that they can explore for the new artistic practice. And they have to try to master. They have to try to master how to utilize the technology. But new media art is an art. It's not only about the technology, right? So as Masusuju said, that the artist has to focus on the more conceptual and philosophical aspect. So of course, new media artists, they have to also be familiar with what thematic or what issues are being discussed, what are the very pressing issues that we can talk about, especially by utilizing new media art. What new media art can contribute in talking about those pressing issues, which means that the young artists, they should not just sit in their studio, but not just follow friends' activities day by day, but I think they have to, if there are actually so many discussions provided by academic institutions about AI, about authorship, even though they're not, we may not get the concrete answers or solutions, but at least the artist has to be exposed to those kind of opportunities for learning what is going on, right? So practically, yes, technology, they have to master it, and also thematically, conceptually, in terms of the issues, they have to also be around to learn about, something that they can get inspired to create their own artwork. And then, since I'm really not a legal person and I really don't understand the legal thing about this one, but I encourage my students to utilize as many AI tools as possible, because there are so many AI programs before, like Midjourney, DALL-E, or AI Paint. There are so many I see. Very recently, Art Collabs, we had a lecture and workshop program to train and introduce the new type of AI tools and programs. So I think it's keep emerging, the people keep producing new tools. So what I tell my students is, because we also talk about the ethical issues which I can really help, so what I say is, each programs, they have their own specific terms and conditions. So I said, you guys study carefully about their own terms and conditions and try not to violate what they say when you utilize the images that they got from those AI programs. So that's something that I can suggest.
Thank you.
Sure, back. Okay, I 100% agree with Ms. Jung. Yes, I understand. I just said that, all that stuff about good faith and all that. Yeah, and as a human being, we always have to be governed by good faith, right? And when we drive, when we do business, when we just do our daily chores, for example. So that goes without saying, obviously. But this technology is here. Use it, exploit it, right? What is the worst that can happen to you? You're probably going to get banned from Midjourney or DALL-E, right? And then we'll try again, right? Create another one, But don't stop creating. Don't let all these let's not get carried away by, I'm afraid I'm going to get shut down. I'm afraid I'm going to get banned. Get banned, I collect this artist, this Jogja-based artist called Agung Kurniawan, who he does not dabble in new media artists. He was previously invited to Biennale in Germany, and his as a contemporary artist, his subject matter was so grotesque to the point that the organizer of that Biennale said that, I'm so sorry, we cannot exhibit your work after it had been sent to Germany. But here's 10,000 euro, a check for 10,000 euro for your troubles. And to this day, or at least as far as I know, he framed that check and never cashed it. You know, so it does not. It has not. I mean, as an artist, we always have to push our boundaries, especially as contemporary artists. You need to push your boundaries and reflect our Indonesian culture, reflect what we are, and bring that forward. Show to the world that we are capable of doing something new, of pushing the boundaries, and just be an artist. Don't get bogged down by the legalities. And also, right, coming from a lawyer, there's no law on these things, right? The law is always behind technology. That's a fact, right? Even with regard to NFTs, which was super viral maybe 3-4 years ago, there's still nothing on that, right? And technology is moving at such a fast pace that the law will never keep up with that. Just as long as, just remember that you're a good person and you're not trying to screw everybody over, and that you're not trying to bully, you're not trying to discriminate, you're not trying to insult anybody. And there you have it, I think. Anyway.
Thank you for that. I could talk to this panel for hours, but I think our time is almost up, but we do have room for, I think, one question from the audience. So if anyone has a question, it would be great if you could ask it now to any of our speakers today. And perhaps even after the panel is over, if you'd like to approach them, I'm sure they'd be very open. Yeah. It's okay, I see some smiles. Don't be shy. Mas Arno said you have to be bold. We won't ban you here, I promise.
If you have any question, please raise your hand. I will give the microphone to you. Pakai bahasa Indonesia juga nggak?
Bahasa juga nggak apa-apa. Yeah. And if not, yeah, I think we got too excited talking about.
law in ArtMoments.
Okay, well, no worries. If you do have questions for any of the speakers, please do not feel shy to approach them afterwards. Thank you so much, speakers, for joining today for such a wonderful discussion, and it was my pleasure to be your moderator. Thank you, everyone, for coming, and I think that was our session. Back to you.
Afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to Art Moments Jakarta. Now we will continue our agenda by discussing the relevance of curatorial direction upon building your art collection for the next hour. My name is Salsabila, and I'm honored to be your MC for this talk show session. For the talks, we have a special panel of speakers, art collectors, Mr. Wiyuwa Mono, and Ms. Evelyn Halim, also a curator, Mr. Agung Nikajeno, who will share their insights and experiences with us today. First, I would like to introduce Ning Chong as the moderator who hailed directly from Singapore. Since she began her career in 2008, Ning has more than 15 years of experience working in the professional art world. In 2017, Ning co-founded The Culture Story with her father, with a vision to create a unique that delivers exciting programs centered around contemporary art. As a collector and advisor, Ning is no stranger to introducing the concept of art collecting, treating art as an alternative asset class, and to explain the dynamics of the multi-billion-dollar art industry. Currently, she is a patron of Singapore Art Museum, and advisor to Objectives and Nanyang Academic of Fine Art. Please welcome me, and I will leave the session in your good hands. Big applause, everyone.
Thank you so much. And I just want to extend my sincere thanks to AMJ for inviting me to moderate some of the talks this afternoon. Actually, on this note, I'm going to invite my fellow speakers on stage, and then I will introduce them one by one very briefly, and then we can get into talking and having a conversation. So may I extend an invitation to Wiyu, Evelyn, and Agung. Please join me on stage. It's really casual, guys. Come. So Agung on my left, please. Evelyn in the middle, and we decided on girl, boy, just to break things up. Okay. So I'll start with Wiyu, the gentleman on my left. He was born in Jakarta and began collecting art in 2000. And part of his collection, or rather his collection, comprises of sound art, light art, bio art, audio-visual installations, performance art, robotic art, science, technology, AI, etc. And he has loaned his works of art to various international museums around the world, including Liechtenstein, Austria, Hong Kong Art Center, Japan, and many, many more. He is a frequent speaker on the circuit, so he's no stranger to some of us. And he has also served on the juries of the Bandung Contemporary Art Award and other art competitions. He's also a member of the Board of Young Collectors in Art Jakarta, honorary board of patrons of the Singapore Art Fair, and also he's involved with Art Stage Jakarta during its time. Wiyu has spent 20 years in Germany. He obtained his PhD degree in plastics technology from Technical University of Berlin and was essentially working as a consultant in Germany at the time. And I will move on to Evelyn. Evelyn has been collecting contemporary art a little closer, in the last 5-6 years, and she's been very, very active. She collects both locally and international artists, covering a wide range of media, including photography, sound, VR, installation, and many more. And her collection is focused on topics like globalization, feminism, identity politics, and digitalization. She also serves as a judge on the Bandung Contemporary Art Awards in the last recent years. And lastly, on my left, Agung, who is an independent curator and full-time lecturer and researcher at the Faculty of Art and Design at the Bandung Institute of Technology in Bandung. He has curated for Jakarta Biennale, Shanghai Biennale, Jogja Biennale, the Bangkok Art and Cultural Center in Thailand, Hong Kong Art Center, the Indonesian Pavilion at Venice Biennale, and closer to home at the Museum Macan, he curated the debut launch art exhibition called Art Turns, World Turns in 2017. He has many, many accomplishments, which I cannot read all of them, but primarily his research interest spans around curatorial practice, new media, and Indonesian contemporary art. So thank you for being here with me. And to be honest, we have had a Zoom meeting before the fair, and we had a very, very interesting, free-flowing, organic conversation. So I really encourage the speakers here to be open and to be candid with your views. The topic I've been tasked by AMG is to talk about how curators or curatorial expertise could come in to really, strengthen or to give to give some parameters within one's art collection. So I think with that in mind, I'll turn to Agong first. And could you just, for those of us who don't know what a curator does, how would you describe your profession? What is a curator? What do you do on a day-to-day basis?
Thank you, Agong Jakarta, for inviting me to speak here. I will start with something general. I'm not going to explain my own practice because I think nowadays what we see in the field of culture, the terms of like curatorship, curatorial has expanded in such an extraordinary ways that it encompasses different kind of practices from, for instance, fashion curator, architecture curator, photo curator, and even social media curator. So that's for me is a very interesting phenomenon related to my research, because I'm mostly researching on curating. But it's interesting to compare it with the early. Well, having said that, all this trend of curating in Indonesia, I would say it all started with visual art actually. So contemporary art, visual art in the 1990s, when the term independent curator started to emerge, when some of the critics or art critics got involved in some international exhibition in Japan, in Australia mostly, and they had to be responsible for selecting and choosing artists who will be shown in this Biennale, museums and all that. So that is in the 90s, and I think the next development of curatorship in visual art happened in early 2000s, where many younger generation of curators started to get chance to do residencies, to be invited to do internship in institution abroad. Then there was also interesting kind of practices where younger curators started to get involved with art spaces, artist initiatives, and also commercial galleries. Then I think, well, responding to the topic of this session, the really intersection between curating and collecting, in terms of professional curatorship, I think started with the emergence of like the market infrastructure in Indonesia, where
And when is that in your
I think it was around 2005 up to 2007, where when the bubble of the the market happened with the art fairs and auction houses, art fairs happening around Asia, in Shanghai, in Beijing, in Hong Kong especially, and then the curators started to get involved with the practice of a kind of market support as well, because they worked closely with galleries during that time. Some of the galleries in Indonesia asked curators to help them to select works and also to display them in the booth. So yeah, so
Interesting.
yeah.
So there were basically, I mean, you touched on how there are more opportunities for career development, for capability development, and like some of the young emerging curators now have residency opportunities, which I imagine pre-2000 there were very, very little of such opportunities. And then 2005 onwards, when the market really took off, there was a tide, right, of rising water, and everyone wanted to further professionalize, differentiate, be more rigorous in their programming, in their artist selection, and they turned to the curator for that eye, for that rigor and that quality.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Very interesting. And can I turn to Evelyn and Ryu on the cusp? What was sort of your first encounter with a curator? Could be a young curator, could be a prominent curator. Did you have a meaningful conversation with him or her that may have left some sort of impression on you today?
I think my first encounter with a curator is from books.
Books.
Yes, I never had a conversation before, like before I started collecting to a curator. So Will lent me lots of art books, like art theory books, and then inside the art theory books there are lots of curators. Some of the curators, they write like one article or like some chapters, and I mean, I feel it's like communicating with them, you know. Yeah, it doesn't have to be like physical, like talking eye to eye, but yeah, it affects me.
When I started collecting art, late 1999, there were not so many curators in Indonesia, and I haven't heard about curator at all back then. Later in the 2000s, I thought that a curator is someone who display the artworks in an exhibition in a nice way, and then he write the catalog in order for the general public to understand about what is in the exhibition in an easy way for general public, for a young collector like me back then. But then I was so disappointed because a lot of the exhibition catalog written by curators cannot be digested by the normal people. I mean, probably my IQ was too low, but this is the reality that if you communicate with some of the curators, probably they want to brag and they use a lot of art terminology to make them more intellectual than they are. And it ends up that after reading the curatorial, you feel so dumb, yeah? So that was so disappointing for me. That's my experience. And then there was a time when I met a curator in Bandung, where Agung lived. I don't want to mention the name. I met someone, he called himself to be a curator, but his opinion about art was so far away from what I have read. I mean, I'm very systematical in collecting art. I read books, I read art theory books to understand contemporary issues. And then I met him and think like, oh, he's a curator. And then I tried to understand, I tried to communicate, to learn from him. And I realized that, wow, I think it is a kind of, apa ya, jalan sesat ya. So I think just like in Christianity, it is probably the Jehovah, and right? So something like completely understandable, and then I realized that everyone could call himself a curator in Indonesia. That is, that is the situation in Indonesia, yeah. So then you will meet a very high-profile curator like Agung and Asmujo that I really appreciate talking to them. And then there are also curators in a very low quality that you better keep distance from them because.
Be very candid. I love this. Candid views. We're all here to learn and share, right? I think this is part of the community, you know. So I've done extensive research on all three speakers, and VU has a lot of literature online. He's given many interviews, and I really liked one of his quotes, and I'll just share them with you. He mentioned that he sometimes prefers to see private art collections versus institutional collections because they give color and expression of that person's philosophy, thinking, approach to life, so on and so forth. And I just find it so endearing. So when it comes to building your art collection, VU, and also Evelyn, who is unofficially his mentee, his mentor, she's the mentee, what are some of the principles that you hold dear to, you know, in developing, growing, maintaining your collection? And with that same thinking for Agung, you know, I'm curious to know, do you have any principles or framework when it comes to your work, your practice, your curatorial practice? In fact, for all three of you, have some of these principles evolved or changed over time? Yeah, a big question, but yeah. So basically framework, principles, guidelines, thinking, approach.
For me, I try to read contemporary art theory books. And one of my favorite is Terry Smith. contemporary, one book called Contemporary Art, and in that book, it really systematic the way he described what is contemporary art, and from there I think I try to find an artist that relate with that kind of theme that he's talking about. So sometimes, so after finish one book, and then I try to buy an art that is corresponding to what the book has said, and then after that I move on to another book, and then try to find another artist. Yeah, because by then you can understand fully the meaning of the theory and the meaning of contemporary art, I guess. But also we need to see, because the theory art, like art theory was like in the past, right? So the theories created the theory after so many cases in the past, and they created the theory, so it's already in the past. But then we also, as a collector, we need to see the future. So as a collector, I think I also need to be aware of what's happening now, and maybe from the news, and then what might happening in the future. Because if we are in the present, understanding the present, the philosophy of the present moment, I think, then we can understand what kind of art that's talking about that, the life that we're living.
By the way, we become very good friends because Evelyn is completely different than the majority of the collectors. Evelyn read art theory books and adjusts the way she collects according to the book. Yeah, this is very different. I mean, this is very difficult. I know it by myself, right? So if you like koi fish or kitten painting, and then you write an art theory book, and then you know that kitten or the koi fish is not contemporary, good contemporary art, yeah, and then you still say, but I like it, I still like it, and you still buy it, right? So that happens to so many people that you actually, it's very difficult to change the taste. So, and Evelyn impressed me when we met the first time, so after I borrowed him my first book, and then suddenly she changed the way, she changed the choices she collects. It becomes within 6 years of stunning collection. If you have the opportunity to see Evelyn collection, I mean, this is built within 5 years, is completely amazing, yeah? So, but back to the question of Lim Chong. So every time I see an artwork that interests me, of course, the first time is the visual, and I always ask myself first, is this artwork, is the context of the artwork, the message of the artwork, significant for the era we are living now, right? So does it represent how the people think politically, culturally, economically, what becomes the challenge of our time? That is number one. That is very important. If someone would paint only a kitten crashed out, I love my kitten, and then it was crashed by the truck, right? And then he painted that and said, oh, I would not buy, of course, because it doesn't have any significance for our, in general, for the global life of the human being in the 21st century. And then when I realized that it is good, it is significant for our era, then I analyzed whether this artwork is coherent to my existing collection. I think, as Ning already mentioned, I love to see private collection, and I realized a private collection that made a very strong impact to me is always when it is not a mixture of salad, right? So there are different stuff in the collection, modern art of 20th century, and then contemporary art, and then very decorative one. So if you see that kind of collection, and then it doesn't make any good impression. I mean, it doesn't trigger you to understand what is it about in this collection, and what kind of collector he is, right? So this kind of anthological or non-coherent collection, I think is not, we should prevent. Except you have unlimited budget of fund, that you can buy whatever you like, An example is Mr. Ludwig from Germany, from Köln. You should read about his life. He collects everything from Bible and whatever, and then after collecting half a century, then he separates medieval art into one section, another one, and contemporary art and everything, and then he donates his medieval art into a medieval art museum, and every time he donates his treasure, he asks the museum to change to him into his name, and it becomes Ludwig Museum. There are, I think, about 12 museums in the world, including the Ludwig Museum in Köln, where he donated, I think, about 30 or 40 Picasso. Yeah. So if you have unlimited budget, then you can do that. But for me, with a small business, I think we have to focus in building a coherent collection, so people come in and will see a very strong collection, and they will know that, oh, VU is, let's say, I collect media art, right? So science and technology art. So people will think always, oh, there is one collecting science and technology art. So I think that is the way I build my collection.
I go quickly.
Yeah. If guiding principle means like the artistic preference, then as a curator, I should not, refer to my own artistic preference, because what is different from curating and collecting is that curating, you work for public, So I mean, well, many curators have a different kind of method, right? But for myself, I don't want to impose my own artistic preference to what I do in a show, for instance. So that's the difference. Of course, like collectors have personal taste, like artistic preference. I do have also my own, but the main guiding principle for a curator that you work for public, you work for a broader kind of people.
So I like that you brought this up, because now I want to ask you to share a little bit more about what you did with Machan, because it's the only, as I understand it, contemporary art museum in Indonesia. Please correct me if I'm wrong. It's very much set up almost like a public institution, but your client is a private individual, but the audience is public. So can you just tell us a little bit more? What was it like to work on that project? How did you feel? How many works did you have access to? Did you have to whittle it down from hundreds to like 100? Just tell us a little bit more, because this is the intersection of a curator working with a collection and a collector.
So I learned a lot from that project. But before, if I may, I also had another experience working with collectors, not only one collector like I did with Haryanto in Macan, but also with dozens of collectors. Actually, Pak Liu was one of them in 2015. I did this institution in Hong Kong Art Center, commissioned me to do an exhibition of collections by Indonesian collectors.
And it was called Passions, Possessions.
2015. And then I had to do a quite exhaustive research, visiting houses, collections in Magelang, in Jogja, in Jakarta, mainly in Jakarta, and talk to them. I interviewed all of them, like these dozens of collectors, to understand why they collect, what their collection meant to them, and then we discussed also how to present this exhibition to the public in Hong Kong. So we talked about how we can project something that is representative or represent how the Indonesian collectors appreciate the contemporary art at that time. So it ended up in a show showing around 30 artworks by 10, I think, owned by 10 collectors. And it showed diverse kind of styles, also in terms of mediums, because they were also installation, video art, sound also. But the interesting thing is that, well, I included collectors who started from the 90s, the older generation, and then the younger ones. And the younger ones started with, international works. So they started to collect international, especially Chinese, contemporary art at the time, paintings. But the early generation, those who started in the early 90s, are quite fanatic into Indonesian art. Like they want to be like the main supporter for Indonesian art. Like this older generation, like Pak Hong Jin, for instance. And so we discuss how this exhibition can actually show how the trend of collecting also changed. Not only the works itself, but the trend of collecting also. So that's the theme of the
I'm very curious because did you have to play referee? 10 collectors. I presume they're quite esteemed, can be quite high profile collectors. Did they have a say as to, oh no, you should pick this work, not that work? Was it? I mean, it's 10 years ago. I don't know if you can share. How was it like to manage these?
Few of them even difficult to meet. Like I had difficult time just to arrange the interview. I had the chance to interview Pak Budi Tek, the owner of Youth Museum, the late Pak Budi, and he said something very interesting that because at that time his collection is like already very very big scale international installation. And I think there is only few Indonesian artwork in his collection, and that was my first question to him. And then he said, well, for me, and this is recorded, I still have the video record of this interview. He said, for me, if there is a contemporary art in the moon, he said, or the other planet, I will buy it, he said. So I don't care about the nationality of the artist, he said, or where the artwork come from, for instance, and that shows a kind of a different perspective compared to the other collector who said, well, I have to support Indonesian art. I only buy Indonesian artworks by Indonesian artists. So, yeah, I mean, we discussed a lot about which works to show. Of course, some of them are not so difficult, but few of them quite tough. And they have preference, and I also have preference, and then we have to discuss and negotiate.
When you loan your collections to international museums, do you give carte blanche to the museum to decide, their own curators to look
just
through
want
your...
to share about the
Please
exhibition
do.
in
Yes.
Hong Kong Museum back then. I included an artwork by Araya Raja Remso, a famous, now become very well-known artist from Thailand. And the piece called The Class is a classroom. It was exhibited in the Venice Biennials in the Thai Pavilion. It's in my collection. And I love the artworks very much. I wanted to include that artwork in the collection. Agung agreed. Then I got an email from the museum director that in the Chinese culture, it is considered not polite to play around with the corpse. The video art is about a teacher teaching about the death, and all the students in the room, they are dead people, so corpse.
Araya
real
herself.
Araya, yeah.
Araya.
So real, and the Araya is the teacher. Yeah, and he said, oh, that is a good morning, students. Yeah, and then he said, oh, that is if you take a leave and never come back, right? And so this kind of, and he said, oh, what is it? Oh, do you want to ask questions? So she was talking practically in the video art with all these students. Yeah, and then I love the artwork. And then the director said, oh, we cannot do that, right? The Chinese will be so disappointed or angry with the institution. I said, but this is one of my favorite. If you want to if you choose me to be the collector in the show, then I would like to have this artwork. And after 5 or 6 emails, I gave up because he said, you know what, you, if I would display and there will be a scandal in Hong Kong and our sponsor stop the funding, then we are dead, right? And that was the time that I said, okay, so I have to stop. So that was an experience, I mean, very interesting, yeah, from different point of view. So we collector, we always only look at our collection that we want to display, but the institution, they have also their own way of making judgment. And my collection was also exhibited in the National Museum Liechtenstein. There was also a case that I wanted to display artwork by Tibetan artist, contemporary artist. It is made of plastic, red plastic. The guy is holding a fire extinguisher in the hand, and it's all burned. This part of them are brownish black. It is the self-immolation of the Tibetan to make the world aware about the repression taking place in Tibet by the Chinese. And the professor, the museum director, he's a professor from Oxford University. He is a consultant for a lot of Chinese museums. And he said, I cannot choose that because this artwork is against the Chinese government, right? And then I said, yeah, but this is so good, I would like to do it, right? And then after some discussion, so I also give up because I think that is also, we have to understand, yeah, that when it is exhibited in, there are some sensitivity, and so it's not about private collection. So that is, I think, that I want to share. It's a very nice experience. But I'm very excited always to share my joy in collecting media art, like artworks dealing with DNA. I collect artwork made of DNA, or artwork made of living bacteria. This is a new, very new art medium lately, and artworks made of robots, a swarm of robots running in the room, and this is something, or this is not in my collection. You can see in YouTube, Ben Ari and Nathan Thompson, they produce stem cell art, stem cell from the heart. So he practically produced a heart on a piece of silk, and then the silk start beating in the rhythm of the human heart. You can see it as an artwork, right? So when I saw it, oh, I would like to collect. So this is an artwork that will suit my collection, because this is something not normal collector will collect, right? So, but it is so difficult to collect this kind of artwork. So, and yeah, it's not in my collection. But I just want to share this joy that there are a lot of very interesting artworks beyond painting and sculpture. Yeah. This makes me so excited every time I get an invitation to exhibit my collection wherever it is. Yeah.
Actually, I had a question, but I think I might change my question a little bit. So I think because you guys are very rooted in a very strong sense of what you like, what you believe in, and you have sort of established certain reference points or people who are your sounding board, your art advisors, yeah, quote unquote. But let's say for someone who's starting out or someone who's quite new, should they just follow a lot of collectors on Instagram? Should they follow curators? Would you be kind enough to suggest some curators whom you think are interesting? I haven't fully formed this question, but I was just thinking.
Please don't do that.
Please don't do that. Okay. Don't follow you.
No, what I want to share is we are living in an era when I think 99% of the collectors worldwide are intoxicated by the idea of making profit in artwork. Yeah, this is the reality. So I'm teaching in Sotheby's Institute of Art in Hong Kong, and that was always my first sentence. So we have to be very aware of this situation, that most of the collectors always attracted are interested into certain artwork because they're expecting that the price will increase. So if you are into it and you follow all the guys in the social media, then you would not collect media art because there is no market. If you buy something like in my collection, you cannot resell it. We don't talk about profit. Yeah? It's just a loss. So you pay 50,000 euro or US dollar, and then no one will buy. Right? So I also have an artwork immaterial. So practically you transfer the money to the artist and the artist didn't send to you anything, but the artwork belongs to me. There is no certificate even. So this kind of artwork, yeah, if you are into the issue of money, you won't collect. Yeah, so you have to be very aware that it is not about collecting asset, right? So it's not about bragging how much money you have. I think collecting art is far beyond that. But yeah.
Wonderful. Or maybe, Argun, have you had conversations with young collectors in Jakarta, Indonesia, who maybe turn to you for some advice, just to point them in the right direction?
Well, yeah, I mean, there are always collectors who approach me when...
Are they trying to get tips? Are they looking for tips?
Not directly, but you know, some of them but ask further, because usually on the opening, this is when, you know, we had conversations with everyone, and then yeah, most of the questions are about the show and the works. Yeah. So, but I think what you just explained actually just give me an idea in how we can differentiate between private collectors and institutional collectors. Right? Private collectors are, for me, is like playing with high risk. Yeah. Like by buying something that are, for instance, censored in institutional context. For instance, they have the freedom to explore, and that's a privilege.
Sorry, immediately I thought, then what is going to happen to these private collections in the long run? But that's for another day. Another day. I'm very keen to also open to the floor for questions, but I'll just round off with a last question, which is, we did talk about this in our Zoom, and I mentioned in the contemporary art world, you know, we saw the rise of the curator really coming up in the 90s, and it was epitomized by someone called Harold Zeman, a German curator who suddenly, Swiss, thank you, who you know, over time he got a lot of influence, and he was really able to really build a lot of influence and started to inspire certain stakeholders or collectors to buy or whatsoever. And then over time, when the market really boomed post-2000, we saw the rise of collectors, just the amount of resources they had, they were playing in the market, primary market, secondary market, and then more recently, the proliferation of private museums in Asia. I mean, for me personally, it's just staggering. Just China alone, the numbers are staggering, right? And then now we see closer to our ASEAN, you know, more and more private museums. So I'm curious now, you know, and everyone has to answer. Evelyn, you too. Like, who do you think is like the top of, you know, the apex, like the top of the food chain here? Is it collector? Is it museums? Is it curator? Is it artist? You know, like someone like Damien Hirst was like the top of his game back in the day, and whatever he did could do no wrong. You know, so I'm just, from where you're standing, like what are your views? No right or wrong. Or is it the auction houses? Because they were also very powerful at one time.
Yeah, I think after the end
of the Cold War and the start of the globalization, a lot of entrepreneurs in the world have become so wealthy because their playground has increased more than double. You know, in the Cold War era, businessmen could only make their business in the Western world or in the Eastern world. After the globalization, so they could open representative office everywhere in the world. So, and a lot of mega collectors were born because of that. And at the same time, the trend for museums worldwide is following the footsteps of the superpower country America. They do neoliberalism economy. That means public services were privatized, including the museums. So museums get very limited funding. Some of the museums struggle to buy artworks. At the other side, collectors have become so powerful because their budget has increased more than double. So that explains why recently, I would say the collectors has more power to define what is happening in the world than the public museums. Yeah, this is very sad because we have to, I think we have to prepare that the taste, let's take an example of Museum Macan in Indonesia, which is a fantastic museum. I think the best museum, better than the state-owned museums in Indonesia, right? And you like it or not, the collection of Museum Macan reflect the taste of Pak Haryanto, right? And Museum Macan is very generous in inviting a lot of small children, primary 1, primary 2 students to come. I don't know how many thousand students will come and they learn art in Macan Museum. And what they see in Macan is actually the taste from Haryanto, right? So when they grow up, they will follow what they have learned in the school. So later the taste of the Indonesian as a nation is somehow dictated by Haryanto. Yeah, we have to, not by the National Museum of Indonesia or MoMA like in New York, but from the private taste. So the question is, do you accept that, right? So that will be the future, I think. Yeah.
I think nowadays with the, I do agree with what you said, and with the era of the social media where people follow this collector or that museums and whatever. Of course, I think people will be more attracted to what is aesthetic at the moment. That's how I feel. Because, for example, in the social media of a museums or a collector, they will post something that they might think it will attract the like button on Instagram, so that people will see that page. So somehow I feel, the impact of the social media is very strong, and also in making like a tastemaker somehow. But then again, I think the artist should be the one who make the impact to the art world, art society in general, because the artists are the ones who's very have their own ideology, and they are very sensitive about what's happening in the world more than the collector. While the collector and the museums and the curators, we are just there to see, to follow, I guess, to follow and see and to appreciate what they are creating.
It's a tough one to say who's the strongest actor now, but I agree and disagree with both of them. I agree with the few that say private institutions are getting more and more stronger now, and it impacts also the museum practice. But I don't know if a private museum also represents solely the taste of the owner, because this private museum, usually when it becomes really professional and trying to build, high profile, I'm sure there are efforts to make it more institutionalized by recruiting, researchers, directors, curators who are competent and can maintain a good distance with the owner, so that the museum exhibition or program doesn't really reflect solely, the taste of the owner. But I also agree with what Evelyn said, that artist is still the hopeful, the one who is, who leads the way, who gives inspirations and I always have hopes on artists, on how they can, speculate, break through with their ideas and all that. But Evelyn also mentioned interesting thing about the social media, which is non-human. In social media, there is algorithm. There is nowadays are very, very dominant in guiding all the the preference in clicking like or follow someone and all that. And I think it's a new kind of thing that the art world is being infiltrated by non-human actor, which somehow maybe in the future can be something in the top also.
Well, I saw recently there's already an AI robot who makes art through AI. Yeah, so that's very interesting. Thank you so much. I would like to invite microphone. So if you have a question, Nathaniel.
Hi, thank you again for sharing your candid thoughts today. Yeah, I agree with you also about like the commercial aspect of art, right? Like people always say, oh, this collection made this much money, like Paul Allen, 1 billion. Newsflash, most of the people died before selling the art. Those people didn't really enjoy it. Biggest collections that are successful in auction, actually, they died. They didn't sell it during their lifetime. So I feel like that's kind of misleading. But that being said, if we look beyond collecting monetarily, so I want to ask you guys a more personal existential question, and not just how to collect art, but what's essential and why do you collect art, do you think? If it's not for money, then why do you think? So, you know what I mean? I find it always so interesting. Is it joy discovery, connecting with artists, why?
So I was saving a
or
similar...
ego,
No, so my question would be, what is your return on your investment in art?
Yeah, and how do you
define
measure
your
it?
return?
Yeah, how do you measure it?
Yes.
There are books.
Books and books.
The return on investment is the joy that you get, right? But back to the question, I think the very basic about collecting art or appreciating art is that civilized society appreciate their art and culture. Yeah, it has to do with the civilization of the society, right? So that is, I think, very important to know that we become a civilized human when we appreciate art and culture, right? Not really collector, but appreciate. And it doesn't need to be contemporary art or art or visual art that we know, but it could be batik, it could be keris, it could be the dangdut song in Indonesia or performing art, whatever. And if art, then just appreciate. You don't need to be a collector, right? So that's maybe, I think my very basic understanding of why I collect.
I think the joy of collecting art would be the amount of knowledge that you gain from just one artwork, and also the history that we never learn from school or from a state museum or wherever. It's just an amazing intellectual journey, and it can never stop.
don't collect, so I can't really answer that question. But I can imagine. Well, I only collect, maybe books, But like they mentioned about the joy, right? The joy, and the joy is something really personal. I think it has to do with your own life story. So collecting means, taking something to mark your own journey as a human, maybe. That's all I can say about collecting.
Thank you. Anyone else? We have about. It's okay. You want to round off now?
No,
Okay.
Go ahead. If there's
One, two more questions, anyone?
One more question is okay.
Oh, so shy. Oh, Clive. Okay.
Thank you so much. Clive from Singapore. So I'm just thinking, similar to what was asked, like, it's after you die, right? What do you want people to do with your collection, or how do you want to be remembered? Yeah, thank you.
May I add to that question also, because this is actually a question for the collectors. I wonder how both about you and Evelyn project something about giving or sharing something from the collections, because it would be great actually if the collections are not being isolated in your own places, for instance, and how your collection can contribute widely to the public education, for instance.
So I imagine, first of all, good art collections or good artworks reflects the spirit of the time, right? It's always like that. If you look into the past, it always reflects certain spirit of every era. So, and this spirit cannot be read today. So you have to wait 100 years from now, and people will look back and say, oh, beginning of 21st century, that was this significant spirit. So my collection has to conform to this. Then my collection is a good one. So, and I always think like, in 20 years, 30 years, I will die. And then my children probably will not like my collection, because the younger people have another taste, right? And then the question is, what should they do with the collection? And then they go to probably to auction house to sell, right? And then the auction house, here is the auction house owner, I see, and they will say like, oh, this kind of artworks, no one will buy it, right? And then, but they don't like it. They need space in the house to hang their preference. And then, as a Chinese, in the Chinese culture, we may not burn the asset from the parents, right? This is impolite. And then you keep it in your warehouse and probably praying every day that the termite will come and destroy it. Or the other case is they go to the auction house, or everyone knows VU has died last week, and they come and say, do you want to sell your father's collection, right? So then I will be a very happy father, then they will be very proud that they can get a lot of assets from my collection. So these are the two scenarios that I always think that I have to be very careful in buying what I collect, that my children will be happy with. Evelyn? Yeah. You're too young.
So still early. Anyways, it's not there yet. Okay, Grace.
I can understand when people collect art and because for the love of it, I can understand it. I can understand people collect all kinds of things, Some people collect jewelry, all kinds of things.
Yeah,
but my question really is, it's such a hassle to collect. Because you have to keep them and make sure that they're well kept, otherwise you get deteriorate. Especially living in the tropical countries, paintings deteriorate. So unless you have that kind of infrastructure, it's for me it's a real burden, becomes a burden in collection rather than a joy. I can understand enjoying it. Yes, I love art, but when I think about it, the whole hassle,
Really?
I thought it's better not. I mean, more practical than collecting.
I fully agree. Yeah, there are people buying, but I would say they are hoarders. Yeah, and I think you have to differentiate buying and collecting something that challenge your intellectuality and open the way you see the world, than just buying because you like it, right? So when I say the return on investment is my joy, joy means for me is, me personally, through the art, I could see this world with a completely different perspective. And that happens every day. Not every day, but repeated. That makes me becomes a very passionate collector. Yeah. But if I would collect, let's say, jewelry or something, I don't think that I will get this experience. Right? So that's why, yeah.
I mean, obviously, you guys collect with purpose, passion and purpose. You collect with intent. So even though there's some carrying cost and some responsibility, it comes with it, and you're willing to do the necessary, right? Okay. So on that note, please join me in thanking the speakers for their very candid insights. Thank you, ANJ. Thank you for being here. And there's a short break. I think the next session will start at 4:30. So thank you.
Okay, good evening everyone and welcome back to Art Moments Jakarta. We will continue our agenda by discussing create legacy with your art collection for the next hour. In this session, we are going to talk about the significance of collecting art to create a legacy, how the management and strategic planning can ensure that the art collection is not reflect the personal taste and cultural heritage, but also endures as a legacy for a future generation. For the talks, we have a special panel of speakers, founder of Pacifica Museum Bali, Mr. Philip Ogier, and art collector Mr. Wei Seng Chong, who will share their insights and experience with us. First, I would like to re-invite art advisor and art collector Ning Chong to lead the talks. The stage is yours. Big applause, everyone.
Good afternoon. Actually, I'll just invite the two gentlemen to join me. Come, Mr. Ogier, Dad, Mr. Chong. Full disclosure. Come, you're in the middle. Yeah, in the middle, thank you. So, anyway, welcome back. Thank you, everybody. Some of you may or may not have Googled these two gentlemen, but I will, it's my privilege to share a short introduction about them. I'll start with Mr. Philip Ogier, who is a pretty well-known person in Indonesia. He has had a profound impact in the cultural scene, particularly with the establishment of Museum Pacifica in Bali. It's located in Nusa Dua, and he co-founded this museum in 2006, and to showcase the art and cultural artifacts of the Asia-Pacific region. It has a very substantial collection comprising over 600 artworks by 200 artists from 25 different countries. I was there recently in the gallery 2 weeks ago, and it was sprawling. It's made up of 11 galleries in one whole precinct, one whole area. Each gallery is dedicated to a specific regional or thematic focus, such as Indonesian artists, Italian artists, Dutch artists. Basically, all of these European artists have had significant relationship or encounters with Indonesia, not just Bali, but Indonesia. Mr. Ogier's work in developing the museum has not only been about collecting art, but also creating a space that educates and engages the public with the cultural richness of the region, extending beyond mere curation to fostering a deeper understanding and appreciation of Indonesia's diverse cultural heritage through the arts. And Mr. Chong, the gentleman on the left, is from Singapore. He's also my dad. And I'll just do a quick sharing of my dad's background. He has been buying art and collectibles for the last 40 years. Drawing on a deep love and passion for art, he has bought things from around the world, really using art as a bridge to and a platform to meet new people, to connect and to understand different cultures and histories around the world. Very quickly, he actually started buying British sculpture and Russian paintings in the 80s because he used to frequent London Mayfair when he was a stockbroker, and then gradually his attention started to shift closer to home. So for instance, in the early 2000s, late 90s, he was spending a lot of time in Chongqing and also in Beijing and Shanghai, and he was, the contemporary Chinese ink works at the time were very, very affordable, so he was buying lots of Chinese ink paintings by now some of the top artists such as Li Jin, Wushis Wang, Nancy, Jiao Youfu, Peng Wei, etc. He has also supported and funded an exhibition in 2004 called Xin Xie Yi. It was curated by some of the top academics at the time, and it was shown at the National Art Museum in Beijing. In 2017, Chong co-founded the Culture Story in Singapore. It's a boutique art gallery, tiny, tiny gallery compared to your museum, that really aims to nurture and cultivate a community of art collectors and art lovers in Singapore through exhibitions and outreach programs like talks, book launches, film screenings, etc. So that's us, the Culture Story, and that's Museum Pacifica. And at first I was at a loss. I don't really know how to sort of bridge these two very diverse collectors together, but I guess I managed to settle on basically three areas that I want them to elaborate a little bit on. And the first one is about passion. Because I think without passion, it could not sustain your love and your activities over the last many years, decades even. So to Ms. Oshia, can I throw this question to you first? What inspired and motivated you to create the museum? Was it a light bulb moment, or was it a gradual process over time? What made you take the plunge?
You have to answer?
Yeah.
Okay. It was an opportunity. I didn't have a very long. First of all, sorry to disappoint many people in the room, but when I decided to build a museum, I have probably almost no artwork whatsoever. So basically, I did. It was quite an opportunity. I decided, as I said, I had a small boutique hotel in the wood. I was regularly going on the weekend over there. I had an opportunity to visit most of the Ubud Museum that many of you probably are fully aware of. And I become quite impressed to see that people in Bali, of course with all cultural heritage that Bali has got since more than 100 years, were so motivated to try to create something of an extremely good level with limited funds and limited capacity to start with. Well, they all evaluated very well, but at the beginning it was quite surprising and quite inspiring. And I said, all right, okay, well, those people have done something extraordinary or more than extraordinary for their island. So would it be, for me, something useful to do, to try to do something similar, but of course different in the concept. So I said, why not? So I get some contact, I meet some people, and then I said, all right, we are not going to redo the same business model of your life. And I came with a motto, which sorry for the people which have already been in different opportunity to listen to me elsewhere, but my favorite sentence when I talk about the museum, it's something I say one night in one event in Jakarta, not too far from here, where a gentleman, when I give him my name card, he saw Hotel Natura Resort and Spa
and Museum Pacifica. Oh, he said, okay. And he said, how do you make money with the museum? I say, well, as you say, I don't have much in my pocket, so obviously you don't make that much. So he thought, well, this Boulet, this foreigner doesn't probably understand my question. So he had 2 or 3 questions, and he re-asked me the same question again. But how do you make money with a museum? And I say, life is not a balance sheet. So, if we think we are on earth to increase the level of our bank account, I think we got something wrong. So I said, well, let's try to do something positive. Let's try to do something useful. That's why I decided to do it. And I say it's going to be more important than building a second hotel, or third hotel, or fourth hotel, or fifth hotel. I had already activities in 50 different locations in Indonesia. And I say, you're going to do again the same business model? No, you have to do something different. You have to get out of your zone of comfort and bring something positive and something that you will be eventually proud of. So I say it was not something which was really thought for years. No, it was just an opportunity. I met a few people. I said, let's do it. And I'm going to disappoint all of you because I didn't think very carefully about it. I just said, let's do it.
Okay.
I'm an entrepreneur, so we'll see later the consequence.
That's very inspiring. I wasn't expecting that answer, actually.
Me neither.
Yeah. Okay, and Dad, can you tell us, some of us may know the story, some of us don't, but how did the culture story in Singapore come about? Was it meticulously planned, or was it accidental? And is TCS unique in Singapore, or? Yeah, tell us, briefly.
Okay, I think to some extent it was also quite sudden because I've been collecting art for a long time, and like a lot of should we say amateur collectors, but very passionate, very enthusiastic, we ended up buying a lot of art and then just storing it. First I rented a room from my brother who was running a logistic company where I just keep adding on to my collection, and soon it became 2 rooms and then 3 rooms, And very often you have friends, right, who know you and say, hey, Chong, can we see your collection, or what have you bought recently? But it was almost impossible to really display your collection because they're all in the storeroom and they're all pretty much, wrap up and everything, and there was no proper lighting and what have you. So I said, no, I'm in no state to share my collection with any of you. So what happened was, very luckily in 2016, my brother decided to downsize his logistics business. He had about 2,000 square feet of space. So he said, hey, brother, you got to move out, because I'm downsizing and I'm going to give up this space. And I said, oh, then I'm going to look for another place to store my art, Luckily, at that time, my daughter Ning said that, I'm tired of working for the government. At that time she was working at the National Arts Council for a few years, and then with, a private gallery. And she said she wanted to do something which was more, should we say, in the business of advising and managing the art collection. So we said, okay, why don't we take this opportunity to start a new initiative, and we co-founded the Culture Story. So basically the Culture Story is a private space. It's almost like an extension of our own living room, if you like, where we have the benefit of area, about 1,000 square feet, where we can curate our own shows from our own collection, and also organize various events where we can bring the art-loving public in Singapore to share some of our events, And to that extent, I think Ning and I were very inspired by this great collector called Gertrude Stein in Paris. She's an American, but she moved to Paris, I think, 1903 or something, and she and her brother actually have a little apartment where some of the biggest artists, Picasso, Matisse, some of the most famous writers, like Hemingway, they used to go to her apartment, and just hang out, right? So we thought this is a great idea, why don't we do it here in Singapore? Small, but a very interesting place for people who love art to hang out. So that's how the Culture Story got started. And we've been around now for about 7 years.
Okay, so both enterprises were accidental opportunities, let's put it that way. I'm curious, what was the process like in terms of setting up? Was it difficult to build a team? Was it difficult to find, in your instance, a location? I'm also curious why Bali over Jakarta, but that was slightly covered in your first response. Could you talk a little bit about that institutional process of setting up an establishment like that?
To elaborate on Bali, there is of course, first of all, I say the idea of doing it, right? But secondly, after we had the idea, I asked many people and I met very exceptional people. As a matter of fact, one of the essential encounters was two of the collectors, which were artists, which were living in a small teeny island of Vanuatu in the Pacific. And they had an extraordinary collections, which is now very famous all over the place. And those two French artists, one from Polynesia, one from White Russian, as they call itself, from Belfort in France, had collected all their life, and they say, well, we need to find a place to our collection of premier art will end up. And initially it was supposed to be New Caledonia, but for specific reasons, I'm not going to discuss about that today, it's rather complicated, and they could not display their collection in New Caledonia, and they say, why not in Bali? And they say, right, but what is the relevancy of having a premier art collections of the Pacific in Bali? And then having a look at that, we say, well, by the way, one thing which has always surprised me is when you look at the map in most part of Southeast Asia, you see Indonesia, and then after nothing, a big white or big blue part. So there's nothing after Indonesia. Well, no, there's plenty of things after Indonesia. Okay, and I said, well, if we have a look at for instance, the imaginary line, the Wallace line separating continents and peoples and civilizations, you realize that she's passing between Lombok and Bali. So basically, if we are in Bali, we are still in Asia. If we are in Lombok, we are already in Australo-Melanesia. Okay? So that was one of the ideas which came in our mind. We say, all right, let's say something about Asia-Pacific. Second thing, which is always a link, and I always mention it, is this artist that this morning we display quite a lot, Miguel Covarrubias. Why? Because he made the first map of the Pacific for a company called Pacific House in San Francisco in 1940. So we acquired one copy of this lithography maps, extraordinary murals that he made, supported by Diego Rivera at the time, and he became quite famous doing those murals. And when I obtained those maps, I realized that it was exactly what I had envisaged, that basically up to Bali you have certain part and civilizations, and after, in Australo-Melanesia, you start from Lombok up to the Melanesia, and then after the Polynesia, right? So I said, all right, that's exactly the demand that we were looking for. We can do something about Asia, we can do something about Australo-Melanesia, and we can do something about Polynesia, right? Then we establish this idea and getting these collections, and you say, well, Bali then is the best place. It's the best place, why? Because first, it's an important tourist center. Secondly, because there is a long-lasting, out of all the island of Indonesia, and I do not mean any disrespect to any other. When I speak like that, it looks like I'm Corleone, but it's a normal sentence to the other, saying that Bali has a very long-lasting cultural heritage, probably more developed, because they have had the opportunity to exchange with so many Westerners coming over there. And then Covarrubias was the one, again, who started the Bali Mania. Right? So I say, well, all this influence from both sides have produced something. So it's not that it is irrelevant to do it in, for instance, in Jakarta, or in Bandung, or in Medan, for instance, right? But it would have been a different concept. And we thought the locations and the cultural heritage. And then we will have the opportunity to answer two things. First, to go beyond the existing museum, which are extremely good, which are answering basically, I would say, provincial needs or national needs. Some talk about specific Bali, some about Indonesia, and they say, well, can we go beyond that? And then you have a complex in Bali called Nusa Dua, which is an international center, and probably, by statistic, the largest international secluded center in the world, because you have 16 five-star hotels within 300 hectares, right? So that gives a unique opportunity, basically, to be still in Bali while having access to an international level potential visitors. So that's why we say, why not Bali first and why not Nusa Dua? Because we won't be, not question competing, but we will not be repeating what the people are doing elsewhere in Bali. By the way, you have 35 museums already in Bali, right? And one more coming up. But we were not competing, but we were complementary to what they were already doing.
And if you don't mind me asking, what is the, how should I describe this? Do people generally form a foundation or a trust? Like, how do you just start a private museum? Is there a certain process, a certain approach? Is it a charity? Is there a business model? A model, not business model. Just to cover costs, how does it work?
Back to first sentence, life is not a balance sheet. So I
have to ask.
No, but you have to.
Yes. I have sustainability in mind.
To be very honest with you, I had a look at what the others were doing, right? And I was extremely impressed by the challenge they've been taking to create a museum. And sometimes, and I'll be honest, most of the museums that I visited all over Indonesia, specifically in Bali, but elsewhere, people have never had an initial mind of, how are we going to recover our costs? They just wanted to be guided by either their passion or an opportunity to do something, or so you do it not without, because it's exactly the same thing. If you know the river is cold, well, you're not going to jump on it, right? So you better not try to ask a question, jump, and after swim.
That really applies to my dad as well, and why we started the culture story. I mean, within this room, we've had some very serious conversations recently about the future of the culture story, but maybe Dad, you can just tell us, what was some of your thinking? Did you think that it would last this long? Did you think that Ning's not going to have the stamina and I'll just let her play for 2 years? Like, how do you think it has evolved or contributed to the scene?
Well, I know that the culture story is not going to be a business venture, right? It's never going to ever make a profit. So it's a non-profit entity. And every year I just allocate a budget for it, and of course after 6 years, it's actually quite a big budget. It's actually quite a big hole, I don't know how a retiree like me can keep this operation going, But sometimes I tell my friends, half in zest, I said, look, to me, it's better to keep the expenses going for the culture story than to have a mistress outside. It's probably going to be even more expensive to maintain a mistress. So to me, the culture story is my private secret mistress. And she gives me so much enjoyment, entertainment, and pleasure. So I really feel that for people who are passionate about their art, like we are, and as you put it very rightly, the balance sheet doesn't count. It's at the end of the day whether you believe that this passion, so to speak, even though it costs you money, it's worth every penny, right? So, to be honest, I mean, my daughter probably also knows this. I've retired now for the last, 22 years, right? So, I've been collecting art for the last maybe 40 years. But it's only in the last 6 or 7 years with the Culture Story that I've been able to share my collection with the public, so to speak, you know, because before the Culture Story, all the art that I have is either in my house, which I seldom invite guests to my house. You know, there are probably not more than 10 people that have been to my house to see what's hanging on our walls, right? So the only chance that I have of at least showing some of my collection is because we have this space called the Culture Story. And it's given me immense pleasure to be able to do that, you know, in the right setting, in which every year, for example, I'm able to curate a show. I curate it myself because I have a few hundred works, you know, and all I need to do is to select maybe 30 works. So I curate the show, I give it a title, you know, I give it a story, and it's very satisfying to see the crowds coming in to share with me my collection.
Okay then. Okay, maybe can I ask you to think back and maybe to share one or two examples of either a successful project or a challenging project or a very difficult acquisition or whatever, you know, something memorable, marked a milestone in the museum or artistic.
First, I need to clarify something.
Okay.
That means if you have a museum, you cannot have a mistress?
Yes. I don't want to know.
I really don't want to know.
No, because you know, I start to be concerned now. Which one I have to choose?
Memorable project for its difficulty, or it was a costly project, or acquisition, or restoration.
Well, I maybe I can share two, right? I think the first is an acquisition of a work of art by an artist that I only discovered relatively recently when the National Gallery was opened in Singapore. And on the opening night, when at that time the Prime Minister Lee Hsien Loong was the guest of honor, the VIPs were invited to do a little tour, right? And as I was walking together with, you know, a few other VIP guests, I noticed a very small sculpture, a stone sculpture that was very minimalist, and it kind of like intrigued me because it's so minimalist and yet it's so elegant. So I decided to check out the artist, and to my astonishment, I found that the name of the artist was very simple, Kim Lim. You know, of course, Singapore is a very famous socialite called Kim Lim, for those who are in Singapore. But she's definitely an artist that I've never heard of. And yet, here is a piece of stone that is good enough to be at the National Gallery's opening show. So that's really set me searching in Google for this artist called Kim Lim, and to my astonishment, she was such an amazing artist who's Singapore born, but who left at the age of 18 to study art in the UK, and she never came back to Singapore. She never came back. She got married to another famous British artist called William Turnbull. They have 2 sons. And I decided that, look, I've got to buy some of Kim Lim's works, you know. But they were not easy to come by because by then she has passed away. I think she died of cancer in 1997 or something. But I had one opportunity of acquiring her work because the estate was doing a private sale in London through Sotheby's in 2018, I think. And I was given the e-catalog. You know, there were like 30 works by the estate for sale. So from the e-catalog, I really like a work, a very early work called King, Queen, Pawn, like in chess, you know, King, Queen, Pawn, but it was done in wood. And it was done when she was only 26 years old, more or less still in college. So I said, okay, I must buy this piece, you know. So I called up the Sotheby's curator and said, hey, look, is this still available? And she said, yes, it's still available. So I said, can I reserve, because I'm from Singapore, I want to go and see it before I buy it. She said, oh, Mr. Chong, we cannot reserve because she's selling very well, so you have to confirm, otherwise we won't reserve it for you. So I said, but I'm here in Singapore, you know. So I said, okay, I will fly to London next week with my wife, and we'll go and see it, right? And if I like it, of course I will buy it. So the following week, we flew all the way to London. She was there, the curator, with the eldest son. And I saw it, I really like it. I said, okay, I would like to buy it. And the curator said, oh, Mr. John, sorry, you know, but this work has been reserved. I said, but you told me, you cannot reserve, right, last week. She said, yeah, but the person who reserved this is a very big collector of Kim Lim. And he has bought half the collection, you know? And he was saying that if nobody buys this before the end of the show, or at the end of the show, he will buy it, but so he will reserve it. So I said, no, I'm here. So can you call him and tell him that, look, you know, can he release the reserve and give it to me as a Singapore buyer? So luckily, the person who reserved it said, okay, since he came all the way from Singapore, I will release it to him. So I'm now the proud owner of this sculpture called King, Queen, and Pawn. And 4 years later, it's one of the works that was featured in the Kim Lim retrospective at the Hepworth Museum in Yorkshire. So we loaned the works, and it's coming back to Singapore for the forthcoming Kim Lim show at the National Gallery, opening in September. You know, so we are extremely happy with the acquisition, and the friend who actually alerted me to the Kim Lim work, you know, he was saying that, wow, Chong, I really admire you. You know, you flew all the way to London just to make this acquisition. I said, yeah, I don't know, but you know, as a collector and a passionate collector, I'm glad I did it, right? Because it could have been bought by somebody else, you know. And today, Kim Lim is so wanted as an artist. The whole world is looking for Kim Lim's work, you know. So we have been offered a lot of money for our Kim Lim as well, but definitely it's not going to be sold. It's going to be yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. So, Mr. Ogier, what was the most memorable or challenging project since Pacifica was established?
Well, to be honest, we have had many, right? But I would say make it short because for first we have time constraint, and I'm not going. And since all of you, for some which have not been there, will come to the museum, I will details more when you will be there. But there is 3 or 4 very short ones that I'm going to make, not giving you too much details. But one of the things that I'm the proudest so far, which have been equivalently challenging in a different way, but equivalently challenging, is a monumental painting of a famous Balinese artist called Gusti Kobot. It's a well-known artist in Bali. It doesn't go further more than Bali, to be honest with you. And but this artist was commissioned by the family of one of the local king of the area of Karangasam, for the one who know Bali, for ceremony called a Meligia. It's a ceremony of 50 years after the person passed away to release the soul, right? First you burn the body, right, in Hindu, and then you release the soul 50 years after. And the king of Karangasam said, all right, from this grandfather 50 years ago passed away, I would like to have the best artist of Bali to do a monumental painting. And they did this monumental painting, which was the story of the Ramayana, and it's 6 meters by 4. It's unique. And then after the ceremony, the painting was folded and given to the grandson of the artist. The grandson, sorry, of the king of Karangasam, which was a very well-known gentleman called Dr. Gelantic in Bali. His wife was Dutch, which will explain a lot of things in a few minutes. And then, well, they left back to Europe, where they were living part of the time, and the painting was folded. And well, at that time there was very few planes. The painting was done in '52. And then when he came back, probably 3, 4, 5 years later, he came back and he realized that his gardener had been taking good care of his car and putting a very nice blanket, which, by the way, was a painting. Right? So, well, then the Dr. Gelantic was absolutely distressed because it was the masterpiece of his grandfather. Then, by coincidence, because he was a knowledgeable and well-known person in Bali, he had the opportunity to meet the President Sukarno, which was very often going to the palace of Tampak Seri. And he said, you know, President, I had this extraordinary painting, and suddenly my gardener used it as a Selimut untuk mobil, as a blanket for my car. All right, so that's what the President Sukarno at that time said, no, we have to sell this painting. But it's difficult to get some pens because it was ordered on specific times. And President Sukarno said, don't worry, I'm going to call the embassy in Europe. The first embassy of Indonesia was in Italy. And we are going to order this painting, and we are going to ask Kobot, which is still alive, to repaint the painting. And so they did it. A few months, years later, the pens arrived. Kobot repainted the painting, I mean, missing part. And then, suddenly, Mr. Gelantic had this amazing 6 meter by 4 painting to put in his small house. But don't forget, he has a Dutch wife. Any Dutch in the room? No, so I can continue to say terrible things. All right, so anyway, so the wife said, well, okay, look, darling, very good with your grandfather painting, but we cannot put it, so why don't we cut it in 2? And put 50% in the dining room and 50% in the lounge. So they called Kobot, they put painting in 2, and they put 50% in each room. And by coincidence, in the very early days of opening the museum, Dr. Gelantic was still alive. I met him, I went to his home even before I opened the museum, and I noticed this quite amazing painting. And I said, you have 2 paintings? He said, no, I don't have 2 paintings. I have 1 painting, but 50% is in one room, and 50% in the other room. Anyway, Dr. Gelantic, unfortunately, like most of us, probably passed away. And then his daughter called me and he said, look, my father told me many times, you know, one day you should contact this crazy guy, Nusa Dua, because I will tell you why crazy in a few minutes, and proposing to buy this painting because, you know. So anyway, she came to see me, we talked, and after long discussions, I was happy to acquire this painting, find an amazing restorer, which was partly Suzanne, which is in the room with us, but with another person, and we restored the painting, and for the second time, right? And now he's standing probably into the main room of the museum. You saw it, and I think it's good because it's an iconic painting of Bali. And as soon as I have standing up, I was waiting for an opportunity, and suddenly the opportunity arrived with the Vice President of India passing by. Talk to the Indian ambassador, and I say, all right, could you please bring your vice president, and you can have a look at this painting, which is the Ramayana, which of course India and Bali share the same epic story of the Ramayana. And I would say, unofficially, the painting was officialized by the vice president of India which gave him an extraordinary opportunity because he had dinner with the governor of Bali that night to talk about this painting for all the evening, which is what we can call as well a side cultural diplomacy. But I'm very proud for the people of Bali, first of all, and because it's a unique artwork which would have been lost, probably, if we didn't have the opportunity to do it.
Oh wow, okay, so now I know the full backstory behind this work. Your curator was trying to emphasize the importance of this work beyond the scale, but I didn't realize, because it's 6 meters high, it's a really, really big painting. I'm very conscious of time. I want to leave time for Q&A from the floor, but if people are still thinking about their burning questions, I will just throw a quick one. We didn't really talk much about legacy, and I think perhaps there are possibly no, as far as I understand from my dad, no further concrete plans about legacy. It's very organic, you know, it's still, you guys are still around, you're living and breathing legends, you know, I mean, as far as I know. I just want to ask, after all these activities of acquiring works, building collection, running spaces, what is your return? How do you define return on this investment, in this area of your life? Besides work, besides corporate life, family, this area of art and culture, what do you derive? How do you justify that spend?
Of the museum, not the distress, right?
Yeah, museum.
Well, do you want first?
No, you go ahead.
Okay, well, as I say, it's well, the return, of course, similarly, like you said, and I'm happy that I'm not the only one losing money in this work. I feel much better today, right? But anyway, yeah, I've always had the idea, I say, all right, you, as you say, you put a budget, you spend your budget, you say, all right, and then you try to analyze, basically, what is your return, right? And as you say, well, first of all, I never had an idea of trying to recover because I realized very early that a museum is not a money-making, directly money-making activities. And we both have been, if I judge by your career before, being capable enough to build our own facilities or wealth, and then therefore after it's another opportunity to use it, right? But the return is extraordinary in many ways, right? And it doesn't come in a way that you imagine it, right? For me, if I have two simple areas, first of all, education, right? We put a lot of effort on education because by coincidence, when I was young, I mean, I was probably a not very gentle kid, so I was put by my nanny to a museum which has only one entrance and one exit. So she let me 3 hours inside, and she was living in peace while I was inside. So I say, anyway, I have said it's an opportunity today when 99% of the children are online to give them an opportunity to be offline for a small period of time. And every single week when I'm in Bali, or sometimes even every single day, we have children coming. And the amazement in their eyes when they go to something so strange of huge painting, different painting from different things, the art of the Pacific, a lot of things that you have seen, it's a reward beyond words. It's something you cannot quantify, right? So I believe for me that the number one today, we have excess 60,000 kids from 1,000 schools over the last 12 years, 14 years, if you take away the 2 years of COVID, of course, right? And we continue this program, we continue to have opportunity, to have session, drawing session, whatever, to give an opportunity. And I was amazed recently that, you know, as I was passing by, of course, all the kids are cheering and whatever. And one told me, oh, you know, I came when I was in elementary school. Now I'm in junior high school, I came again. And I've been thinking all this year about coming to your museum again. All right, and you say, all right, so there is a boy, there is a young boy, which now teenager, which has been coming 10 years ago, come back again. And you say, well, at least I have done something for him. And I don't know what he will do with his life, maybe he will be an artist, maybe not. But at least you have given something, you have shared something with somebody else. That was the first thing. The second thing, which is absolutely amazing, first of all, we have changed to meet all the time interesting people, and I don't mean to be apple polish, but yourself. Okay? Every of the guests who came to my place this morning, which are all fascinating, each one has his own story, each one has his own opportunity to share something with. But beyond that, because of our locations, and in one of your previous questions that we did not speak about, you probably would have said what is tickets, return and everything, and I said, well, ultimately I did not even go to that, but for me, Museum Pacifica is far beyond my wildest dream when I did it. I didn't even think about that. As I told you, I just jump into the river and see what the water would look like. But I have welcomed 8 head of state in Museum Pacifica and more than 300 ministers and ambassadors of over 100 countries, which is something that in any given normal life, it's never going to happen. I meet people that I have seen on the TV, like all of you, right? Like Kofi Annan. Where else should I meet him? I mean, first of all, you know, in the United Nations, no, he came to the museum. And the night where he came with 40 ambassadors, because wherever Kofi Annan was going, everybody was following him, right? And there was 2 events that night, one show on the beach about something, and a visit of the museum. And he came to the museum, right? The other things, recently we have the G20. Well, first of all, we didn't think about that when we started the museum, to be honest, but being strategically located in Nusa Dua, where most of the world important events are shown. We have at the ASEAN, we have at the IMF World Bank, we have at the G20, we have at the APEC, we have at the World Cultural Forum, we have at the World Travel Forum, we have at the World Water Forum last month. So there's been so many opportunities of having extraordinary people. In the last G20, well, before that, well, first of all, one day I had the president of Indonesia coming for lunch with 40% of his government. And I have never had so many VIP in my life. Right? I know them from photo, but when you see them in reality, it's amazing. Okay. Secondly, and I say that not because His Excellency is in the room, I have had the opportunity to welcome the President of Mexico for the APEC, right? And it was an amazing moment of my life. I mean, somebody coming from the other side of the world, which, you know, probably it was his first time in Bali, and taking the opportunity to come to my museum. And after that, giving him an opportunity, because after the meeting in the museum, opening the first exhibition of Miguel Covarrubias in Bali, he had an appointment, not an appointment, but he had a rendezvous with the Indonesian president. And do you know what they were speaking about? At the Museum Pacifica, because both of them have been there, right? So it was, for me, an amazing moment. I said, my God, at least if I've contributed for small things, you know, I met, you know, and for me it was such an opportunity, right? Lately, for the G20, it was beyond my expectations. I met 2 extraordinary people, right? First, the husband, part of the spouse program. We had the president of EU, the lady called Ursula von der Leyen, and her husband, Professor Baron Eco von der Leyen, who came to the museum. While the wife was working, for once the husband was resting, which is good. Something that we would approve. But, and it was quite amazing that you meet somebody from the high society in Europe, from a family, it's a very prestigious family in Germany, right? The Baron of Empire from 200 years ago. And you can see the level of knowledge and interest. And I almost created a diplomatic incident because the visit was supposed to last 45 minutes. 2 hours after, with macaron and French champagne, we were still talking about anything. The phone was ringing. He was supposed to attend the dinner, you know, and everybody was looking for the husband. So, you know, it was extraordinary. And the second person I met during the G20, which is extraordinary as well, was the first executive vice president of Europe, which was Mr. Tillerman, right? And he was, I have to say that to be honest to the audience today, the former Minister of Culture of Netherlands, right? And it's the first time in my life that I had somebody which started the visit with me and which had a comment and a knowledge about the 600 artworks of the museum.
Wow.
There's not one single piece he was not aware either the style, the origin, and it was such an amazement to me that normally I'm here to try plus minus to explain, and this time I was only listening to him because, oh, this one is this, oh, and when you have this, oh, you have this. And here as well, I mean, I created a nightmare for the protocol. I said, next time they're going to shoot me, because it was supposed to be 45 minutes, 2 hours later, everybody was still going around. And that's the amazing return that you can expect. And money is beyond considerations.
Art connects people, brings people together. Okay, Dad, very briefly, return on the culture story.
Well, I mean, after all that, I would agree fully. So many possibilities when you run a sort of cultural platform.
No, the correct answer should be spending the last few years with your daughter, working together. But no, I shouldn't.
Yeah, that's of course one of the most rewarding. Besides spending time with my grandchildren.
So, okay, on that note, I'm very conscious that a lot of the two gentlemen up here, I think many of us were just at Mr. Augier's house, so we have heard plenty. Okay, go.
Hello, I'm Linus. And I guess in Asian art, or a lot of Asian cultural systems, we have a lack of codification and lack of documentation. And being private collectors, and with probably a different way of looking at the world, how do you think about your legacy for codification or standardization or some form of documentation of that culture? Because you spoke about the gardener using an amazing work, and I hope the car is in good condition. But is there also responsibility for collectors, to sort of codify and document works? Thank you.
Okay, well, in our case, that's something that I realized, I mean, not only because of the gardener, but for many other similar situations, that specifically for Southeast Asia and for all the artists which have been in Bali, in Southeast Asia, and some are well documented. I mean, once again, I welcome the amazing effort being done in Singapore today, specifically with the National Gallery, right? But in our more modest way, we published 2 books already on less than 18 years, 2 catalogs of the museum, and I have contacted each time probably 20 experts of each category of artwork, in order that we believe documentation is essential today. You need to recreate the story, you need to explain what the people have been doing while they were here, what style, what opportunities they have, because basically, as you say, for the sculptor, the amazing one that you have acquired, basically nothing was available unless you look for it, right? And suddenly you realize it was an extraordinary artist, right? And it's the same for us. In many ways, documentation is missing, and therefore for us it's extremely important that we build as much documentation as possible. And you will be surprised to find that the today definition of the museum was done by somebody in France recently. I mean, recently was almost 8-9 years ago. The concept of my museum was existing, but it was only put into a theory when I did my second book. And it was one of the most prominent French art writer, which has a legacy of André Rousseau, which is a specialist of Gauguin. But of course, he has a direct interest in both cases. That's why I have both Gauguin and Rousseau in the museum, and which has written the monography of Bernard Buffet, which is another important. And this art writer, which is now in the 90s, when I met him 15 years ago, and he was so passionate about what I've done that he spent times to create the concept of the museum, although the museum was already existing. And he defined the concept of the museum being the first trans-cultural and trans-oceanic museum in the world. So ultimately, because of him, I was capable to create this concept after I've created the object, which normally is the other way around, to create the concept first and the object next. But secondly, because of him, I discovered on my own And I was very happy to see that the National Gallery of Singapore retook them in their presentations that nobody have thought before, but probably because there was no reason of doing the link between Tahiti and Bali. That was never done before, right? Why? Because as a matter of fact, at the turn of the century, everybody in Europe in 1910, 15, 20 suddenly realized that Gauguin was an extraordinary and the first painter-traveler of the history, going all over the planet to find a new world. So everybody went to Tahiti after Gauguin. But they didn't find what Gauguin had been paintings, because mainly it was imaginary anyway, right? But by coincidence, because of the ocean liner, stop in Singapore, and oh, you know, there is a teeny island in Indonesia where you should go, and it's interesting. And many of the artists that I have in my collections, or which I have discovered later, have stopped and find in Bali what they were looking for in Tahiti. And that's something, you know, that which needed to be documented, because if not, people would not have an opportunity to realize it. So it's important for the artwork, for the legacy, that the documentation exists. And we spend a lot of time and energy. As a matter of fact, we have published 2 main books of the museum and something like 6 or 7 biographies on which we participated, and another 20 catalogue of exhibition in the last 18 years.
Okay, last one, Joanne.
Sorry. Just a quick one about the Pacific Art. Do you see it as a sort of ongoing, acquiring kind of museum about Bali and new artists that's coming to Bali? Because, you know, right, people go and people leave. So do you see it that way, or is it more sort of modern and the past rather than an ongoing thing? I'm just curious. And then for the cultural story, I guess it's the same, right? Like, it's your collection, but I was wondering when Ning's going to add to that story. So maybe we can add on that second note.
Yeah, quickly on that, because I want to leave time to be answered. So, well, I'm trying, which is the most difficult things, to be focused. It doesn't mean that I don't see everything, every day, amazing things. Well, if I go through the exhibition today, I'm sure that if I was not reasonable, I normally leave my credit card at home when I come here. It's faster, it's much better, right? But you can see a lot of things every day. When you have an eye for beautiful things, there's not one single day that you don't see something wrong. But you have to be disciplined. You have to know what is the thema. You have to know what you want to show. And that is, at the contrary of, and not as a complementary, not as the contrary of cultural show or exhibition like we are experiencing today, which are extremely good for Indonesia, extremely good for Southeast Asia. Rather than looking for the future, I'm looking for the past. It doesn't mean that the future has no things to do with the Museum for the Future. We do regularly exhibition of contemporary artists, and we give them an opportunity to exhibit in our place. Last week we had an exhibition about 5 countries of artists of Southeast Asia that I didn't even know, but I trust somebody to exhibit them. But as you have seen in the Prestige Lounge, right? You have, of course, the triptych of Theo Meyer, which is something that I've been looking for to acquire over the last 15 years. Finally, we managed it. But you have seen another huge painting of Angkor Wat, right? And he was a Navy French painter of 1926. And these things has never left the collection of the family. And he has been grossly overlooked because as a Navy painter, he didn't have in mind to sell his artwork. He did it for purpose, right? So I think you have equivalently amazing opportunity to acquire overlooked or underestimated artwork of the past and leaving for other contemporary museums to acquire and promote the today's artists. Because here as well, we have to be careful that there is a fine line. The gallery are supposed to do the promotions of the contemporary artists. The museum are supposed to keep the legacy of the artwork of the present, but mainly of the past. I don't know whether it's a correct definition.
Well, Joanna, I think the simple answer is yes. You know, it's ongoing. Of course, it's going to be expensive. You know, but I hope that the some of the legacy, not all, of my collection can be handed down, not just to Nick, but to my grandchildren, because I think they are quite interesting works.
Okay, so on that note, please join me in thanking the two gentlemen here for giving their insight and sharing with us. Thank you. Thank you, Ian, Jane. Hand over to you.
Gak kerasa nih kita sudah masuk ke talks terakhir pada hari ini. Tapi semoga semangatnya masih ya. Masih semangat semuanya? Masih. Oke, jadi di Converse Moments kali ini kita akan sama-sama membahas dengan topik S. Sujoyono, A Creative Beautiful Mind. Kita lihat di samping ini sudah ada beberapa karya dari S. Sujoyono. Jadi langsung saja kita akan memulai talks hari ini. Sindudarsono Sujoyono atau dikenal dengan S. Sujoyono merupakan pelukis legendaris Indonesia dan dijuluki sebagai Bapak Seni Modern Indonesia. Karena beliau adalah seniman yang memperkenalkan modernitas seni rupa Indonesia dengan konteks kondisi faktual Indonesia. Dalam talkshow kali ini, kita akan membahas sosok seorang S. Sujoyono dan bagaimana semangatnya layak dikenal oleh generasi muda Indonesia. Bersama para panel of speakers, CEO of Maja Group, Mr. Adrian Zakari, interior designer Mr. Tufail Hadi, dan singer, songwriter, and young ambassador of S. Sujoyono Center, Natali Esmeralda. Tepuk tangan dulu untuk nama-nama yang sudah saya sebutkan tadi. Sebelumnya, izinkan saya menyapa moderator kita malam ini, Kevin Joel, sosok pemuda berbakat yang juga merupakan abang Jakarta tahun 2015. Ya, kecintaannya terhadap seni, khususnya film, seni lukis, dan seni kerajinan Indonesia sudah muncul sejak ia kecil. Namun passionnya di dunia seni semakin besar semenjak ia sering berpartisipasi sebagai MC dan moderator berbagai komunitas atau acara seni. Langsung saja kita undang Joel untuk memandu talks malam ini. Tepuk tangan ya meriah semuanya.
Thank you so much. Gila ya? Gila, thanks so much. Kok kamu tahu banyak sekali tentang saya dari mana gitu? How do you know so much about me? Oke, selamat sore semuanya. Apa kabar? Hope all is well ya. Oke. Tadi seperti diperkenalkan oleh MC, kita pada sore hari ini akan punya Converse Moments dari ArtMoments 2024 dengan judul yang sangat engaging nih ya, S. Sujoyono, A Creative Beautiful Mind. Ini kalau yang suka nonton film pasti langsung kayak, oh, a beautiful mind. Very very interesting. Dan aku sore hari ini, Joel akan jadi moderator untuk 3 panelis kita yang akan sharing sangat banyak nanti, sangat engaging buat anak muda. Sebelum aku mulai mungkin sedikit saja, I'm a friend to S. Sujoyono Center dan juga John and Rose. Pada sore hari ini kita semua memakai artikel fashionnya dari John and Rose yang paling baru. Yang aku pakai ini terinspirasi, bukanlah disadur dari lukisan Sip dalam segala suasana, cuaca, slip of the tongue. Sip dalam segala cuaca, dan ini betul-betul lukisan yang kalau kata anak muda sekarang bisa relate banget sama anak muda, karena di lukisannya yang ada di punggungku ini tuh ceritanya Pak Sujoyono sedang juggling with everything in his life ya. Jadi dia naik sepeda roda 1 sambil ngambilin puntung rokok di tepi pantai juga kan. With everything that's happening with his life, dia tetap kayak sip dalam segala cuaca pokoknya. Makanya nih aku pilih jaketnya yang gini memang. Gitu sih, nanti juga teman-teman yang lain akan pakai artikel fashion dari John and Rose. Without further ado, aku izin duduk. Kita akan mulai Converse Moments kita selama 30 menit ke depan. Aku mulai panggilkan dulu para narasumber atau panelis kita yang nanti mereka akan memperkenalkan diri masing-masing. Yang pertama, yang paling cantik dari kita semua, saya panggilkan Natali Esmeralda sebagai representatif dari SSC dan John and Rose, sekaligus singer and songwriter. Selamat sore. Oke.
Selamat sore, selamat malam. Sore, masih sore, selamat sore.
Nanti kita kenalan semuanya ya. Nah, duduk dulu. Kita panggilkan panelis kita selanjutnya, Mr. Tufail Hadi selaku interior designer, artis, dan sekarang lagi suka menggambar sketching nih ya. Thank you for coming, Tufail.
Sore semua.
Sorry.
Halo, sore.
Sorry, sudah mic-nya susah. Mic-nya susah. And last but not least tentunya Mas Adrian Zakari sebagai CEO of Maja Group dan juga pengoleksi seni ini. Di sini juga ada booth-nya dari Maja Labs ya. Dan sangat-sangat menarik, tadi ada Mother Fathers, koleksinya juga bagus-bagus banget di Maja Labs, nanti bisa ngobrol lebih banyak lah. Oke, tepuk tangan dulu sekali lagi untuk kita semua. Karena kita akan mulai untuk S. Sujoyono, A Creative Beautiful Mind. Oke, pertama dulu deh, tak kenal maka tak sayang. Kita kenalan dulu mungkin ya, kita mulai dari Natalie. Natalie di sini dibilang kamu representatif dari SSC dan John Andrews sekaligus singer and songwriter. Oh, boleh dong cerita kesibukan sekarang sih, lagi apa aja sih? Jagungnya banyak nih sip dalam segala cuaca.
Oh, udah nyala dia. Udah benar nyala. Halo, tes. Oke. Sekarang kesibukan yang sekarang banget ya, kita ada booth di luar yaitu John and Rose, dan kita very lucky and very honored untuk bisa bekerja sama dengan ArtMoments 2024 dan bisa memamerkan bukan hanya dengan lukisan saja tapi dengan attire yang kita pakai sekarang ini.
Yes.
Jadi kita belakangan ini sibuk itu sih untuk ngedesain dan untuk launching collection barunya. Tapi untuk personally memang saya di bidang musik sebagai singer and songwriter, jadi untuk my own artworks dan collaborating with other people as well, showcases, etc. Jadi begitu kesibukannya.
Wow, tepuk tangan dulu untuk Natalie, juggling with everything. Next, Tufail Hadi sebagai interior designer, artis dan yang sangat hobi sketching nih sekarang. Sibuk lagi ngapain sekarang nih, Tufail?
Sibuk sih mainly memang interior designer, cuman mungkin ada beberapa something di luar kayak misalnya restoran atau tapi sketching juga ya lumayan. Oke. Sebetulnya sketching tapi main interior.
Aku sih sering lihat kamu sketchingnya lagi jalan-jalan suka sketching, tiba-tiba buka buku ajaibnya itu.
Jalan-jalan.
Oke, nanti kita ngobrol lebih banyak. Thank you. Tepuk tangan dulu untuk Tufail semuanya. Mas Adrian Zakari di sini CEO of Maja Group sekaligus art collector, dan di luar ada Maja Labs juga nih. Mas Adrian, boleh cerita sedikit dong kesibukannya sekarang sekaligus Maja Labs tuh ngapain aja sih?
Iya, selamat sore semuanya. Assalamualaikum, apa kabar?
Baik.
Ya, semoga semuanya dalam keadaan sehat semua. Saya Adrian Zakari, saya CEO founder dari Maja Tech Group. Kita ada beberapa unit usaha di bidang digital marketing, media, web3, termasuk juga kita ada beberapa galeri. Kalau tahu kita ada galeri NFT pertama dan mungkin satu-satunya dan cukup awal ya, di Asia. Kita ada superatif galeri di Bali. Paling gitu aja, bolak-balik Jakarta, Bali, kadang Jogja, Jakarta, Jogja, Bali gitu aja. Jadi jalan-jalan kerja
terus ya. Ini semua panelis, tepuk tangan dulu untuk Mas Adrian dong. Semua panelis kita beneran sip dalam segala cuaca ya. Cocok. Oke, without further ado kita langsung mulai deh ya. Let's start with the big question. Judul kita pada hari ini kan S. Sujoyono, ya, A Creative Beautiful Mind. Sangat-sangat menarik. What does the title mean to you? Apa sih arti judul ini buat masing-masing? Kita mulai dulu dari Mas Adrian mungkin. Silakan Mas.
Oke, makasih. Jadi kalau menurut aku selalu menganggap bahwa karya-karya dari Maestro Sujoyono merupakan sebuah karya yang bukan cuma sekedar dari sisi artsy, dari sisi seni, tapi kalau kita melihat secara fundamental beliau sangat memahami tentang seni rupa murni. Beliau juga menempuh banyak pengalaman di dalam negeri dan juga di luar negeri. Beliau sudah melalui berbagai macam fase ya kehidupan. Beliau juga punya banyak ide yang beliau wujudkan. Pada akhirnya menurut aku, kadang aku pengen bilang bahwa Sujoyono ini sebenarnya kalau mau melihat ya, selain di lukisan yang di kanvas, di sketsanya itu banyak misterinya, banyak hal-hal yang sangat detail sekali, penuh dengan riset. Dan menurutku seniman-seniman muda di Indonesia ini, bahkan mungkin di dunia itu, kalau melihat karya-karya Sujoyono itu very detail dan very sangat otentik sekali. Dan yang menurut aku menarik dari ini pada akhirnya ya beliau memang punya creative beautiful mind ya. Bahkan mungkin kita bisa melihat bahwa aku kemarin sempat tercetus, ini kok gue kayak ngeliat kayak Da Vinci yang very detail, dan mungkin one day ada satu atau siapapun anak Indonesia yang bisa melihat potensi scientific atau something ilmiah dari karya Sujoyono yang dia wujudkan dalam bentuk apapun itu nantinya gitu ya. Mungkin dulu Da Vinci nggak kepikiran bakal bikin mesin atau bikin pesawat, tapi mungkin one day ada gitu. Kita nggak tahu, mungkin dengan eksistensi dari Sujono yang dikelola sama keluarga juga mungkin bisa mewujudkan hal itu di kemudian hari gitu.
Keren. Ngefans banget kayaknya ya Mas Adrian. Tufel, what do you think? What does the title mean to you?
Kalau gue ya, buat gue sih sebenarnya ya kayak terlepas dari kayak karya-karya tulisannya yang super detail atau cerita tentang apa yang dia capture di kehidupannya dan lain-lain. Kalau let's say contoh sekarang depan kita masih semua juga lihat di sketsa itu kan kita bisa ngeliat seberapa dalam curiosity-nya beliau untuk berkarya kan, secara proses dan fundamentalnya gitu. Terus memang kalau buat gue sih ya salah satu maestro yang memang akurat anak muda tuh mau seniman atau mau desainer maupun yang kreatif atau bukan pun, maksudnya udah waktunya bisa mengapresiasi beliau sih. Dan mungkin apalagi kayak ngeliat ada SS Center gini kan kayak bring up to the public dan ke seluruh face gitu, jadi kita bisa accessible untuk ngeliatnya, nggak susah, kita memperpendek proses untuk mempelajari beliau. Menurut gue sih itu the best untuk buat mengerti The Beautiful Mind, salah satunya ya
sangat dalam dan penuh intrik ya sketchnya
gitu.
Oke. Thanks Tufel. Natalie sebagai perwakilan SSJ ini berarti gimana? What does the title mean to you?
Sebenarnya gini sih, ngelanjutin yang tadi dibilangin sama Adrian ya. Mungkin title ini tuh lebih menjelaskan how Sugiono blurs the line a little bit. Karena dia tidak, walaupun terkenalnya sebagai pelukis, tapi itu bukan hanya sarana satu-satunya untuk dia berkarya gitu. Bisa sketsa sebagai sering dilakukan sebagai research atau bahkan as a snapshot of where he's at gitu. Tapi sebenarnya mungkin keluarga juga lebih tahu ya, itu dimanapun bisa jadi sumber inspirasi dan bisa menjadi sesuatu yang dijadikan karya seni. Kalau nanti mungkin mampir di booth itu bahkan kita pasang ada desain bahwa itu furniture tapi dia desain sendiri gitu.
The chair?
Yes, the chair and the table itu desain dia sendiri. Dan sketchbook yang udah usang gitu dia gambar sendiri, bahkan di pintu di mana. Jadi kayak everywhere it is a potential for you to make an artwork gitu. Itu menurut aku yang a creative and beautiful mind is very correct. What's the right word ya? Aside from that, tapi kayak memang sangat pas sekali untuk mendeskripsikan Sugiono itu.
Oke, thank you. Tepuk tangan dulu untuk para panelis kita. Sudah sangat bagus sekali jawabannya. Kita langsung ke pertanyaan selanjutnya deh. Ini spesifik dulu untuk Adrian nih. Adrian kan sudah mulai mengkoleksi seni nih. Penasaran sih teman-teman tadi di luar juga udah pada nanya sih. Adrian ini awalnya gimana sih bisa mulai koleksi seni ya, terutama lukisan. Terus ada nggak sih karyanya Pak John ini yang paling diincer hari-hari ini nih?
Oke, jadi kalau ngomong long short story aja, jadi kayak koleksi lukisan itu mungkin dari sekitar 5 tahun yang lalu gitu. Cuma kalau main ke galeri museum itu udah lama banget. Kayaknya aku pertama kali itu di rumah itu punya ada karya seni itu ada kayak sketch gitu dari Belanda, karena memang waktu kecil ayah saya punya teman orang Belanda yang main ke Palembang, ya saya orang Palembang aslinya, jadi dari sana kita sering dikirimin buku Van Gogh ya. Nggak tahu itu mungkin anak kecil kita mainnya simplex, mainan-mainan Belanda gitu ya. Dari sana mungkin ada terbersit kali ya. Tapi ya kuliah, kerja, untuk koleksi itu kadang-kadang kita masih mikir yang lain gitu ya. Terus saya biasanya koleksi barang-barang antik ya, biasa kayak yang unik, yang lucu, yang agak langka. Baru setelah punya sedikit, lebih dikit lah gitu, dari dikit-dikit mulai koleksi gitu loh. Koleksi juga nggak langsung yang mahal-mahal gitu enggak, tapi yang memang semampu kita. Artinya kalau lu nggak harus jadi pebisnis yang sukses banget gitu, lu punya uang atau punya rezeki pun sebetulnya bukan itu intinya, tapi bagaimana kita mengapresiasi karya. Aku tuh pernah nonton satu podcast YouTube gitu, orang Amerika gitu, dia tuh kalau dia punya koleksi tuh kayak benda-benda sneakers anak-anak muda ya, Supreme apa segala macam. Nah, tapi dia bisa cerita di setiap kamar atau di setiap rumah mungkin orang-orang kebanyakan mungkin Amerika, Eropa yang aku tonton itu, dia selalu bisa menceritakan, ini gue beli lukisan ini di jalanan ini, waktu di subway ini nih. Jadi dia bisa cerita itu, dan itu hanya satu ya, artinya Yes, ada art fair, yes, ada galeri, tapi please appreciate it dimanapun itu. Ya, artinya just start to collect. Artinya yang aku lakukan adalah start to collect, lalu juga akhirnya ketemu dengan ekosistem, ketemu dengan seniman, ketemu dengan galeri, ketemu dengan teman-teman, ketemu dengan seniman, keluarga seniman, dan akhirnya menikmati nyaman di sana. Ya, tapi memang kadang-kadang juga jadi agak sedikit ketagihan gitu. Koleksi itu katanya adalah sebuah addictness juga, jadi kayak it's okay gitu. Jadi aku banyak dapat cerita juga bahwa memang kita mengoleksi itu bukan cuma sekedar kita memang suka banget dengan karya itu, tapi juga pada akhirnya ada nilai investasi yang ada di sana gitu ya. Jadi ya menurut aku sih sangat, sebagai seorang kolektor aku juga sangat appreciate. Kalau ditanya soal lagi ngincer apa, ya tentu yang Mas pakai tuh itu keren banget bro. Iya. Cuman lukisannya aku udah tahu kan lukisannya mungkin lukisannya agak gede. Aku udah lihat langsung di satu galeri di luar negeri. Aku lihat kayak kalau ngincer itu ya. Tapi kalau sekarang agak realistis, lihat sketsa mungkin ada yang nanti klik, cocok, chemistry-nya ketemu. Plus juga ada nilai untuk investmentnya juga untuk masa depan, itu kan juga kayak oke lah gitu loh. Apalagi kalau kita ngomongin investasi seni, berarti kita ngomongin soal fundamentalnya.
Nah, ntar kita ngobrol lebih banyak lagi.
Ya, itu udah banyak ya
pertanyaannya. Thanks a lot Adrian. Tepuk tangan dulu dong untuk Adrian yang mau ngambil jaket saya setelah ini. Pertanyaan selanjutnya untuk Tufel nih, specifically for Tufel. Kamu kan punya basic nih sebagai seorang interior designer ya. Tapi sangat menarik karena kamu tuh ngefans sekali sama Pak John yang terkenalnya adalah Bapak seni rupa kontemporer Indonesia gitu. Emang kenapa sih Pak John ini menginspirasi kamu gitu di bidangmu sekarang, Tufel?
Kalau buat aku sih mungkin versatility-nya ya, maksudnya kayak bisa kemana aja. Kayak misalnya tadi yang kamu bilang aku juga ada ributnya, ada kursinya didesain sama Pak John, sama John. Terus kayak ada meja, ada apa, terusnya gitu. Tidak terbatas secara
mediumnya
terbatas medium gitu kan. Maksudnya kayak misalnya aku dari dulu sebelum aku interior kan sebenarnya sketching gitu kan, kayak ya saya berubah sketch sana jual sini atau pameran dan lain-lain. Itu maksudnya kayak masuk ke ranah itu, ke pengembangan itu, masuk ke interior. Terus taunya dulu pas aku suka sketching tuh, bukan dulu sih, sekarang pas sketching tuh aku sukanya tuh sketching kayak candi atau enggak kayak something yang Nusantara, karena aku suka dengan fase-fase itu. Apalagi Pak John yang dia tentang Sultan Agung itu kan banyak tentang
betul, terus Sultan Agung tuh
masuk ke interior lagi tuh kayak berkembali ke another, kayak kalau A1-nya, 2-nya gitu. Jadi kayak nggak memilih yang lain, tapi pilihnya ke cabang-cabangannya. Ke interior tuh kayak jadi ngoleksi barang antik juga, kayak kadang jual, klien mau aku jual. Kalau kan yang paling itu kan kurasi dari akunya kan, dari situnya gitu. Terus kayak ya ini enggak lebih mantap. Nggak usah teriak-teriak.
Suaranya makin deep kalau kayak gini.
Terus saya pas ke interior gitu, terus kayak jadi lebih ke ranah lain, kayak barang antik, jual beli sana sini. Terus kayak misalnya kayak lukisan pun jadi
mulai appreciate
atau something gitu. Terus kayak apalagi kalau dari Pak Jonnya sih tentang rasa ya sih, maksudnya seberapa dalam dia merasakan sebuah prosesnya.
Aku lihat soalnya kamu bawa buku itu, Mukti Negeriku, yang goresan Sultan Agung gitu ya, cerita Sultan Agung dalam goresan S2.
Kayak maksudnya tuh
di bawah bukunya loh itu.
Selalu di bawah sih. Ada cerita sih. Ada bawah.
Sketchers Bible gitu ya.
Iya, kadang tuh jadi kayak aku butuh rasa nostalgiknya sih ya, kalau karya sketsa ini. Mungkin bukan sketsa nostalgik untuk aku, tapi mengerti nostalgia beliau untuk karya itu. Misalnya aku serapnya biasanya tuh rasanya sih.
Kayak baca diary memang kalau orang yang suka sketching gitu ya.
Sentimental value terhadap dia sketching dan lain. Maksudnya itu mungkin so far itu yang aku butuhin sih, cara sentimentalnya beliau, cara berkarya gitu. Nggak tentang teknik, nggak tentang warna, nggak tentang harga berapa, nggak tentang dia bikin kursi atau apa, tapi kan emotion dan rasanya tuh sih mungkin yang aku butuh sekarang gitu.
Oke. Jangan menangis tuh. Tepuk tangan dulu untuk Tufel. Very good question, very good answer ya.
Jadi baper.
Pertanyaan selanjutnya untuk Natalie. Nah ini Natalie big question nih, orang-orang pada penasaran pasti ya. Natalie, kamu ini kan next generation dari Pak John dan Ibu Rose Pandanwangi ya. Gimana sih rasanya jadi cucu seorang Pak John dan Bu Rose? Nah, apalagi kamu kan sekarang mau masuk di dunia artis juga kan. Is it a blessing or is it a curse? Actually, can you tell us?
Ini mungkin very kayak personal answer gitu ya, karena benar-benar bisa both gitu. Ada banyak orang yang mungkin merasakan hal lain untuk menjadi di bawah gambaran besar any of their family members yang misalnya sudah terkenal duluan gitu. But for me personally, and I'm sure also with a lot of family members, it's definitely a blessing sih gitu. Definitely a blessing karena kalau enggak kita nggak mungkin mencoba untuk melanjutkan legacy ini sampai Sujoyono Center dan John and Rose dan mencoba untuk terus melanjutkan dan membagikan visinya mereka gitu. Karena memang banyak orang yang bilang Sujoyono tuh ahead of his time gitu. Dan sekarang pun terlihat karena masih sangat relevan dari semua karya-karyanya, masih speaking to people, still inspiring people, dan bahkan dengan curators, orang yang menggali karya-karyanya mereka itu banyak yang kita pun baru tahu kayak oh ternyata ada sisi sininya ya yang mereka lebih tahu gitu, kita pun juga mau belajar gitu. Jadi it's very much a blessing, all of the values dan semua kayak menganggap seni itu bukan hanya it's more than just what you see gitu, ada a lot of process di belakangnya. Tadi emotional values, sentimental values juga gitu. Oke, technical iya, tapi apakah bisa ke translate, apakah orang bisa mengerti the message that you're trying to send gitu. Itu sangat berpengaruh sih. For me personally,
ada spirit itu yang kamu bawa ya ketika kamu berkarya.
Menurut aku itu sangat menurun dan sangat menginspirasi untuk aku sendiri, apalagi dengan menulis lagu ya. Dengan menulis lagu sendiri itu bahwa ada value yang turun bahwa it's not just so it sells, it's not just oh it's beautiful, tapi ada value that's deeper in it gitu. So I try to always do that within my own works dan sangat blessed with that gitu. It's definitely a privilege. You meet people that you don't usually meet gitu. You get to talk to people yang benar-benar juga inspired by them and get to see how they're impacted gitu. Itu juga kayak bisa jadi acuan gitu kan. You can be someone like that as well gitu. Karena ya mungkin di dunia seni ada banyak arahnya ya, bisa kemana-mana. Cuman I'm very blessed to be.
You wanna thank Opa and Oma right now?
Yes, thank you Opa and Oma.
Tepuk tangan dulu Mary. Nah, ini next question ini benar-benar menarik soalnya kita kan sekarang lagi ada di ArtMoments dan seperti yang kita tahu di sini juga beberapa karya seninya itu memang dikomersialkan ya gitu kan. Jadi untuk para penikmat seni itu kan kita bisa kayak hey look that one speaks to me, I like that one, I can actually bring it home gitu, put it on my wall gitu kan. Jadi bisa dilakukan seperti itu. Nah ini ada pernyataan yang menarik banget ya, aku harus nyontek sedikit karena pernyataannya
panjang.
Bukan panjang sih tapi beneran. This is very interesting. Ini dari salah satu partnernya ArtMoments juga ya, dari Larasati Auction House, lebih tepatnya sih dari Pak Daniel Komala. Waktu aku denger ini gue, menarik juga. Paintings could be an investment, yeah, and even some of the paintings can be considered as blue chips in painting. Wow, gitu kan. Kalau anak-anak muda sekarang lagi pada suka investasi kan, linggonya udah kayak gitu ya. Oh, ini blue chip fundamental nih, fundamental, apalah. Bagaimana menurut teman-teman tentang pernyataan ini? Mas Adrian terakhir ya. Kita mulai dulu dari Tufel coba. Kalau Mas Adrian bisa 1 jam sendiri soalnya. Tufel, what do you think? Paintings can be investment dan ada juga yang blue chips yang fundamental.
Iya itu sih agree banget sih. Maksudnya tuh mungkin ya aku di tahap sekarang kayaknya banyak yang kayak di sini kayak mungkin most of the audience juga kayak mungkin seumuran kayak aku gitu ya. Terus dan sekarang tuh mulai menyadari sih mungkin menurut aku ya, aku ngerasa ada 3 dan ada 3 momen sih, ada 3 poin yang kayak udah harus aku coba mendalami gitu untuk start something yang koleksi gitu, untuk entah itu harganya berapa atau apa, dan itu balik lagi ke diri sendiri gitu. Dan salah satunya tuh kayak misalnya dari sisi emosional aku untuk mengapresiasi itu gitu. Terus yang kedua tuh secara sentimental value-nya juga. Terus yang ketiga tuh ya kesiapan secara spiritual sih, maksudnya tuh karena menikmati karya ini tuh bukan buat sendiri juga, tapi bukan private juga, cuman tuh kita beli itu beli memori semua orang, beli memori ribu orang, berjuta-juta orang melihat painting atau apa gitu, dan itu tuh bukan di tangan aku nanti atau apa, tapi maksudnya merasakan momen itu sih, itu yang memang harus udah mulai aware sih, kayak dalam pribadi saya sendiri gitu. Terus kayak secara jujur sih sekarang ya, jadi sekarang sih mungkin aku ngeceng salah satu itu sih.
Oh iya. Di booking dulu ada panitia S Jonas yang
tuh booking dulu yang tiga dari ujung itu sih kayaknya.
Kayak jangan ada yang ngebit duluan.
Iya, soalnya itu mirip kayak gambar-gambar aku nonton gitu kayak.
Tapi kalau gue cerita ya, Tufel ini kan risetnya dalam teman-teman di sini. Berarti kalau dia udah mulai ngincer yang 3 dari kanan, boleh mulai ditengok itu ada apa sih nomor 3 dari kanan?
Itu sih kayaknya
sudah diincar Tufel.
Besok sih gue duduk di depan dulu.
Itu architectural banget ya soalnya bentuknya.
Iya, maksudnya kayak sampai sekarang gitu ya, kayak journey aku dalam hal kayak seni atau desain atau apapun itu gitu, maksudnya udah masuk makin dalam secara bisa menyerap rasa, bisa sensitif. Terus kayak melihat something kayak gitu sekarang, apalagi sketsa
speaks
gitu ya.
Kayak
speaks to me banget sih, maksudnya dalam hal Opa John dengan kejujurannya, dengan apa namanya banyak momen yang dia lewati pas lagi mikir itu dalam keguratan pun dia decision makingnya tuh dari beribu-ribu variabel gitu ya, banyak variabel bisa menentukan sketsa itu. Maksudnya ya aku udah bisa beruntung, aku udah bisa ngerasa relate dengan seperti itu gitu. Dan mungkin udah mulai masuk sih.
I agree with you sih, kalau sketches tuh memang raw soalnya kan ya. Kalau lukisan kadang-kadang bisa selanjutnya ditutup dikit, tapi kalau sketch ya you're wrong, lanjut.
Ya gitu, maksudnya jadi
I feel you.
Apa ya? Spontanitasnya kan lebih terasa kan gitu intinya. Jadi kayaknya itu sih.
Oke, keren banget.
Break terus dari tadi.
Lanjut ya ke Natalie, waktu kita di luar nih bicara tentang investment in art ini, kita sempat ngobrol-ngobrol ya waktu itu ya, kayak ini orang-orang anak muda kenapa sekarang kalau punya duit ngincernya kayak I want that bag, I want that watch gitu. Tapi belum ada anak-anak Indonesia ngomongnya kayak that painting is good ya gitu ya. What do you think about this gitu, kayak paintings or art as an investment, alternative investment?
Sebenarnya kita sempat ngobrol juga sih sama Pak Daniel Komala ya, dan dia ngomong sesuatu yang kayak that's actually true gitu. Untuk anak-anak muda yang misalnya ketika mereka punya uang, mereka beli barang mahal, designer bags or shoes, baju segala macam, itu kan sebenarnya kayak one off gitu ya. Dan kalau misalnya udah perpindahan tangan, itu kayak actually decreases in value sometimes. Kecuali mungkin kayak way further in time yang udah vintage atau apa, kalau perpindahan tangan ada kayak degrade in value gitu. Tapi kayak sebenarnya artwork tuh enggak gitu. Justru malah kayak tadi bilang ada history-nya siapa aja yang punya, apalagi karya asli yang karya maestro yang udah ketahuan history-nya siapa segala macam, itu very rarely akan decrease in value like that gitu. Jadi sebenarnya mungkin harusnya diangkat awareness-nya aja gitu kepada anak-anak muda ini, karena aku yakin banyak di negara-negara tetangga atau negara-negara lain udah mulai ada awareness itu sih sebenarnya. Jadi mungkin di kita bukan di kita kayak juru-juru atau apa, tapi mungkin harus lebih banyak orang yang membicarakan ini supaya it's like, sekarang kan zamannya semua harus jadi trend dulu. If it's a trend, everybody will follow. If it's a new culture to follow, pasti mereka ikut gitu. Tapi hanya harus dikasih tahu kayak what's in it sih sebenarnya gitu. Kayak tadi nih kita ngomong tentang emotional value-nya, tapi juga ada loh yang kayak actual monetary value-nya juga, ada stability-nya juga loh. Itu kayak aspek-aspeknya kayaknya mungkin kita harus bahas aja sih. Lebih banyak conversations about this gitu.
Kayak kalau sekarang yang tren itu kan sebenarnya kayak berapa harga outfit lo gitu kan. Maybe next time we create ya kayak berapa harga lukisan lo atau something like
bisa
that.
Gitu, mungkin bisa jadi juga kayak kan sekarang orang mungkin hanya ada yang berbasis gengsi kali ya gitu, kayak if I wear this people will know how much I'm worth gitu. Mungkin itu bisa mulai kita shift. Nah kalau lu punya lukisan ini atau lu punya artwork ini, well even more so gitu kan, orang bahkan lebih tahu. Dan in a way it's kind of just saying like, but your culture, you know what I mean? It's mungkin harsh, maybe not, but you know that's my take. That's what it is.
Menarik. Kita harus pikirkan itu ntar ya. Oke, thanks.
Start small is important.
Start small ya. Iya, nggak usah.
Lu harus kayak gimana langsung itu.
Tadi
Start small.
Adrian juga cerita kan dia awal start small. Nah, pas nih kita masuk ke
langsung
Adrian yang mau bertanya terkait sama investment ini nih kan Adrian sudah mengoleksi yang punyanya seniman kontemporer sama yang maestro klasik kan. Itu how does it look monetarily sama I don't know secara investment ini gimana Adrian?
Ya, kalau aku tuh sebetulnya banyak yang nanya, lu koleksinya tuh yang kayak gimana alirannya gitu ya. Tapi kalau aku nggak pernah ngebatasin aliran ya, jadi mau yang abstrak, mau yang realis, mau apapun selama aku suka yang pertama. Dan yang kedua memang ada faktor kayak investment tadi gitu ya. Nah, tapi di kedua itu tadi kita tetap melihat dari sisi back to fundamental dari seorang artis tadi. Aku banyak belajar juga dari Sandy ya, jadi bagaimana cara kita investasi atau kita suka, tapi ini gimana masa depan senimannya dan lain-lain tadi gitu kayak ya salah satunya kayak pendidikan seninya misalkan gitu loh, atau lingkungan seninya, atau bagaimana dia mengexperience karyanya gitu loh. Artinya kadang-kadang kalau kita ngelihat blue chip, that's simple bahwa nih seniman bisa ngelukis gitu loh, bisa bikin muka orang, bisa tahu proporsi badan, bisa tahu yang basicnya gitu loh. Makanya kita selalu bilang back to fundamental, kembali ke dasar gitu ya. Itu satu, artinya ketika itu udah dipenuhi, maka kita baru berbicara soal potensi. Nah, sama kayak saham tadi kan, karena saya investasi itu kan nggak cuma sekedar di fisik ya, tapi saya juga punya koleksi NFT, punya koleksi ada digital fashion juga kita koleksi, ada VR gitu ya. Jadi yang aneh-aneh juga ada gitu yang nggak tersentuh gitu ya. Nah akhirnya menurut saya blue chip is about fundamental seperti kita melihat saham gitu. Kalau kita melihat saham kan pasti kita punya perhitungan ya. Kita punya lihat dia punya fluktuasinya gimana, laporan tahunnya gimana. Kalau di seniman kalau kita ngomongin blue chip atau karya blue chip tadi kita mungkin akan melihat jangka panjangnya gitu ya. Kita bisa melihat pertama riwayat dia ke belakang gimana, terus juga kita rasa oh ini ke depan akan tren seperti ini gitu ya. Nah untuk mengetahui hal itu ya kita harus tetap lihat historinya gitu loh. Nah percayalah selalu dengan histori di Indonesia gitu loh. Maestro, karya-karya maestro itu akan long last, itu udah pasti akan abadi gitu ya. Jadi kayak nggak mungkin lu koleksi karya maestro atau karya-karya senior seniman di Indonesia ini terus once itu benar-benar fail tuh agak susah gitu ya. Artinya dan sebetulnya dengan kita mengoleksi blue chip itu kita turut serta menjaga kedaulatan bangsa kita gitu. Kenapa saya bilang gitu? Karena kita menyimpan memori di dalam ruang-ruang private kita sebenarnya nantinya gitu loh. Kalau saya jujur one day dengan karya-karya anak muda yang kita lihat prospek dan juga dengan beberapa yang dianggap blue chip tadi gitu, kita tetap mengoleksi itu. Tapi kalau saya sendiri berharap one day saya akan punya museum di mana museum itu ada karya lukisan, ada karya patung, dan ada karya seni digital kayak NFT, ada karya VR yang kita koleksi, ada digital fashion. Itu bisa kita satukan dalam sebuah ruang berdampingan dan semuanya, dan bagaimana edukasi itu bisa kita mulai juga. Wow. Kita kan sebenarnya sempat ngomong edukasi, cuma itu panjang banget. Karena edukasi itu menyangkut budaya. Nah, salah satu budaya yang paling cepat sebetulnya diterima oleh anak kecil itu adalah seni. Cuma seni selama ini lebih kayak udah kita belajar gambar. Tapi bagaimana kita ngelihat ada pameran di luar negeri, di Hong Kong, di Singapura, nggak usah jauh-jauh ya, masih di Asia Pasifik. Anak-anak kecil tuh datang ke tempat-tempat pameran, art fair, dan mereka tuh ada ya, mereka tahu gitu loh. Jadi it's not about ngegambar doang, tapi mereka udah ngomongin soal historicalnya. Kita jangan sampai lupa bahwa di buku-buku sekolah anak SD mestinya kita bisa, anak sebagai anak muda yang kita bisa ngedorong semua movement bagaimana supaya anak-anak muda ini yang dia lihat itu bukan ilustrasi-ilustrasi yang kadang-kadang gambar pahlawannya kemana, agak aneh atau gimana gitu loh. Tapi kan ada lukisan-lukisan karya maestro kayak Sultan Agung ya. Karya itu kan sangat very detail, very research based gitu. Dan itu correct gitu, dan udah divalidasi berbagai sumber, berbagai lintas pemerintah gitu. Artinya kita bicara tadi blue chip, ya that's blue chip gitu loh. Kalau kita ngomong blue chip ya model seperti itu. Kalau kita ngomongin hari ini, oke, that's too grande. Mulai koleksi aja, kita punya teman seniman dukung beli dia. Ya, just it. Abis itu kita nggak tahu dari 10 seniman yang kita koleksi nggak mungkin satu nggak jadi, kan gitu bahasanya gitu ya. Dan mulai sekarang bener kata Tufel atau misalkan sketsa tadi yang mana tadi nomor enggak ya, oke siap, oke.
Yang ada
Oke, jadi kayak besok kita saingan ya, kita lihat ya nomor 3, oke.
Pancinya pinter ya?
Iya, saya lihat tuh, kayaknya bagus juga benar, oke ya, itu ya, oke sip.
Oke, thank you so much. Oke, last 2 questions nih, pendek-pendek sih pertanyaannya, tapi benar-benar harusnya impactful buat kita. Next question masih buat semua speaker sih. What is next sih buat teman-teman di sini? Buat Natalie, Tufel, dan Adrian ya. Kita mulai dari Tufel dulu deh. What's next for you, Tufel? In art, in what you do boleh ya?
In art and in what you do.
Yes.
Ya. Kalau buat aku sih sebenarnya atau ya di antara semua itu mungkin aku bisa jawab secara fundamental sih. Mungkin aku bisa bisa bilang konsisten aja sih yang buat you love. Maksudnya daripada kayak mau ini itu kayak yang tadi bilang kayak misalnya aku dari suka sketsa jadi interior terus kayak jadi maksudnya kalau dapat kliennya restoran jadi punya restoran atau jadi hotel apa gitu kan maksudnya itu konsisten aja gitu.
Pacarnya senang banget nih pas ini laki konsisten seperti itu.
Ya maksudnya dari itu intinya ya it's hard to be konsisten tapi nggak bisa juga sih orang juga bisa ke bulan masa gue nggak bisa konsisten gitu doang. Misalnya
keren.
Padahal dia bikin apa Sultan Agung segede gitu sepanjang itu juga
itu konsistensi sih benar lah.
Ya itulah banyak kadang itu sih kadang kayak memang susah pasti ada aja kayak godaan-godaan sana sini ya kita harus kuat aja sih. Yang penting konsisten sticky ya buat gue ya. Fundamental itulah.
Adrian, what's next for you or Majalah as well? Tadi rencananya banyak banget nih.
Iya,
banyak. Visionary soal.
Tadi udah ya beberapa ya kayaknya. Kalau saya sih sebetulnya
yang
satu, saya pengen belajar lebih soal Sujoyono itu satu gitu ya. Jadi dalam hidup itu mungkin kita hanya bisa belajar mungkin maksimal 2 atau 3 maestro ya. Ya Sujoyono masuk list saya ya untuk saya pelajari karena alhamdulillah jadi kenal sama keluarga juga kan. Jadi kalau nanya-nanya detail, karena saya suka baca ya. Jadi kayak saya baca ada satu maestro, saya baca dapat 5, oh ternyata ini, sehingga kita tahu kan gitu. Jadi saya pengen belajar lagi soal Sujoyono satu. Terus yang kedua ya saya pengen mewujudkan mimpi punya museum. Soon ya, benar-benar kayak kita pengen targeting mungkin 2 tahun ya, amin gitu ya. Mudah-mudahan kita bisa wujudin, mudah-mudahan kita bisa tempatnya di Bali, karena di Bali kita ada galeri juga. Jadi kalau teman-teman main ke galeri, kita punya Protect Gallery, the first NFT gallery in Asia and the biggest currently ya. Jadi teman-teman very open kalau mau kolaborasi, bikin something di sana. Jadi and hopefully kalau harapan satu ya, mudah-mudahan nanti dengan the next kan ini kan tahun politik ya sedikit ya, jadi mudah-mudahan ada harapan baru juga nanti yang lebih baik lagi, yang bisa membawa seni rupa kita menjadi lebih baik dan lebih maju lagi. Amin.
Natalie, for SSC dan John and Rose, what's next?
Ini kayaknya mesti ada track back dikit nih sebelum kita menjawab the future, kita lihat ke past sedikit. Karena sebenarnya Sujoyono Center itu dimulai dari Ibu Rose dan Pak John sendiri. Jadi it's not us sebenarnya, kita hanya melanjutkan. Mereka dulu punya sanggar, they collect everything dan mengarsipkan dengan baik dan kita melanjutkan gitu. Akhirnya berkembang, banyak orang yang sevisi, bahkan ada yang dari Larasati Action House juga, ada yang Komala, ada di Wanandi, ada dari Kans Gallery, Tante Ina dan Om Tommy, segala, dan many more yang memiliki vision yang sama, memiliki ilmu yang sama dan passionate bergabung dengan kita. Dan sekarang nih generation barunya from family ada kayak saya sendiri, Nadia juga ada tim desain kita itu yang dari keluarga, Gustavia juga ada. Kita melanjutkan kedepannya ingin lebih banyak lagi yang bisa on board nih.
Jadi
Kita
Joyono Center tuh family and non-family juga ada di situ semua ya?
Correct.
Oh, juga ada? Iya ada saya juga sih.
Contohnya ada, tapi jadi kita tuh yang running Sujoyono Center bukan hanya keluarga sendiri, ada board yang mungkin bahkan in some cases lebih tahu gitu mengenai seni dan apa. Kita nggak mau bawa hanya dari perspektif kita sendiri, karena apapun itu juga kita kan tetap keluarga ya, value-nya berbeda gitu. Maka kita percayakan orang yang memiliki hati dan vision yang sama dan memiliki memiliki hati dan vision yang sama dan knowledge yang mungkin lebih atau setara gitu dengan kita untuk running this supaya dia longevity-nya itu baik gitu, it's sustainable. Jadi harapannya ke depan adalah ini terus berlanjut and more, karena kita we can only do so much on our own gitu kan. Sekarang kita coba venture out untuk hal-hal kayak gini dengan John and Rose Fashion Apparel, karena kita pengen legacy itu terus ya, bukan hanya digantung tapi bisa digunakan piquing people's interest in other ways gitu. Dalam baju-baju ini juga kita selalu cantumkan keterangan tentang lukisan dan segala macam, tapi banyak banget sebenarnya yang bisa digarap gitu. So many brilliant minds gitu, yang bisa kayak tadi ada VR art lah, ada NFT dan lain-lain.
Terinspirasi ya?
Iya betul. Kan saya juga harus melihat kayak even my own grandfather gets inspired by other things juga kan, kayak architecture, anything gitu. Kita membuka itu dengan luas untuk orang yang mempunyai visi yang sama. Creativity, the heart juga itu sangat penting untuk let's actually make this even better gitu. Karena I can only do so much, we can only do so much gitu.
Keren. Tapi kalau John and Rose tuh kerennya karena sekarang kalau tadi kita jalan-jalan pakai bajunya John and Rose, biasanya kan ditanyain kalau di runway kayak, oh what are you wearing gitu kan? Oh I'm wearing John and Rose. Gitu kan, jadi keren banget ya. Oke, last final question. Boleh dijawab cepat, singkat, tapi nggak boleh dijelaskan kenapa ya. Oke, kuncinya itu harus cuma dijawab singkat, tapi nggak boleh dijelaskan kenapa. Pertanyaan penutup nih. Menurut teman-teman panelis di sini ya, ingat jawab cepat nggak boleh dijelasin. Biar audiens kita berpikir dan berkontemplasi. Sujoyono itu kalau di Marvel Cinematic Universe atau superhero lah, kira-kira siapa? Jawab cepat, Adrian.
Iron Man maybe.
Tufel? Captain America, Tufel. Oke. Civil War dong. Nyatuin. Avengers. Berantem sketsa soalnya. Natalie, cucunya siapa? Doctor Strange. Oke, ada Iron Man, Captain America, dan Doctor Strange. Menarik banget ya. With that, thank you so much panelists, thank you so much audience di sini. That's Sujoyono, a creative, beautiful mind. Tepuk tangan sekali lagi buat kita semua. Sampai ketemu ya di conference moment selanjutnya. Back.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good morning, good afternoon everyone. Thank you for joining us today for what promises to be an inspiring and thought-provoking discussion for this session. We are honored to have with us two extraordinary artists who have each in their own unique way in the contemporary world. First, we have Heri Dono, a pioneering figure in Indonesian contemporary art whose work beautifully merges traditional Japanese cultural elements with modern themes, creating narrative that is engaging as it is provocative. His use multimedia interactive installation has brought Indonesian art to the global stage, making him one of the most influential artists of his generations. Joining him, Abu Dia, an artist from how to spell it? Africa, and then whose vibrant, large-scale canvases capture the raw energy of urban life in Abidjan, Africa. His works blends the spontaneity of street art with the depth of traditional African motifs, earning him international acclaim and powerful voice in the global art community. Today, we explore the artistic journey, creative processes, and the societal impact of these two remarkable artists, delving into
what drives their work and how they see their roles in the ever-evolving art world. Let's begin our conversation, but before that, let me read the profile of each of the speakers. Heri Dono was born in Jakarta on June 12, 1960. He was the first Indonesian artist to break into the global art scene during the early 1990s. Starting his career in 80s, Heri Dono is well known for contemporary installation works, many of which were inspired by the Japanese hero puppets. He tried to comprise a number of complex elements from wayang performance, visual art, merge, music, storytelling, social criticism, humor, and myth of life philosophy. These components are merged into the performance narrative to give a generic interpretation to which multimedia elements are added. The traditional art performance inspired Heri Dono's interest in revitalizing the art that are deeply rooted in Indonesian tradition. In many of his three-dimensional installation artwork and performances, Heri Dono effectively makes us performativity so that the works are involved in complementary dialogues with their audience. In his paintings, Heri Dono makes the most use of wild deformation and freestyle fantasies, of which emerge character from the wayang stories. To this, he adds his profound knowledge and interest in children cartoons, animated films, and comics. His name was recorded in Artlink, an established art magazine in Australia, starting from 1993 to 2006. Heri Dono was the most international invited artist. He was also recorded as one of 100 prominent avant-garde artists in the world. He has participated in more than 300 exhibitions and 42 international biennials, including Asia Pacific Triennale, Guangzhou Biennale, Sydney Biennale, Shanghai Biennale, Venice, Sharjah Biennale, and Guangzhou Triennale, and many more. And including also, he also earned a number of awards, including Dutch Prince Claus Award for Culture and Development from the Netherlands, UNESCO Prize, and Indonesia Art Award by the Government of Republic Indonesia. Now, Abu Dia, I would like to introduce to you about his profile. Known as Abu Dia, is a distinguished contemporary art based in Abidjan, Africa, born in October 21st, 1983. And Abu Dia has gained acclaim for his dynamic and expressive painting that seemingly fuse street art aesthetic with traditional African influences. His journey from a poor kid on the street to becoming one of today's top global artists is remarkable. In 2021, Pepsi has featured Abu Dia in a campaign to promote Pepsi across Africa. Abu Dia approach captured the vibrancy and complexity in urban life in Abidjan through the large-scale canvases characterized by the bold colors, frenetic lines, densely packed figures with features. His international exhibited works are celebrated for their unique blend of abstraction, figurative art, and social commentary. He is currently among the most artists in setting the new auction record for the artist. Abu Dia has also received the top cultural prize in Ivory Coast for his philanthropic efforts. He currently leads the Foundation Abu Dia, which supports education and underprivileged children. His dedication to social good through art underscores his influence and commitment to make a positive impact of community and beyond. So, to start off, every artist has a journey that beginning to profoundly shapes their visions. In this first segment, we will dive into early experiences that have influenced Heri Dono and Abu Dia, and how their cultural backgrounds have played an important role in their artistic development. So I would like to begin with Heri Dono. Can you share how your journey as an artist began, Mas?
And how did your early experience with the Japanese shadow puppets shape your artistic vision? Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much to invite me for this talk. Also, we did Abulia, to respect our, guest artists who participate in ArtMoments. And hopefully, this talk can give something important for our discourse, for this kind of knowledge. So before I studied in art school, I studied in science in Jakarta. I to study in high school is to study mathematics, physics, chemistry, like that. When I was teenager at the time, I want to work that this work to make me feel freedom. At the time I have to choose if I study spirituality, maybe to be like a priest. Maybe there is no any retirement there. But then I choose as an artist when I was teenager, because when I become artist, nobody discharged me, never retired, and also I always the same level with anyone. That means this is the meaning of freedom. When I decide to be an artist, I can express what I like. Nobody can stop my inspiration. So after high school, that I studied in Jakarta, I continue to study in Yogyakarta, in art school, in painting department. But I treat the knowledge of painting is to create the visual communication to the other, not thinking to be a painter. Because to be a painter, you need canvas and paint. But if you become an artist, you can do any mediums. You can use photography, you can use poetry, you can use art installations, anything you can use it. But if I study in painting department, become a painter, I feel not so good because I like many things in art. Today, if you create art with photography medium, maybe now they don't say you are a photographer, just with this medium or video or other thing. And when I studied in painting department, I studied about 7.5 years, and 3 months before graduate, I decided to drop out from my decision. After I read the history of Socrates, because Socrates actually, I think he lived like 400 years after Yahya and 400 years before Christ. And he make rules of human law, but ironically he has to go to the court for the penalty, but he decided to drink poison in the jail. After I read this, I decided to finish my art school from my decision. Because when I asked my teacher at the time, if you have certificate, you become an artist. But many of my senior, they finished from my art school, but they did not become an artist. So then I traveled in Europe in 1990 to Switzerland and then to many countries until today.
Maybe you can elaborate how Japanese shadow puppets shape your artistic vision and your concept.
Yes, I use the puppet because when I was student, I researched about cartoon, animation, like Walt Disney or Hanna-Barbera. But I have no money to make animation at the time, so I made puppet. Because for me, puppet is like also very low technology of make animation. And also, at the time, I combined between the animistic belief with animation, because animation and animism almost the same. We believe everything has soul. In cartoon, there is no anything died and they fall down from maybe 50 floors from the building. Everything is possible in cartoon. So in animism, also we believe, the big tree or any elements, they have soul. But at the time also, my teacher sometimes confused, why you combine between animism and animation.
Thank you so much. Now I'm trying to continue to Abu Dia. Your works are deeply rooted in the vibrant life in Africa. How did you growing up in Africa influence your artistic style, especially your fusion of street art with traditional African motifs?
Hi everybody, my name is Abuja, and you told me that my work are deeply working in the vibrant life in Abidjan, and you want to know how the African traditional influence my work.
Yeah.
I'm coming from two parts of Abidjan. My mother is Annie, and my father is Julian. It's like Patois. We have 62 language, but the first language in Ivory Coast is French.
French. Yes.
Okay, and there is, you see, my father's part, there are so many traditional and culture, scripture, and on my mother's side too. And I put the both together to took something, and give me some line to correct my work. And also, I grew up in the place. It's very hard. The money, you go to school, you don't have nothing to pay, the thing to do art. And I told myself, I can find some stuff on the street. Yeah. And the cartoon, the book, they don't use. And exactement du sable. Du sable.
Sable. Sand.
Yeah, the sand. And I put everything together, and I start make art. Yeah, this is the way my my work.
Your artistic journey.
Yeah, my artistic journey come upon the way. Yeah. So my language is French, but I try to speak English. Right?
Good.
And this is what my influence and inspiration.
Yeah, interesting. I think both of them, Harry Dono and Abu Dia, has been said that cultural influence is really important to their artistic practices. And I would like to continue to the next section. Segment is about creative process and techniques. Having explored their origins, both of Harry Dono and Abu Dia have a distinct approaches and technique that define their work. In this segment, we will uncover how they bring the unique vision of life for their initial concept, the final masterpiece. To Mr. Harry Dono, your installation often incorporate multimedia interactive elements. Could you walk us through your creative process when designing these complex works?
When I work, actually I made two division of my art discipline. One I did the innovation way, and the other one is I use the inventiveness way. So because art as one is conventional, I did like print or painting and sculpture, but also I did the multimedia works and performance and puppets. And this is more in unconventional, and unconventional mean also to go through to discover something new aesthetic that maybe didn't have a convention yet about this is aesthetic or not aesthetic, and this is in inventiveness way. So I did parallel. I still use the conventional works and also unconventional works. That's why I decide the medium like puppet or the performance art and installation. And some works like in conventional work like painting, I work more individual, like individual expression that not involve other people. But for the performance art or installation, sometimes I collaborate with other people or making collective works with other people because many discipline to create the installations, like to create the form and also mechanic, electronic, and also sounds, video and everything. I have to work in many people who has different disciplines. So the two works actually I have a different way to make it because for art installation and puppets I have a concept from the mandala perspective. The mandala is like Borobudur temple like that because in the concept of mandala there is no concept of object. We only have the concept of subject because like in Tao Te Ching, like in Lao Tzu, you know about Taoism, actually in our macrocosmos we have all elements like fire and earth, wind and other things like that, and it's actually exists in our body as microcosmos. So in art installation between people and artwork is we are in the same place. In conventional works like in painting or sculpture, we have a distance between artwork and ourselves. Yeah, so I also interested in like Gestalt, Gestaltung, you know, like the Gestalt psychology about the constellation between people or human, and also our optic about to see what constellation surround us, like that.
Thank you. I think we're still in the creative process and techniques topics in this segment. So what about you, Budia? Your use of bold colors and frenetic lines is quite distinctive. How do you approach the composition of your large scale of canvases, and what inspired your choice of color and form?
Yeah, so many things inspire me. There is like on my first time, say there is 62 ethnics in Ivory Coast, and it's very cultural. And I come from like a little bit back on the street. When I left my family on the village, I come to the town. I was a little bit on the street because I didn't know where to go, where to sleep. And on that part of my life, I learned a lot about the thing, bad thing on the street, and how the people, if they love you or they don't love you, they can help you. They don't want to help you. You can, like everybody, become like, you just have to support yourself and help yourself. This made me powerful, give me power to think, and yeah, I went around the city, and you can see on the wall the children draw the dream on the wall. And I was talking about myself, I said, this is very interesting because nobody take care about the child on the street, but they have something on their hair to talk about with the society. And I'm gonna maybe help them to draw their dream on my canvas and show to the world how the child doesn't want to be on the street, but they want to be on the school, they want to be on the place, like have nice clothes, good education, and that way I have my part of the comment d'écriture, my style, yeah. my style, and for the color, for the technique, I don't know, it's come like that. Yeah, I didn't have like something on my mind.
Spontaneous.
Yeah, no. I think about this hard life, who have the child on the street, and everybody come like straight, and I never think about something like, yeah, I'm gonna take this walk, I'm gonna do this. No, I already have the pain we have when you are in the street. We don't have the support, we don't have food, and ever think about those things make me crazy on the walk, because the part I can talk about the creativity.
Creativity, and then also I think it's interesting to make a connection with the social and contemporary elements or both of Mr. Harry and Abu Dia. Art as not only as a medium of personal expressions, but also a powerful for social commentary. And we will discuss how Harry Dono and Abu Dia use their art to address complex social issues and the impact they hope to make through their work. So maybe next to the Mas Harry, many of your works carry a strong sense of social criticism. Can you discuss how you use humor, myth, and performativity to address these complex social issues?
I think when we create art in contemporary art, actually, like maybe this is different what happened in United States or other countries. In 1990s, we try to put the context our art to society, actually through make mistake in purpose of the modern art, because modern art is too serious and contemporary art is more parody. If you're still serious, you're still in modern art. If you're already more than serious, that it's become contemporary. If you make mistake in purpose, that means in the rules of the the history, philosophy, and other thing in modern art. But if you make mistake in purpose, you create something from the antithesis, from the convention. So when we make painting exhibition, sometimes the message not really go through to the people, especially during the regime of the new order in Indonesia. Many social issues sometimes difficult to go to receive to the people. When I met some puppeteers, they also a part of the regime, to give like government message to the people as propaganda. So actually, the puppeteers or dalang actually is also puppets, not really puppeteers anymore, because they are just one organ from the government tools. And at the time in 1988, I made the puppet about the Bataknese culture in North Sumatra. The title is Itu Portugal Panaruan, about people who married in the same clan, and also about the cut forest, to make more bigger the kingdom. And the forestry is very massive during the the new order at the time, new order regime. So from the performance art and installation, sometimes it's more direct your message to the people, and sometimes we are not have a distance between message from people to the art to the people, because we see the tradition not in exotic perception, because sometimes the tradition is only collage, for to say this is our identity. But tradition structure actually is very complex. They all connected each other between different art disciplines. Mostly, if you see like in the dance, like Badoyo in Java, they have connection with batik when they dress the costume, and also with music, with gamelan, and also puppet, and also dagger, and also serat centini in literature, and in the pandopo, the architecture, all connected each other. In modern art, everything is in boxes. Painting department, sculpture department. If you are a painter, you're not allowed to talk about literature because you are not in this discipline. But in tradition, you can do anything. You can do dance, you can make sculpture, you can do anything. It's all connected each other. That's why I use this tradition as investment for creativity in contemporary art.
The tradition is not isolated in exotic perspective.
Yeah. Yes.
What about you, Budi, in your case? I mean, in your artistic practices, about the social and social commentary and in impact on your artistic practices?
Yeah. My artistic practice is very. I'm very first of all sensible. I'm very sensible. Yeah, sensible. And I know how, if you don't have family or if you don't have nothing, it's very high. I know that because I talked the first time I was back on the street too. And I meet a lot of child, they have the different story. And yeah, I use their story to mix in my traditional art, my culture traditional. Because we have the sculpture, we have the actor, we have dancer, we have so many things, but in traditional, Africa's traditional culture. And I put the both together, and it gave me something like a different to take how, because everybody have this part on this thing, like the child on the street have. Everybody's like a family let the child go to the street, or is the child they don't want to be to the family, they want to be on the street. Like I all the time talk about myself. It's like a question myself, and and I want to have some response on this question. And it's come from so many parts, and we put together and have something to talk to do to like family first, country second, and the world, because we have a child everywhere in the world, and we have to give them the good education because they are the future generation. And if they don't have like the good education, they don't have sensibility. You can see everywhere the world. Me, I don't like work, I don't like travel, and I want to give my part of peaceful to the world. You can see on my work, there's so many, sometimes there is a note of black, and like I'm torturing myself to talk to the world. You have to be peaceful, because when we come on the world, we talk on the top earth. There's too many things. You can do this is good. If you don't do something bad, it's bad. But why we cannot do all the good thing, and all the time we are like war, we are fighting? No, this is no good. This is my part of creativity for the world.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to the next section of
this segment is about international recognition and legacy. As an artist who have both achieved significant international recognitions, Heridono and Abudia have left a lasting legacy in the art world. We will explore how global exposure has influenced their work and identity, and reflect on their most significant achievement. Mas Heri, you were the first Indonesian artist to break into the global art scene in the early 90s and have been widely recognized since. How has this international exposure influenced to your work and your identity as an artist?
Well, I was born in Indonesia, and in the beginning, when in international sense, I participate very often. They invite me only in technology museum in Holland or in Switzerland, in Germany, because they see Indonesia only in ethnic, in ethnic things, tradition or something like. Never move to modern. And when I exhibit in 1991 during the Gulf War between Kuwait and Iraq at the time, and also in 1991 in January in Europe, the winter is so long at the time, and I make in January the solo show in Ethnology Museum. Now the name from Museum Purwokerto, after my exhibition they changed the name of Museum Purwokerto. Museum Purwokerto it changed now become Museum de Culturen. I make the exhibition so called Unknown Dimensions in Ethnology Museum, but when the people see the exhibition, it's very contemporary. Because for me, any place outside of Indonesia is the same building. I don't care. This is building Ethnology Museum or historical building or anything in overseas. So that means it's not my mistake to put me in Ethnology Museum in the beginning. But then I met David Elliott in 1993. David Elliott is the director of MoMA in Oxford at the time. So he invited me in 1995 for that residency in England with INIFA, in London and others. So a lot of actually in the beginning many rejection for me because I'm Indonesian and always they put me in the corner of ethnicity. But I talk about contemporary art that even they call me in Switzerland. They call me as Epicon of Picasso. And I said, personally I didn't know Picasso, but what I know Picasso get influence from African and mask sculpture in Africa. And maybe for African people, maybe Picasso is a children who learn about Cubism. And in Africa, Cubism is a everyday life.
Specifically in Ivory Coast.
Ivory Coast, yes. And I studied about puppet, like wayang kulit. They have one of the role puppet wayang apa namanya, wayang yang pakai itu screen di Pacitan wayang beber. So in wayang beber, the figures of the face, the eyes already outside of the face. Yeah. Before Picasso made Cubism, wayang beber already born. And also I studied of the Raja, the totem from Bali. They have like surrealistic form. This is also before Picasso born. But when I create this in Europe, they think this is from Picasso, right? Actually, this culture already 1,000 years ago and maybe before Picasso born. So I said, I don't know about that, but they can see our culture that we have Raja and puppet. Also, they have a Sastro Gambar and Citrawaluyo who make very glass paintings, also very surrealistic at the time. So yeah, in the beginning, very difficult for me to put my position as Indonesian for modern and contemporary art. But then, for the Asia Pacific Triennale in 1993 in Australia, and also when I make solo show in MoMA in 1996, and then I go to many places for the exhibition.
Thank you, Mas Heri. And now I think, Abu Dia, your works have got significant attention in the international art market, with record-breaking sales in auctions. How has this affected your career, and how do you balance commercial success with artistic capability?
At the beginning, it was very difficult because, you know, in Africa, they know art, but not very well like Occident or America. And you know, I come from the town to the city, and I have new style, artwork, and I went to the gallery. They told me, "Oh, you crazy? Go on the street, go away. This is no good. It's not good art." And I thought that I think this is good because the people don't like. It's very good because I'm not working to make people like feel good.
For their pleasing.
To make them pleasure.
Give them pleasure.
Yeah, no, I'm not making the work to make people pleasure. And I say, okay, I'm gonna still work on that stuff because it's good. And I'm keep working, and when I go to the gallery, they kick me away. They say, "No, don't come here. You're crazy. You don't like your work." And I still working, and to have some money to buy the food or to live, I work, like I put my work on the other side, and I work like black. And because I need money, you know, you want to eat, you want to pay some medication. And I still work, and one day there is some guy called Fimba Oreli, come from United States, work at Reuters. And somebody introduced me to him, said, "Oh, you make this by yourself?" And I said, "Yes." He said, "Oh, this is crazy. Let me do some thing. We never know if my boss like, it's gonna be good." And I said, "Okay, I'm hungry, don't give me food." He said, "You know, take pictures." Okay, thank you. And yeah, he did the picture, the son to New York at Reuters. And the second after, from everywhere, you remember me, Basquiat? And I told them, "No, I don't know who is Basquiat, because when I start working, yeah, there is not internet. When I start working my style, there is not internet at this time. And at school, they didn't teach me about Basquiat. And I said, "Who is Basquiat?" "I don't know him." I said, "You remember me?" And the internet came, and I went to the internet, I went to go there. I said, "Yeah, we have the same architect, like, we want to fight like, but the work is not the same. Maybe we have the same mentality, but it's not the same." But if you make them crazy to compare me at Basquiat, okay. And then the big artist too. And yeah, and now the people think me how the gallery, they want my work, and I say, "No, you remember I'm crazy, you can have it." Well, okay, yeah, he influenced my work, like, very nice, and he give me position to make some place for the child, and to give me a lot of money to build my foundation to help them, and now they can go school free, they can have clothes, and yeah, I'm happy for them.
Thank you, Rudia. The global art world is negotiated with the local environment, and I think this is interesting to see. Abu Dia also, Eridon also have a studio in Jakarta. How to say this, Studio Kalahan. It's quite opposite with the winner studio, and then I think it is very mind-blowing topics, I think. And now I think I only have 5 minutes left. And then I let all the participants of these talks, if you have questions or comments, maybe response, you can use this opportunity to raise a question, probably. Is there any
question?
Yes.
Yeah.
Please.
I wanted just to. Sorry. I wanted to follow up your question to Abudia. How, when you were not known 12 years ago, and as you become more known in the art world, you become more famous. How has the fame, is it changed your art practice? Are you more committed to the children of the street where you came from? You are that child. Your paintings are children that you're painting, the Nucci children, Nucci graffiti. Has that become more powerful? Are you more committed? You created your foundation, but how is that influenced how are you working harder? Are you fighting harder for the children in the world, people of the street of Abidjan? How has that influenced you? How has that grown in your art practice?
You know, it gives me some power when I think about them. We talk like I was on the path, but I know how hard it is on the street, and it makes me like some crazy idea to, you know, my work is not today. You know how powerful, how crazy thing can go on the work, and I have some 2 meters of 25 meters by 3, and I want to expose myself for them. Leur cause. Comment on dit leur cause en anglais? La cause des enfants.
The cause?
Yeah. I want to fight for the cause, and I want to give them the thing the world gives to me. Today I'm here, I meet some nice people, we talk, I meet like a nice artist, and I learn more because I see the show. And when I go back, I have some pictures, some people, I can just show them, and we never know, some African child can be like you, why not?
Yeah.
It's not give them some inspiration, and me too, and so many persons. It's give me power to work hard and didn't listen to anybody, and just I have my objective to help them to be, for them to become somebody in their life.
So it's interesting, both Harry, Dono, your work, even though there's caricatures or looks like tradition images, it's very political. It has influence. Budia's work is also political. Because he's actually fighting for children of the street. He wants to make us not forget.
And I made some, you remember some paint in 2009, 2010 on Ivory Coast War, political crisis. And I worked on that to let them know they don't have to fight because there is so many innocent people in the country. They want to fight, maybe they can go to the ocean where nobody is there. They can fight, but they don't have to fight on the country because there is so many. There is women, there is child, they don't do nothing. You don't have to kill them. Yeah, and I work on that, and we have exhibition in London, Saatchi Gallery, BBC, in New York, and
It's interesting. I'm thinking for the American buyers or the world buyers, when they look at Indonesian art and they look at your work, you are obviously a leader, and people said you were the Picasso of Indonesia. It's so interesting because Picasso also was.
Yeah, but it's hidden.
Yeah, no, it's so exciting to see. I think, how can you help the world better understand Indonesian tradition, Indonesian art aesthetics? Like when you look at your painting, it's complex. It looks like a narrative. How can we, as let's say people who live outside of Indonesia, can you give us some ideas how we can better understand your work?
Well, actually, first when I see the tradition not in exotic way, and also when I see some French artists in 1920s and 30s who make pitamaha in Bali, like Walter Spies, like Theo Meyer or Cavarbias or other artists from overseas who make pitamaha, also together work with the local artists like Nyoman Lempat, and others from Java to Bali. And in modern art, when I was a student, my senior make separate between modern and tradition. They really allergic with tradition because they don't want in the tradition. But for me, if you see tradition, I didn't see tradition in the old time because tradition can happen also today. Tradition not like the time when
belong to the past.
Yeah, belong to the past. But tradition is always continue until today, and they have the formula from tradition. Like I said today, they have connection between different art discipline from tradition. About the graffiti, like if the Japanese dancer, they dance really use graffiti way. The step never, very, always on the floor for the balance, like in the doyo and others, like that. So the movement also not really, like in the classical dance, they always move from side to side. It's like a puppet, also flat. So if people see my works, this is from the substantiation of the tradition in my work, like the mask, like the Buddhist or the Hindu belief. If you see mask like my painting or my installation, then you can see the face painted in white colors, like very, as a connection with Asian spirit, because mask is very important. Maybe I don't know, maybe in Africa also.
Yeah, the traditional is it's la base. Like traditional is very, very important.
Yeah, it's very powerful.
I don't know, it's life tradition.
Yeah, sometimes the identity, when people see the works, they can see the spirit, about Indonesian work.
We have the same in Africa.
I think so, yeah. Maybe if people see Chinese art, contemporary art and my work, they can see the different thing, because they have different spirit. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for the thoughtful questions. I think I will end up our sessions with one more question to both of Harry and Abudia about the future direction and advices. What advice would you like, what you give to emerging artists that trying to navigate the complexities of the contemporary art world, especially from non-Western countries?
Say again, the question repeat.
Yes, can you give us an advice to emerging artists?
Okay, yeah. Yes. Okay. Yeah, for emerging artists, Ethan is here, is Noda. When I become famous, I talk to all of the gallery, I'm already time bringing new artists. I say, you can help this, and I take them to me everywhere I'm going. And now you can have some artists like Nyazi, Amambwa, they was young, and when I become famous, I help them to be like me, or maybe more than me. They told me, I think we should help each other. And yeah, and I sometimes when I have money, I buy two from my end, they can have money to do like to live, to pay, to give the gift to the mom. And I have some something called street art. And you remember street art? And it was a thing I put on the place. When the artists finish at the art school, we do street art, collect the money, and give them to have like the first place to work, to live, to buy some canvas. And when I travel, I bring some canvas too. They think they don't have money to buy. This is my part. And I can't do everything, but I do a little bit to make them happy.
Thank you. What about you? Yeah.
Well, to support the new emerging artists, actually, we have to aware that art is not only about artistic in technique, but also in intellectuality. That's why we have intellectual property. So if we have intellectuality in our art, probably the artwork can collect by art museums because they have a content that's important for our, like in our, to develop our quality of human life, and also the philosophy in the aesthetic, because the supremacy of art must be in intellectuality, and the second one in aesthetic, and the third is about artistic, the technique. But many the issue about art is only in artistic way, and I think the new emerging artists or the young artists, I think, have to be, learn many things from literature, and also to see artwork in an important way that has connection between art, society, and also the philosophy in our art.
Thank you, Mas Heri. So much beneficial that we have that today, and let's thank you to both of them. And also kita akan segera mulai ke sesi berikutnya ini. Satu sesi yang buat saya sangat menarik gitu, karena kita menghadirkan dua sosok yang tidak asing lagi bagi ekosistem seni secara umum ya, atau mungkin budaya lah ya. Ada dua hal yang seringkali itu saling bertukar tempat, seni dan budaya. Jadi dua tokoh ini tidak asing untuk kita kita kenali. Tapi walaupun demikian, dua sosok ini yaitu Prof. Bambang Sugiharto dan Dr. Asmo Jojono Irato ini
dimarahin Pak
edited ya, edit dokter. Untuk saya bacakan profilnya. Prof. Dr. Bambang Sugiharto mendapatkan gelar master dan doktoralnya dengan predikat summa cum laude di bidang filsafat dari Universitas San Tommaso, Roma, Italia. Ia menulis berbagai ihwal postmodernisme, persoalan seni kontemporer, kebudayaan dan agama, dan diantaranya adalah buku mengenai seni dan kondisi post-human dalam proses cetak ya. Oh sudah cetak. Kemudian buku Overlapping Territories, Asian Voices and Cultural Exploitation, terbitan Cambridge Scholars Publishing tahun 2011. Untuk apa seni ini banyak dibaca oleh teman-teman mahasiswa Prof. Terbitan Bandung 2013, Humanisme dan Humaniora, terbitan Jala Sutra 2008, Postmodernisme, Tantangan bagi Filsafat, satu buku yang sangat ikonik buat siapapun mempelajari filsafat dan seni saya kira. Artikelnya tentang seni dan sastra tersebar di jurnal internasional maupun media nasional. Prof. Bambang banyak diundang sebagai juri dan kompetisi seni rupa maupun sastra, film dan sastra. Ia pernah menjabat sebagai President of Asia Association of Christian Philosophers 2006-2008, kemudian menjadi Sekjen International Society for Universal Dialogue 2005-2007. Ia adalah fellow pada beberapa circle filsafat di Tokyo, Copenhagen, Washington DC, Hong Kong. Aktif sebagai Dewan Pertimbangan Kuratorial di salah satu senario Art Space Bandung, pendiri dan saat ini menjabat sebagai Ketua Program Studi Humanitas atau dikenal sebagai Integrated Arts yang bernaung di bawah Fakultas Filsafat Universitas Parahyangan. Saat ini ia mengajar di Universitas Katolik Parahyangan, pasca sarjana FSLT ITB, Institut Teknologi Bandung, ISI Yogyakarta, dan UIN Sunan Gunung Jati Bandung. Kemudian yang kedua, profil seorang sosok yang juga sering kita lihat berbagai praktik artistik maupun juga kurasinya, yaitu kandidat Dr. Asmo Jojono Irato, adalah seorang akademisi, seniman, dan kurator ternama yang banyak menyelesaikan pendidikan sarjana dan magisternya di Fakultas Seni Rupa dan Desain ITB Bandung. Saat ini ia mengajar sebagai di ITB. Selain itu juga Asmo juga dikenal sebagai seniman yang banyak melakukan berbagai praktik artistik terbentang mulai dari contemporary craft dengan seni kontemporer, dan kurator yang memiliki kontribusi besar dalam seni rupa dan desain baik Indonesia maupun internasional. Asmojo telah banyak menjabat berbagai posisi penting dalam dunia seni, termasuk pernah menjadi direktur eksekutif dan kurator di Galeri Sumarja Bandung, ED of AFSD Bandung, kemudian kurator di Galeri Nasional, deputi direktur eksekutif di Pusat Budaya Kota Baru Parahyangan. Ia menjadi kurator dan ketua artistik dalam Lost Faces, Akal Tak Sekali Datang, Runding Tak Sekali Tiba di Pavilion Indonesia pada Venice Biennale ke-58. Dan dia juga adalah satu inisiator yang cukup penting pada penyelenggaraan Jakarta Contemporary Ceramic Biennale. Dan juga selain itu juga Asmo juga dikenal dengan karya-karya seni rupanya yang baru-baru juga sedang pamerannya, Mas. Di Selasa Seni Senarai bila teman-teman ingin melihat karyanya, pameran tunggal dia sekaligus menjadi pertanggungjawaban disertasi doktoralnya. Kemudian ada banyak pameran penting yang pernah Asmojo lakukan, mulai dari Kleptosine tahun 2000 di Bandung, Jakarta, dan Jogja, Gap Store tahun 2002 di Cemeti, Jogja. Kemudian Original Sin, kemudian juga dia selain itu juga banyak mengoreksi karya craft, kriya dan khususnya pameran seni kontemporer dari Jakarta dan berbagai kota dan negara di berbagai negara. Dan saya kira tidak bisa saya sebutkan satu demi satu karena begitu banyaknya debut yang Mas Asmojo praktikan dalam dunia seni rupa. Sebagai pengantar itu, dan mungkin karena tema kita adalah berkaitan dengan renewal the evolution of art and changing art world, saya kira sangat berkaitan karena baik Prof. Bambang dan Mas Asmojo ini juga banyak memikirkan, menuliskannya, dan juga banyak juga melakukan praktik terhadap tema kita hari ini. Maka mungkin saya segera saja untuk meminta Prof. Bambang untuk bisa memberikan tanggapan atas berbagai topik yang belakangan ini Prof banyak perupa atau mungkin seniman secara umum banyak mengeksplorasi tentang perubahan yang terjadi di dunia ini, terutama pada isu lingkungan dan seterusnya. Bagaimana itu kemudian bisa direfleksikan ke dalam cara pandang filsafat. Demikian, Prof.
Ya, kalau ditanya dari sudut filsafat, memang ada perubahan juga ya. Jadi bagaimanapun, sekarang saya mesti bilang dulu bahwa seperti halnya sains, sebetulnya semua kelompok etnik dan semua kebudayaan sebenarnya membangun pengetahuannya sendiri ya, yang beda-beda. Tapi ketika mulai menjadi modern, bagaimanapun itu kemudian didominasi oleh pengetahuan yang berkembang di barat, meskipun asalnya bukan di barat, yaitu sains. Sains itu kontribusi segala pihak, banyak pihak sebetulnya sejak sebelum Masehi. Jadi itu bukan sains barat, tapi memang berkembang, terutama sains modern, memang itu berkembang di dunia barat. Dan kemudian itu menjadi begitu dominan, bahkan saudara tertentu seperti menyisihkan pengetahuan-pengetahuan lokal gitu. Nah, filsafat sama juga. Filsafat, setiap kelompok etnik sebetulnya mempunyai filsafatnya sendiri dan membangun filsafatnya sendiri. Tapi bagaimanapun filsafat barat memang menjadi begitu dominan gitu ya. Di dunia seni sama aja. Semua kelompok etnik membangun keseniannya sendiri dan dengan filosofinya sendiri, tapi akhirnya kan seni ala barat juga yang kemudian mendunia itu dan menjadi perspektif yang dominan. Dalam hal filsafat sama. Nah, ya, khususnya kalau dalam hal filsafat, kalau kita bertolak dari filsafat modern, ya, fokusnya itu adalah saya yang berpikir seperti dikatakan oleh filsuf Descartes ya. cogito itu tuh pusatnya gitu ya. I think gitu. I think therefore I am. Saya berpikir, saya gitu, pusatnya itu. Nah itu yang kayak menjadi langgam dasar perkembangan filsafat modern yang terus-menerus berpusat pada diri, pada I, the subject gitu. Nah ketika lingkungan itu akhirnya kita sadari merusak dan bahkan itu menjadi bencana bagi semua orang gitu ya. Filsafat mulai bergeser, pusatnya bukan lagi diri, pelan-pelan keluar dari diri. Awalnya sih bukan I, tapi the other, orang lain yang merupakan pusat. Tapi lama-lama the other-nya itu adalah alam gitu. The other-nya itu alam. Baru belakangan kemudian sekarang ini disadari bahwa saya tuh sebetulnya hanya alam yang menyembul gitu loh. Dan itu diilustrasikan dengan bagus sekali oleh karya-karya Mas Asmunjo di pameran sekarang masih berlangsung ya. Bagaimana manusia itu betul-betul ditampilkan sebagai alam yang menyembul gitu ya, secara visual dan sangat mempesona. Dan itu persis melukiskan situasi cara berpikir filsafat mutakhir sekarang ya, yang akhirnya bukan egologi. Kalau sebelumnya itu filsafat modern itu egologi gitu ya, sekarang menjadi ekologi gitu loh. Pusatnya alam. Kira-kira gitu lah secara besarnya.
Baik, terima kasih Prof. Ini saya kira membuka pemikiran kita ke berikutnya ya, bahwa di diskusi sebelumnya bersama Bodia dan Heridono itu juga kita diingatkan bagaimana yang Prof tadi sampaikan, kebudayaan lokal itu juga menyeruak seiring dengan pemikiran akhir-akhir ini, terutama postmodernisme. Lalu kemudian terkait juga posisi human yang tidak lagi menjadi self-center, yang menjadi cikal bakal dari modernisme, dan kita sekarang diingatkan juga oleh praktik dari Asmunjo lewat pamerannya tentang antroposen ya Mas ya. Dan itu kita mengalami situasi decentering, di mana kita kemudian melihat alam juga menjadi bagian identitas dalam satu siklus. Mungkin Mas juga boleh cerita tentang bagaimana terkait dengan ini, kemudian kita juga lihat bagaimana teknologi juga bisa mendefinisikan seni ya Prof ya, dan juga bisa jadi sebaliknya dalam evolusi seni, dan terkait terutama Mas Asmo dalam praktik kurasi dan juga sebagai praktik artistiknya gitu dalam.
Oke, terima kasih Sujud. Selamat siang kawan-kawan sekalian. Iya tadi Sujud mengutarakan bagaimana evolusi seni ya. Seni kita sekarang udah nggak evolusi ya, udah terfragmentasi, udah sangat implosion dan explosion gitu. Kalau kita ngomong seni ya, mungkin Mas Sujud ini yang akhirnya justru seni yang berkaitan dengan generative art ya, dengan algoritma. Tapi tadi siang tadi atau sebelum kita masih bicara seni yang primordial banget ya, yang dari tradisi, yang kemudian tiba-tiba individunya sangat penting, Heridono-nya sangat penting, Abudianya sangat penting gitu. Terus juga kemudian kita ingat misalnya ada kolektif seni dari Indonesia, Ruang Rupa, yang tiba-tiba diundang ke Kassel, pusatnya seni rupa kontemporer dunia, ngomongin tentang seni kolektif ya, yang kemudian sebetulnya agak menentang karya-karya otonom gitu. Jadi kalau kita ngomong seni rupa kontemporer saat ini, ya bingung banget ya, sebetulnya ya semua boleh, sangat plural, apapun boleh seni gitu. Nah tapi tentu saja bahwa yang kemudian dianggap penting kalau kita ngomong seni rupa kontemporer adalah bagaimana seni itu memberikan refleksi kritis gitu. Nah tentu saja berkaitan dengan yang ditarakan Profesor Bambang tadi adalah kondisi alam ya, kondisi alam, lingkungan, kondisi manusia yang sebetulnya distopia gitu ya, distopia. Teknologi makin maju, tapi kemudian dampak pada alam, kerusakan alam juga luar biasa, yang disebut sebetulnya kita hidup di era antroposen ya, era di mana bumi itu sangat dipengaruhi oleh perilaku manusia yang khususnya menghasilkan polutan dan ekstraksi sumber daya yang berlebihan sehingga bumi kemudian boleh dikatakan rusak. Jadi itu sih. Nah, cuman yang menarik kalau itu menjadi sebuah persoalan, sebetulnya seni rupa dari mulai painting, new media, sampai generative art kayak siapa, graphic Anadol ya, atau siapa, Mario Klingemans itu yang kemudian pakai generative art, ya semua sama aja. Sebenarnya kalau kita hari ini di sini di ArtMoments tentu saja masih banyak sekali karya-karya yang punoknya minta ampun sebetulnya. Sudah dilakukan manusia tua ribuan tahun yang lalu, tapi toh masih ada. Nah, itu yang saya pikir juga menarik dari seni rupa ya, bahwa di satu sisi dia bisa sangat apatisme itu kayak punoknya minta ampun, tapi balik lagi gitu, kerinduan pada hal-hal yang primordial, yang hal-hal yang kemudian personal, human touch. Di satu sisi juga singularitas melawan yang sebetulnya sangat canggih, sangat teknologi gitu. Nah, di seni rupa ya semuanya masih tetap ada. Cuman kalau kita ngomong seni rupa, terpaksa saya akan bilang gini, dampak seni rupa, praktek seni rupa yang mungkin sifatnya kritis atau kritikal itu membangun kesadaran, atau di teman-teman kolektif itu kemudian membuat karya-karya yang berdampak langsung ya. Berdampak langsung artinya bisa aktivis atau punya kepedulian, keterlibatan sosial politik. Ini beda ya di tempat-tempat di mana memang seni rupa dianggap penting dengan seni rupa tidak dianggap penting. Saya merasa di Indonesia seni rupa tidak dianggap penting, baik oleh stakeholdernya, pemerintah, cerdik pandainya, scholarnya, orang-orang kayanya, enggak, sama sekali nggak dianggap penting. Jadi ini problem sebetulnya, bahwa ya senimannya mungkin Heridono bisa aja sejajar sama Abodia sejajar. Cuma saya rasa kalau kita lihat karyanya Abodia itu kan tentang street art ya, street art. Nah, itu juga kemudian satu kebaruan di mana kalau dulu di era modern itu udah pasti street art nggak dianggap. Ada sebuah kebaruan di mana tiba-tiba ada tumpang tindih antara high art dengan street art. Nah, di sana mungkin ada ideologi bagaimana street art itu menjadi hal yang diperjuangkan, walaupun ujung-ujungnya masuk galeri juga kan. Itu juga problem lain ya, sebetulnya ngapain street art masuk galeri, sudah terkooptasi kapital dengan media gitu, kekuatan ideologisnya hilang gitu. Nah, cuman yang saya mau utarakan betapa kemudian rumitnya, kompleksnya seni rupa itu gitu. Dan kalau kita di sini ya ini adalah sebagian di mana seni rupa itu menjadi bagian dari komoditas estetik. Nothing wrong, ada yang salah dengan itu gitu. Cuman yang mungkin sebetulnya problem pada saat sebuah karya menjadi komoditas estetik, sebetulnya dia tidak mengingkari konten atau refleksi kritisnya. Nah, disinilah di Indonesia sebuah karya di sana mungkin karyanya Heridono itu kemudian kita kekurangan aspek-aspek diskursifnya ya. Apa sih istimewanya karya Heridono berkaitan dengan tradisi yang kemudian diambil sebagai sumber? Apa yang kita bisa pelajari tradisi dalam modernitas kita gitu di Indonesia? Karena kita tidak lagi hidup dalam tradisi. Kita hidup dalam sebuah modernitas di mana tradisi bisa saja kontributif. Dan itu sebetulnya narasi atau sisi kritis dari karya-karya Heridono. Tapi toh kita berhadapan dengan karya Heridono ya mungkin hanya sebagai komunitas estetik aja. Ya, jadi banyak sekali problem. Dan kalau tadi Mas Sujud gimana sih perkembangan teknologi, saya nggak tahu apakah di sini ada karya-karya new media, apakah ada karya-karya generative art, saya kurang tahu. Tapi biasanya ada 1-2 sih yang galeri yang menampilkan itu. Ya, terima kasih itu dulu.
Terima kasih Mas Hasmojo. Saya kira ini makin memprovokasi kita gitu ya. Cara pandang yang cukup saya nggak mau bilang nihilistik sih, tapi justru ini men-challenge pemikiran kita ya. Terutama pada hubungan antara seniman sebagai agensi, kemudian tautannya dengan keseluruhan ekosistem. Ini membuat kita terus bisa melihat proof itu atau bukti-bukti itu melalui praktik-praktik artistik yang dilakukan oleh seniman. Sebetulnya dalam pemikiran filsafat itu kan banyak pandangan-pandangan penting dari relationalism, hal-hal seperti itu apakah juga bisa dipertimbangkan bagi pekerja kreatif atau seniman atau kreator, desainer dan so on untuk melihat ide keterkaitan itu yang bersifat relasional daripada bersifat esoterik, misalnya seperti itu.
Ya, pada titik tertentu sebetulnya para filosof dan para seniman ada satu tataran ya, baik dari sudut tradisi maupun dari dunia kemodernan. Mereka adalah orang-orang yang dengan sensibilitasnya mencoba memikirkan kembali apa yang terjadi di sekeliling mereka. Sebenarnya kurang lebih kayak gitu. Hanya jalurnya kalau para filosof itu tentu dengan melalui pewacanaan dan konsep, sementara para seniman, entah itu novelis, entah itu painters, itu melalui imaji gitu ya, bisa imaji rupa, imaji kata verbal, imaji gerak tarian, imaji bunyi dalam musik. Tapi pada dasarnya baik seniman maupun filosof itu perenung ya, dan dari sudut itu ya pada level tradisi pun gitu, mereka bukan tarian-tarian itu bagaimanapun tidak hanya untuk kesenangan, meskipun pengalaman estetik memang selalu mengandung kesenangan, tapi selalu ada sisi reflektifnya. Hanya di dunia barat itu kemudian digenjot ya, dunia barat modern, sisi reflektif dan kontemplatif itu digenjot sampai ke level memperkarakan bentuk format sedemikian, bagaimana si bentuk itu di otak-atik diperdalam terus-menerus gitu, sampai kalau dalam sinema jadi begitu abstrak, dan ujung-ujungnya sebetulnya di akhir abad 20 dari seluruh proses dari seluruh proses yang Anda tadi sebut evolusi dalam pemikiran Barat, ujung-ujungnya kembali ke memperkarakan. Jadi dunia tari, dunia lukis memperkarakan ulang, melukis itu akhirnya apa sih gitu, menari itu akhirnya apa, membuat karya sastra itu akhirnya apa itu sastra dan segala macam itu. Dan pada titik itu dia akhir abad 20 mulainya, dan sekarang kita sedang berlangsung di awal abad 21, segala bentuk kesenian ditarik kembali ke level yang sangat esensial, dan pada titik itu menjadi sangat filosofis kembali. Jadi akhirnya apa gitu, melukis seni rupa, misalnya dipersoalkan seni rupa. Kenapa seluruh kebudayaan kita cenderung okular sentris, kenapa berpatokan pada dominasi mata gitu ya? Karena mesti melihat terus gitu kan ya. Kenapa sisi auditoris kok menjadi dianaktirikan gitu misalnya gitu kan. Nah itu semua kemudian dipersoalkan, dan sebenarnya postmodernisme itu gitu ya, itu mempertanyakan ulang kerangka-kerangka berpikir, asumsi-asumsi dasar modern, dalam arti itu kurang lebih.
Ya, terima kasih Prof. Ini sangat menarik sekali ya kaitannya dengan refleksi kita sesuai dengan tema mengenai evolution art dan bagaimana dunia yang berubah sekarang ini. Dan saya kira lewat berbagai karya-karya Mas Hasbut juga, misalnya pernah saya lihat itu di Sign sampai dengan yang sekarang itu penuh gugatan saya kira pada prinsip-prinsip atau asumsi dasar dari disampaikan oleh Prof. Bambang mengenai seni itu sendiri. Dan sampai sekarang kayaknya Mas Hasbut terus-menerus mempromosikan gagasan seni kontemporer gitu, yang mencairkan batas definisi rendah, kemudian juga pertanyaan mengenai barat dan timur dan seterusnya. Saya ingin mengingatkan bagaimana sih mungkin kalau kita percaya bahwa ada peran dan fungsi seni di dalam dunia yang berubah ini, sebenarnya ada nggak Mas?
Tentu saja sebagai pelaku seni, saya merasa bahwa seni itu bisa satu praktek kebudayaan yang kontributif ya. Cuma lagi-lagi saya kurang percaya kalau itu bisa berlaku di Indonesia gitu. Karena saya sebutnya habitat kita atau habitus kebiasaan kita atau dasarnya itu nggak ada gitu. Itu kan berkaitan dengan modernitas ya. Modernitas kita itu tentu saja adopsi dari modernitas Barat dalam segala hal yang banyak kekurangannya gitu. Kecuali kalau kita ngomong konsumsi ya, saya selalu mencontohkan contohnya gedung ini, di setiap intersection di Indonesia itu pasti ada mall, tapi nggak ada museum. Itu kan ada gambaran bahwa modernitas Indonesia itu modernitas yang sifatnya rudimentary gitu, apa sih, nggak canggih gitu. Susah banget cari museum gitu. Nah kalau kita ngomong seni rupa kontemporer, dia kan punya kemungkinan sebagai satu komponen komponen kebudayaan di mana dihasilkan oleh seniman-seniman yang punya statement, punya kreativitas, punya imajinasi, merefleksikan satu kondisi terakhir gitu. Katakanlah kalau kita ngomong kondisi dunia ya. Nah itu kalau kita lihat sebetulnya mudah dilihat bahwa seniman-seniman otonom itu memang hadir di kaum elit. Dan itu bagus, saya selalu merasa bahwa ini kita butuh kesenian untuk kaum elit. Siapa kaum elit? Kaum elit itu yang kemudian akan menghela kita pada kemajuan. Kaum elit kita memilih banget nih, mau disebut pemimpin, politik, cerdik pandainya, ilmuwannya, kalah semua. Nah ini butuh seni sebetulnya. Jadi seni elitis itu dibutuhkan. Nah tapi di sisi lain tentu saja seni elitis ini nggak akan pernah bisa merubah, tapi bisa merubah kecanggihan para pemimpinnya, cara berpikirnya, sofistikasi berpikirnya, melihat persoalan secara imajinatif, kreatif dan seterusnya. Artinya butuh nih seni. Tapi asumsi itu asumsi yang sebetulnya berlaku di negara-negara maju, tidak berlaku di Indonesia karena nggak ada kesepakatan. Kalau ada kesepakatan, saya yakin akan ada banyak museum di kota saya di Bandung, museum seni rupa. Nah tapi di sisi lain yang namanya kapitalisme global itu berjalan terus. Salah satu variabel untuk kapitalisme global itu yang karya seni. Saya katakan sekali lagi tidak ada problem dengan itu. Saya lebih senang kalau kemudian orang-orang kaya itu mengkoleksi seni, selain tentu saja mengkoleksi consumer goods yang harganya mahal ya. Karena apa? Karena kalau mengkoleksi seni artinya dia mencanggihkan dirinya, kan gitu. Tapi saya nggak percaya. Saya tuh pameran dulu pertama dengan Pletosine. Itu satu tanda bahwa yang ada tuh yang namanya kebaruan. Semua seniman mencuri. Semua seniman. Nah, seniman yang baik itu memang mencuri gagasan dari seniman yang sebelumnya, diperbaharui kemudian atau disubversi dan seterusnya. Unoriginality itu sebetulnya juga saya nggak percaya seniman ya. Seniman itu kan selalu merasa hero. Saya, ya gimana kamu bisa hero? Orang kamu aja nggak disepakati penting kok di Indonesia. Bagaimana mungkin kamu merasa diri kamu penting? Kalau nggak ada kesepakatannya sebetulnya kamu nggak pernah dibuatin museum, kamu nggak pernah dibuatin saluran, terus kamu merasa penting, nggak masuk akal. Nah, paling masuk akal jadi seniman adalah meletakkan praktek seni sebagai profesi. Boleh kan? Apapun boleh sebagai profesi, kenapa enggak? Artinya seniman menjadi kaya boleh-boleh aja, no problem. Dan itu yang kemudian terjadi adalah kompetisi di antara seniman-seniman untuk meletakkan prakteknya sebagai sebuah profesi. Nggak ada problem, sama dengan disiplin lain, dokter, ilmuwan, insinyur kan juga gitu. Nah cuman tadi sebetulnya kelengkapan bahwa dia bisa memberikan kontribusi kritis terhadap kaum elit kalau kita ngomong karya-karya otonom, atau problem solving kalau kita ngomong karya-karya kolektif. Tapi ini dua-duanya nggak beroperasi nih. Yang kolektif seni memang banyak kolektif seni, tapi saya rasa juga kurang kontributif kalau mau dikatakan bahwa dia bisa memberikan perubahan langsung ya kan. Kalau kita baca bukunya Glenn Kester, kolektif itu problem solving, estetik digantikan etik gitu. Jadi kemudian dia ke bawah buat problem solving. Tapi saya rasa dua-duanya nggak beroperasi. Nah, ketiga, kalau karya itu kemudian misalnya bisa memberikan satu refleksi kritis, katakanlah karya saya bicara tentang antroposin. Sebetulnya ada pendekatan yang sangat konvensional. Saya bilang karya saya kuno banget, buat arca doang, buat arca, buat patung. Cuman artinya karya saya sadari masih tetap dalam kerangka kekuatan estetik. Tapi itu pun sebetulnya nggak berdampak kalau saya ngomong tentang persoalan antroposin, adalah bagaimana kesadaran itu men-trigger society, publik, cerdik pandai yang lain gitu. Kalau enggak ini hanya berhenti sebagai konstruksi estetik, ya berhenti aja di situ. Nah itu yang mungkin sering terjadi ya di sini dan saya nggak tahu ya, ini sebetulnya bisa aja nanti dikaitkan dengan Anda kan dosen, saya dosen. Terus pendidikan tinggi itu gimana nih lihat situasi seperti itu gitu. Itu sih Mas.
Saya ingin explore tentang imaji yang dibilang sama Prof tadi, saat tadi disampaikan oleh Asmojo ya. Ini saya hubungkan dengan peran dan tugas seni di hari ini dan di tengah dunia yang berubah atau changing world. Itu apa kekuatan sebetulnya bisa diharapkan dari seni itu sendiri, Prof? Artinya kekuatan metafornya yang kita itu sebetulnya punya problem dengan kekuatan mass media. Artinya kalau kita bicara simbol yang disirkulasi oleh mass media ini begitu cepat dikonsumsi lewat artinya sosial media dan seterusnya. Di mana peran refleksi untuk kita bisa menghayati seni ya, untuk bisa terus membangun kesadaran tadi yang disampaikan oleh Mas Asmojo. Apakah memang ini memang situasi konkret sekarang ketika teknologi media itu sudah sedemikian canggih dan juga munculnya realitas perimbun melalui augmented reality misalnya, atau virtual realita, realitas virtual, itu semua fungsi-fungsi komunikasi yang dalam bentuk yang canggih sekali sekarang. Nah, pertanyaan saya lalu karya seni dengan kekuatan metafor yang dulu pernah ada di era avant-garde ya Mas Asmojo, itu apakah bisa itu kita masih harapkan dari sekarang?
Bisa aja, saya tuh meyakini begini ya. Meskipun memang bahkan di dunia barat sendiri seni modern dianggap sudah selesai gitu ya. Arthur Danto bilang the end of art dan sebagainya. Tapi saya kira tidak pernah the end dalam arti itu. Seni yang elitis tetap berjalan. Orang kayak Mas Asmojo masih berkarya gitu.
Walaupun nggak ada gunanya.
Meskipun nggak ada gunanya. Ya, Mas Heridono baik-baik saja. Tapi artinya para seniman yang elitis itu masih jalan dan bagi masyarakat yang memang paham posisi seni seperti itu, yang memang di Indonesia belum sangat menyebar luas bagaimanapun itu elitis ya. Tapi bagi para elitis itu ya at least membuka kesadaran gitu ya. Nah, tapi yang saya mau bilang adalah justru ketika sekarang seni, meskipun seni dalam arti yang elitis itu sudah dianggap berakhir, tapi dalam kenyataannya seni menjadi bahasa setiap orang sekarang melalui media, mass media gitu ya, sosial media. Justru setiap orang sekarang pengen menampilkan dirinya dan dengan disadari atau tidak mereka mensenikan segala pengalaman dan pendapat mereka gitu. Justru bukan the end of art, everything is art sih sebenarnya sekarang itu gitu. Kalau dilihat dari sudut itu. Nah, kalau dilihat dari sudut masa yang kayak gitu, sekurang-kurangnya seni mungkin bukan dalam arti perenungan tinggi mendalam filosofis, tapi masih bernilai dalam artian orang makin menyadari bahwa segala yang terjadi ini layak ditarik ke level pribadi, seni dalam arti itu. Seni dalam arti persepsi pribadi itu boleh dong diungkapkan gitu ya. Dan ini salah satu yang sangat menarik untuk terutama untuk masyarakat yang kurang lebih masih tradisional di Indonesia. Karena dalam masyarakat tradisi dulu sekurang-kurangnya ada atmosfer bahwa yang kolektif yang disetujui, yang demi harmoni dan sebagainya itu kita tidak bisa langsung mengungkapkan diri gitu. Nah, tapi sekarang melalui sosial media baguslah setiap orang kemudian seperti bisa bereaksi gitu. Bisa bereaksi dan mengungkapkan pendapatnya pribadi, entah dalam bentuk komentar, dalam bentuk foto yang dia unggah dan sebagainya. Seni dalam arti upaya membetot segala peristiwa ke level pribadi, tapi sekaligus juga mengungkapkan dengan bebas ya dan imajinatif pribadi gitu. Dalam arti itu lumayan lah gitu dan seni ya masih ada gunanya di situ, tapi memang dalam arti yang sebutlah populis, dalam arti itu ya ada perannya. Di situ benar-benar everything is art sekarang. Dan sebenarnya para pemikir juga menyebut sebenarnya paradigma hari ini justru adalah estetika dalam arti yang luas gitu. Kalau DP 18 itu mekanika, semua dianggap dan dipahami sebagai mesin. Terus DP 19 itu semua dipahami sebagai secara organis ya, organik. Semua kayak makhluk gitu. Bahkan bumi ini pun makhluk gitu tertentu, gaya disebutnya kan gitu. Sekarang tuh paradigma utama justru estetik. Jadi bukan mekanik, organik, tapi estetik sebenarnya. Sekarang semua orang melihat segala sesuatu memang sebagai karya cipta, bikin-bikinan kita aja sih, gitu ya. Itu aspirasi manusia aja. Itu mungkin menggoncangkan karena memang atmosfer relativistik sekarang dan konstruktivistik menjadi begitu dominan. Tapi bagaimana mau menyangkal itu? Kan memang seluruh peradaban kita bikinan kita sendiri sih sebenarnya, gitu ya. Itu sebenarnya.
Ya, saya kira ini sudah cukup banyak yang kita dapat ya. Mungkin saya mempersilakan, mungkin ada yang mau menyampaikan, bertanya, menyampaikan pendapat. Saya yang kedua ya. Saya ingin mulai dulu dari Mas yang. Ayo, silakan.
Selamat siang. Terima kasih atas kesempatannya. Nama saya Adi Palesangi dari Universitas Prasetya Mulia, sama Mas Sujud satu grup di Kalam Roh Baikuni. Saat ini saya lagi belajar S3 di kajian pariwisata UGM, dan saya lagi mengkaji topik terkait dengan pariwisata seni. Sebenarnya ini bagian dari pengembangan pariwisata budaya, cuma lebih dispesifikkan untuk pariwisata seni. Dan hal yang menarik adalah karakteristik dari pariwisata seni itu adalah di estetika, karena bagaimana sebuah peristiwa seni itu bisa mendrive orang untuk melakukan perjalanan. Dan fenomena ini kita lihat sangat kental sekali setelah ada misalnya seperti art job yang peristiwa tahunan, dan kemudian direspon oleh beberapa bagian atau beberapa pihak, seperti misalnya antropologi yang bikin trip sana seni, dan bukan hanya berkunjung ke art job, kemudian menyediakan beberapa destinasi atau titik-titik itinerary tertentu, sehingga terjadi ada perjalanan seni seperti itu. Nah, menarik buku Prof. Bambang yang Seni dan Posthuman. Di situ Prof. bercerita tentang estetika nomadik. Nah, kemudian nanti dengan Pak Asmujo juga, karena sebagai kurator nih, saya jadi tertarik juga. Saya mau minta pendapat Bapak berdua terkait dengan ada hal yang menarik, karena dari Mbak Farawardani di satu liputan di Kompas, di mana di tulisan itu bercerita tentang lebaran seni di Jogja. Kemudian Kompas itu mengutip pandangan Mbak Farawardani itu yang mengatakan bahwa kalau dulu ada istilah pasar wacana dan wacana pasar, nah sekarang katanya karena peristiwa-peristiwa seni itu juga ternyata juga jadi bagian dari rekreasi gitu. Bahkan kalau kita tarik lebih luas lagi, bisa mendrive orang untuk melakukan perjalanan untuk menikmati seni. Maka ada istilah baru wahana gitu ya. Jadi selain wacana juga ada wahana gitu. Nah, saya pengen dapat pandangan dari Pak Smojo gitu ya, terkait dengan fenomena orang berwisata seni ini gitu. Menurut Pak Smojo gimana, dan Prof. Bambang juga seperti itu. Saya minta pandangan. Terima kasih.
Baik, terima kasih. Mungkin segera langsung aja saya ke Pak Asmudi dulu.
Iya, terima kasih. Ya, tentu saja seperti diutarakan Pak Bambang tadi, seni itu kan bisa even fine art atau seni rupa kontemporer bisa jadi entertainment ya, bisa menjadi hiburan, bisa menjadi kesenangan. Tadi kan kalau ya kita pemoma kan senang ya, siapapun senang, anak kecil pun senang karena memang kemudian tampilannya bagus dan ada edukasi publiknya gitu. Jadi nggak harus sampai aspek diskursif gitu, sampai wacananya ya kita ke National Gallery Singapura atau ya ke Galeri Nasional Indonesia lah. Nah cuman itu kan gini, kalau kemudian kita bicara modern culture, bahwa datang ke museum itu belum jadi kebiasaan orang Indonesia, itu satu. Bayangin aja Bilbao itu kota mati, pelabuhan mati. Begitu dibangun museum Guggenheim Bilbao itu jadi kota itu hidup banget, bisa kemudian bahkan mengenerate ekonomi. Saya nggak tahu ya, mungkin nggak itu di Indonesia gitu. Jadi itu kebiasaan yang kemudian memang tidak dihidupkan di bangku-bangku sekolah ya, kecintaan pada museum. Dan kalau kita ngomong, tentu saja museum yang paling dapat sorotan itu museum seni rupa kontemporer, karena dia merefleksikan segala hal tentang kita hari ini gitu, bukan yang masa lalu ya, arti tentang segala hal tentang kita masa kini itu kan, untuk kemudian antisipasi ke depan gitu, untuk refleksi kritis. Jadi sebuah karya, katakanlah karya Heridono itu bisa mengakomodasikan banyak hal. Dia sebagai kemudian variabel kunjungan misalnya, jadi kalau dia menjadi bagian dari art jok misalnya ya, dia bisa menjadi investasi, tapi juga dia bisa men-trigger tentang aspek diskursif, perbincangan kita tentang identitas, originalitas, dan refleksinya, bagaimana ada sebuah karya mengawinkan tentang sumber-sumber tradisi, misalnya wayang, atau kearifan tradisi dengan situasi modernitas kita hari ini. Jadi sebuah karya itu bisa mengakomodasikan banyak hal gitu. Nah kelengkapannya nggak ada di Indonesia gitu loh. Kalau kemudian art jok itu dikatakan sebagai lebaran seni, saya setuju. Jadi Jogja itu memang kemudian menariknya menurut saya karena dia kota kecil. Secara sejarah, Sanggar, terus kemudian anak asli itu dikenali banget oleh publik Jogja ya. Beda sama anak ITB, seni rupa ITB nggak ada yang kenal mungkin, taunya desain gitu. Jadi terus kemudian relasi antara UGM dengan ISI. Nah terus kemudian momentum kegiatan dari mulai FKY, terus dulu Jogja Art Fair, sekarang jadi Art Jok, lalu Biennale Jogja, lalu begitu banyak galeri, itu kemudian sebetulnya menjawab. Kalau di Jakarta ini kan macet segala macam ya. Di sana itu kemudian yang terjadi, mungkin nggak banyak kolektor di Jogja, tapi kolektor kota lain datang. Begitu art jok saya akan datang, murid-murid saya akan datang, seniman-seniman akan datang. Demikian juga dari Jakarta, mungkin dari Surabaya, mungkin dari Semarang, mungkin dari Bali. Itulah momentum yang kemudian dimiliki Jogja yang nggak bisa dikompet sama kota lain. Susahnya minta ampun. Nah kita lagi mau nih promosi ya, kita lagi mau buat percobaan di Surabaya. Kita mau buat yang namanya art subs di Surabaya, kayak model art jok, dengan jumlah seniman banyak sekali, 140. Kita nggak tahu ini, ya kita pengennya ini berhasil, karena di Surabaya itu kota metropolitan nomor 2 paling besar. Banyak orang beradanya, ada yang namanya HNWI, High Net Worth Individual, itu miliuner, itu sebetulnya jadi kolektor harusnya. Cuma kan mereka di Surabaya masih hobinya koleksi mobil, koleksi jam tangan yang mahal-mahal. Kita pengen mereka diversify, koleksi karya seni. Nah pada saat kita buat pameran, yang kolektor ya koleksi aja, mungkin untuk investasi. Tapi yang lain, ya nonton gitu loh, nonton pameran ala, ya kita sebutnya ala art jok, tapi di Surabaya misalnya. Itu kan membagi juga pusat ya, jangan hanya di Jogja gitu. Nah saya nggak tahu ini percobaan, tapi gini, yang jadi problem selalu kemudian pemerintah tuh nggak pernah mau kasih contoh yang baik gitu. Dan pajak rakyat seberapa sih sebetulnya? RAPBN kita gedenya minta ampun ya. Itu hampir nggak disisain untuk kemudian kegiatan kesenian gitu. Hampir nggak ada sisanya gitu loh. Kalau coba deh lihat, cuman Jogja, dan mohon maaf ya, Jogja itu semua juga kemudian sebagian besar inisiatif swasta ya, Pemat atau galeri-galeri komersil. Walaupun Jogja beruntung punya dana istimewa ya, dana istimewa sebagian ke situ gitu, hanya Jogja yang punya gitu. Nah cuman ya itu tadi menarik bahwa kemudian kenapa sih kok pemerintah itu nggak mau bangun museum dan yang baik gitu loh. Yang kita ributin sekarang kan Galeri Nasional terakhir itu ya. Ini salah satu tokoh kurator Galeri Nasional. Ini Galeri Nasional Indonesia itu bikin malu aja gitu loh. Yang namanya Galeri Nasional itu kan apa ya, rumah halaman depan kita tentang kebudayaan dan kesenian. Ada buku namanya The Making of Nation, itu adalah National Gallery. Saya nggak tahu kita kalau lihat galeri nasional kita, misalnya di Vietnam aja rasanya kalah gitu. Tanda sebuah kota berbudaya itu kalau supir taksinya tahu di mana National Gallery. Naik taksi tanya National Gallery, nggak ada yang tahu supir taksi karena emang nggak penting. Tapi begitu kita di London, di Canberra atau dimanapun di negara lain, itu di Korea mungkin ke National Gallery, semua supir taksi pasti tahu. Nah jadi tadi keinginan menjadikan dia sebagai apa ya, sebagai bagaimana praktek seni itu di Jogja berhasil, saya nggak tahu di kota lain.
Iya, memang atmosfernya sekarang tuh jalan-jalan terus selfie-selfie dan sebagainya. Sehingga ya bagus aja sih sebenarnya. Ketika seni tampil sebagai eksotika gitu dan satu sarana untuk memamerkan diri sekaligus melalui hal-hal yang aneh gitu, akan selalu menarik sih dan memang saya berharap saja bahwa itu awalan gitu untuk membuka kesadaran masyarakat tentang pentingnya seni, bukan hanya anehnya, bukan hanya menyenangkannya, tapi di situ pelan-pelan saya kira betapapun anehnya karya seni, orang bisa sedikit mengintip ke batin para seniman itu gitu loh, atau sekurang-kurangnya melihat isu yang dipersoalkan oleh para seniman itu lama-lama gitu. Jadi itu juga ada edukatifnya menurut saya, oke sih gitu ya. Itu aja.
Baik, mudah-mudahan bisa terelaborasi ya Mas ya. Saya langsung ke penanya yang berikutnya. Saya kenal.
Terima kasih. Saya ucapkan selamat kepada Mas Wujud yang pertama yang sudah bisa menyelenggarakan sebuah event diskusi ya. Dan saya melihat di sana ada media partnernya Art Asia Pacific, bagus. Jadi semacam kayak majalah seni yang berbobot ya, berkualitas untuk perkembangan diskursif di sebuah art fair selama. Dan juga langsung saja Mas Wujud, saya ingin menyampaikan pandangan-pandangan dari Prof. Bambang maupun Mas Asmujo. Kebetulan yang di depan saya ini akademisi semua. Jadinya betulnya cara berpikir, kemudian bertindak dan sebagainya, memproduksi pandangan-pandangan tentang art, paradigma mereka dan sebagainya selalu tertata dengan metodologi ilmiah. Nah, pertanyaan saya pertama adalah kepada Prof. Bambang. Prof, Anda katakan tadi pada waktu penyampaian statement Anda pertama tentang ekologi dalam pengertian cogito, gitu ini. Yang keduanya adalah ekologi, pengertiannya adalah alam semesta ya, atau universe di luar diri manusia. Nah, ketika kita misalkan statement dari Arthur Danto atau Anda sebut sebagai berakhirnya yang esensial atau kembalinya sebagai apa yang disebut di topik ini adalah pembaruan ke evolusi dari seni di dalam sebuah dunia yang berubah. Dengan demikian kita mencari akar-akar kembali apa itu seni, begitu ya. Dengan munculnya seni kontemporer dan sebagainya, kadang Anda sebutkan sebagai everything is art, art is everything. Pertanyaan saya, yang disebut seni itu tidak bisakah diproduksi selain manusia, yakni alam? Apakah itu bisa disebut sebagai produk kesenian? Karena kalau kita mencermati juga ada satu seniman di Indonesia ya, dan mungkin masih jarang di dunia, namanya Mas Teguh Ostendrik. Dalam pengertian dia memproduksi awal patung bawah laut, dalam pengertian konsepnya, imajinasinya tentang bagaimana sebuah karya seni bisa memproduksi oksigen pada akhirnya ketika dia muncul sebagai artificial reef di dalam laut. Dengan demikian bertemunya alam semesta dalam arti adalah alam, yakni alam laut, ikan, kemudian ada kerang, ada apa Mas Sujud namanya itu?
artificial reef itu keren ya, terumbu karang dan sebagainya, sehingga memunculkan oksigen yang dibutuhkan oleh planet kita. Dan itu tentunya berdekatan dengan isu-isu antroposen dan sebagainya. Nah, pertanyaan mendasarnya, esensinya adalah apakah seni itu diproduksi hanya oleh manusia dan disebut sebagai seni hari ini? Kemudian pada Mas Asmujo tentunya perputaran tentang apa itu yang elitis dan tidak elitis di dalam seni tentu sangat krusial, bahwa dihubungkan dengan persoalan tidak hanya tentang seni sebagai pleaser, sebagai eksotika, sebagai tempat untuk kontemplasi dan kritikal. Mungkin seni mendapatkan peran yang utama di sektor elit ketika membuat keputusan-keputusan bagi orang banyak. Bagaimana elit-elit, entah itu politik, entah kebijakan negara dan sebagainya, memulai untuk berhubungan dengan profesi yang namanya seniman, untuk berimajinasi sama-sama apa yang dilakukan oleh Mas Teguh Wastandri. Mas Teguh Wastandri itu adalah, saya pikir sekarang adalah profil yang paling ideal, Prof. Bambang dan juga Mas Asmujo dan Mas Ujo, karena dia bisa menciptakan apa yang disebut sebagai genuine world, bukan di metaverse seperti apa generate art itu, tetapi dia langsung dalam pengertian isu-isu antroposen itu mungkin ya. Mohon responnya dari Prof. Bambang atau Mas Ujud ya, yang tentunya menekuni dunia generatif art yang berhubungan dengan algoritma dan sebagainya, dan juga Mas Asmujo. Terima kasih. Terima kasih Pak Mas Bambang. Saya kira ini udah sesi menjelang akhir. Masih sebentar lagi. Baik, saya mempersilahkan langsung ke Prof. Bambang dulu berkenan terkait dengan, saya kira yang tadi sudah di-highlight sama Prof tentang egologi dan ekologi.
Ya, ya memang seni itu sendiri dipahami sebagai apa itu kan mulur-mungker dan konotasinya banyak sekali gitu. Kalau dikaitkan dengan bukan kontemplasi tapi dengan kreativitas, maka seluruh alam semesta sebetulnya, bahkan sosok atau apa yang super kreatif gitu kan ya, bahkan kreativitas manusia adalah bagian dari kreativitas alam sebenarnya. Kalau dilihat dari sudut situ, seluruh kehidupan, seluruh alam semesta adalah karya seni gitu. Makhluk-makhluk adalah karya seni. Dan yang dilakukan oleh Mas Teguh, ya bagus saja, seperti perasaan tanggung jawab sudah sebagai manusia yang merusak alam terus dia membantu menumbuhkan kembali gitu ya lewat terumbu karang. Ya itu juga banyak sih seniman yang sekarang seperti menanggung tanggung jawab umat manusia gitu ya, untuk membantu alam tumbuh kembali. Salah satu yang Mas Teguh. Ya oke. Tapi seluruh alam semesta adalah proses kreasi yang tak berkesudahan sebenarnya. Dalam arti itu, super work of art sih. Kehidupan kita. Bagaimana si sel-sel membelah diri, lantas menata diri menjadi jantung, menjadi paru-paru, menjadi apa? Apa itu bukan karya seni yang gila gitu kan ya? Terus kita jadi bisa ngomong, kita jadi bisa mencipta. Itu karya seni yang edan sekali gitu ya. Dan kita bisa bikin kayak gitu. Terima kasih.
Baik, langsung ke Mas Asmujo.
Apa sih pertanyaan Bang? Lu nanya apa tadi? Iya, mulai dari ini ya. Kalau kan tergantung. Kalau estetika itu kan misalnya awalnya ya segala macam keindahan ya, termasuk keindahan yang dibuat Tuhan gitu. Alam semesta ini kan juga estetik. Tapi kan lama-lama estetik itu diborong sama fine art ya. Artinya bahwa kemudian itu artefak atau sesuatu yang kemudian ditetapkan oleh seniman. Nah kalau udah kemudian apa yang ditetapkan oleh seniman, dia bisa apa aja, dia bisa ngaku Gunung Semeru itu ya sebagai sebuah karya yang bisa aja jadi ready made-nya dia gitu. Jadi nggak ada batas soal itu. Atau karya-karya Richard Long kan cuma batu aja ditumpuk-tumpuk. Richard Long itu cuma batu ditumpuk-tumpuk atau dia jalan bolak-balik, ada jalan setapak. Udah pasti kalau nggak ada alam ya nggak bisa. Itu diakui sebagai karya dia gitu. Terus ada juga yang ya kita lihat kalau Duchamp ya ready made, yang buatan manusia yang tidak diintensikan sebagai seni ya diakui sebagai seni gitu. Yang jadi perkara kan sebetulnya sejauh mana kemudian apapun yang dilakukan oleh seniman, karena seniman ini kan gini, seniman Indonesia itu belajar di perguruan tinggi, benchmarknya itu seniman dunia gitu. Jadi banyak karya-karya tugas akhir itu bagus, tapi nggak sampai mana-mana karena dia bukan lukisan. Karya-karya tugas akhir itu banyak yang berhenti di tugas akhir karena salurannya mau kemana karya-karya itu gitu. Nah itu jadi sebetulnya di situ kalau tadi Prof Bambang bilang misalnya di museum itu selalu ada edukasi publik. Ini mengenai apa sih karya ini? Ada lagi yang namanya kalau di museum itu aspek diskursifnya kurator bicara terhadap kurator lain gitu. Nah itu semua nggak ada di Indonesia gitu loh. Yang ada adalah kemudian aspek di mana karya seni itu difahami secara agak common sense-nya itu ya lukisan karya seni gitu. Kalau ada kemudian sesuatu ready made karya seni itu masih menimbulkan pertanyaan gitu. Nah itu kan kemudian menyebabkan ada jarak antara seniman yang belajar di perguruan tinggi yang kemudian menyerap ilmu-ilmu mutakhir, tapi risikonya besar banget seniman-seniman perguruan tinggi. Begitu dia buat karya, sebagian besar mungkin publik juga nggak bisa kemudian mengapresiasi atau memahaminya gitu. Nah ini menjelaskan kenapa di era digital luar biasa studio seni lukis itu tetap paling banyak mahasiswanya, studio drawing. Ya karena kemudian tadi tiba-tiba bisa aja manusia justru di era digital ini, di era NFT, di era generative art, tiba-tiba ya kita masih afatism tadi ya, pada hal-hal yang udah dibuat mungkin ribuan tahun yang lalu gitu. Nah terus kedua saya pikir bukan soal estetik dengan alam tadi itu, cuman yang juga kurang sebetulnya kan kolaborasi antara seniman, saintis, sama insinyur ya. Di ITB itu saya pengajar di jurusan fine art, tapi saya hampir nggak lihat ada upaya-upaya untuk kolaborasi. Upaya kolaborasi antara sains dengan seniman itu sangat bagus sebetulnya, men-trigger sains yang biasanya pakai kacamata kuda untuk kemudian lebih bisa punya imajinasi dan kreativitas. Tapi itu jarang dilakukan. Dan kalau di barat atau di negara maju itu hal-hal yang kemudian justru di-trigger gitu. Nah, terakhir berkaitan dengan kemudian soal eco art ya, ekologi art atau eco art ini pentingnya minta ampun. Cuman siapa yang buat eco art itu nggak murah gitu loh. Buat eco art itu artinya ada kemudian kesadaran support sistem dari kemudian perusahaan besar, dari filantropi, dari CSR, kan nggak ada kayak gitu. Akhirnya kemudian hal-hal yang sebetulnya bisa ideal itu susah dilakukan di Indonesia. Nah yang mungkin paling mudah ya menampilkan karya-karya yang ya seperti biasanya diterima sebagai karya seni. Seperti biasanya sebagai karya seni, artinya dia tidak men-trigger, tidak men-challenge publik gitu loh, tidak men-challenge pemimpin politik atau para ilmuwan. Nah ini yang kemudian kontribusi seni rupa kontemporer yang sebetulnya bisa apapun itu tinggal terjadi gitu di Indonesia. Artinya apa? Kontribusi seni kontemporer itu kurang karena kemudian publiknya sendiri nggak mau support gitu loh, nggak mau support agar si praktek seni rupa kontemporer ini bisa kontributif gitu loh. Ini problem utama sih yang saya rasakan ya sebagai pengajar seni rupa. Terima kasih.
Ya baik. Saya kira kita sudah petik banyak hal ya dari perbincangan yang tujuannya memang untuk semakin meluaskan pemahaman saya kira, dan kita sekali lagi beruntung karena ada pendekatan filosofis dari Prof Bambang dan juga dari pendekatan sangat praktis dan juga sangat reflektif dari Mas Asmojo untuk melihat ulang perjalanan seni atau evolusi seni itu dan di tengah dunia yang berubah gitu ya. Saya kira wajar untuk kita percakapkan. Dan ada banyak cara kita untuk menikmati seni, saya kira selain juga lewat bentuk diskursus seperti ini, yang lain juga yang saya kira juga penting, saya kira adalah menikmatinya itu sendiri. Jadi ini saya percaya seni itu juga satu bentuk komunikasi nonverbal. Jadi jauh lebih kaya barangkali dari yang kita percakapan. Dan untuk itu kita terus melihat seni itu sesuatu yang terus bagi saya setidaknya bisa menarik dan akan terus diharapkan bagi banyak di tengah banyak kebutuhan dan barangkali juga kemacetan antar disiplin yang terjadi bahkan di wilayah akademis ya Mas Mujo. Ini banyak PR dan tapi waktunya juga sangat terbatas dan kita berakhir sampai di sini. Saya minta aplaus dari semuanya untuk program. Terima kasih waktunya.
Terima kasih moderator langsung juga.
Hello everyone, I'm Fisha Kawilaram. Thank you so much for joining us in this talk on the joys and risks of collecting art today. I would like to introduce you to our speakers. Pak Wihyu, please come up. Okay, so let's start our talk today by beginning with our first question to our most experienced art collector, Pak Wihyu. With your experience, Pak, may you please start by letting us know what brings you joy in art and what are the risks to art collecting involved?
Oh yeah. Hi. Good afternoon. Thank you for coming to this talk. Silakan ya. So I have prepared a couple of slides to show you. Mau bahasa Indonesia kali yang nggak ada orang asing.
Om Yu, aku nggak bisa bahasa Inggris.
Should we do Indonesian or should we?
I think everybody here can speak
Indonesia ya. Oke, saya udah mempersiapkan beberapa slide supaya lebih visual. Jadi saya salah satu karya yang saya koleksi adalah karya Teguh Oostenrijk yang bisa dilihat di belakang, judulnya House of Eel. Karya ini adalah karya instalasi berukuran 60 meter kali 20 meter. Jadi 60 kali 20 terdiri dari 6 tunnel, masing-masing 10 meter. Karya ini diinstal di Bali Utara, di Desa Sembiran, di dasar laut. Di dasar laut, iya. Jadi ini foto dari proses pembuatan oleh Teguh Oostenrijk saat ngelas dan sebagainya. Ini karya setengah jadi, kita bisa lihat karya itu. Dan ini bisa dilihat foto tingginya sekitar 4 meter, jadi diver bisa masuk ke dalam tunnel. Itu kan terbuat dari baja. Dan ini penduduk dari Desa Sembiran yang membantu kita untuk potong 6 structure yang berat beberapa ton ke tengah laut, kemudian ditenggelamkan bersama. Kemudian divers, ada sekitar 20 divers membantu kita untuk memasang angkor ke karang di dasar laut supaya dia tidak terbawa oleh arus. Dan karya ini setelah jadi dikoleksi oleh 3 kolektor, saya, Evelyn Halim, dan Abigail Hakim, teman dekat saya. Juga satu experience baru mengoleksi satu karya bersama. Kalau kita mengoleksi karya lukis, mungkin akan bingung siapa yang gantung di ruang rumah siapa gitu kan. Dan ini kita nggak perlu karena setelah beli dibuang ke laut gitu kan. Dan ini karya setelah jadi itu si Teguh Oostenrijk inspeksi gitu ya. Jadi karya ini foto setelah 1 tahun. Karya ini mempunyai target untuk merehabilitasi terumbu karang. Jadi kita bisa lihat itu sekarang the coral reef udah mulai tumbuh. Di atasnya ini beberapa bulan lalu, jadi setelah 1 tahun setelah diinstal itu kan ternyata berhasil. Itu yang kita mau. Kita tahu bahwa terumbu karang di dunia semua mengalami satu krisis besar yang sangat memprihatinkan karena masalah lingkungan, polusi air dan sebagainya mati dalam jumlah yang sangat besar. Kemudian pada masa instalasi selama sekitar 2 minggu kita meminta banyak guru-guru muda untuk datang ke SD di Sembiran untuk menjelaskan kepada anak-anak kecil bahwa 70% dari oksigen datang dari marine biota, dari biota laut, dan terumbu karang ada di food chain, di rantai tangan mereka. Jadi kalau terumbu karang mati, semuanya mati di laut, termasuk 70% oksigen. Ya kan, supaya mereka aware untuk tidak merusak kualitas air atau laut dan sebagainya. Dan kita juga mengumpulkan nelayan-nelayan dari desa Sembiren, meminta mereka kalau tangkap ikan jangan menggunakan peledak, ya kan, atau dynamit dan sebagainya, karena dengan mudah mendapatkan banyak ikan, tapi terumbu karangnya mati, nanti turunan mereka akan mati karena nggak bisa nafas, gitu kan. Dan kelihatannya mereka mengerti message itu. Kemudian karya ini selain ada faktor edukasi, juga mempunyai social impact. Jadi penduduk desa Sembiren merasa sangat senang bisa membantu kita dalam menyiapkan instalasi, dan mereka juga punya sense of belonging terhadap karya ini. Dan sekarang mereka regularly dive ke instalasi untuk melakukan maintenance, karena permukaan instalasi yang muddy, yang berlumpur, itu baby coral nggak bisa nempel. Ya kan, jadi kita minta yang udah ada baby coral jangan di touch, yang masih banyak lumpurnya bersihkan supaya baby coral bisa nempel. Ya. Dan mereka melakukannya dengan senang hati karena mereka punya sense of belonging. Ini adalah jadi karya seni yang mempunyai social impact, gitu kan. Dan risikonya, jadi karya ini buat saya menarik karena ada faktor lingkungan, environmental art, ada faktor edukasi, dan ada faktor sosialnya. Ya kan, this is beyond collecting, ya. Tidak hanya membeli karya seni kemudian digantung di rumah atau di kantor selesai, tapi lebih dari itu, satu pengalaman mengoleksi yang sangat menyenangkan, karena titel hari ini kan The Joy of Collecting. The risk is, ini beberapa minggu lalu ternyata arus sangat ekstrim besar di dasar laut di Sembiren dan instalasinya collapse. 1 dari 6 instalasi collapse. Ini foto yang lebih tragis, flat di atas tanah, gitu kan. Jadi kita duduk bersama bertiga bersama dengan senimannya membahas apakah kita sekarang mau betulin atau kita tinggalkan dalam kondisi ini, gitu kan? Buat saya clear, ya kan, jangan dibetulin karena it's part of the nature, gitu kan? Jadi ini risiko dari satu karya seni, ya kan? Ini satu yang saya koleksi, yang siapa yang tadi? Stop. Buat yang belum paham dengan sound art, kalian bisa tutup mata. Please close your eyes and listen to the source. Terima kasih buat adik-adik yang udah membantu, ya. So saya mengoleksi sound art oleh seniman Bandung Duto Hardono. Karya ini adalah karya tepuk. Jadi bunyi yang dikoleksi datang dari tepuk tangan manusia. Jadi saya tidak mendapatkan recording. Karya ini saya beli tanpa quotation, saya transfer uang ke si seniman dan tidak dapat apa-apa, nggak ada karyanya. Ya kan, dan nggak dapat sertifikat, ya kan. Jadi banyak orang terus merasa jadi duit itu hilang, jadi duitnya hilang, nggak bisa dijual dong, ya nggak ada yang mau beli. Setelah udah dibeli nggak ada kali orang yang mau beli, terus saya bilang jual karena besok saya bisa jual lagi ke orang lain, gitu kan. Jadi kalau boleh dibilang sebagai risk, this is a big risk, gitu kan. Kita bayar sesuatu dan nggak dapat apa-apa. Kalau masih rusak masih kelihatan. Kalau yang ini totally nggak ada apa-apanya. So this is also a joy in collecting art, ya, menikmati sesuatu yang completely beda dari yang dikoleksi oleh teman-teman kolektor lainnya. Dan kita juga dengan mengoleksi karya itu mensupport artis dalam kreativitas yang begitu menurut saya genius. gitu kan. Itu yang saya mungkin mau share dengan kita semua hari ini tentang risk and joy. Ya. Thank you.
Untuk yang lain, Ayla mungkin boleh nggak mulai dulu dengan what does art mean to you and how did you start collecting?
Oke, selamat sore semuanya. Aku Ayla Dimitri. Mungkin kalau tanya what does art means to me, sebenarnya gini, aku tuh mungkin bisa sedikit flashback ke cerita aku waktu zaman kuliah kali ya. Aku tuh kuliah kan DKV, di desain komunikasi visual, which is sebenarnya seni aplikasi. Bukan seni murni yang awalnya memang tuh pengen banget tuh kuliah seni murni atau seni rupa, cuman kayaknya waktu itu sebagai anak SMA memilih jurusan itu lumayan risky karena aku belum tahu industrinya akan seperti apa dan mau jadi apa sih aku gitu. Jadi aku ngambil DKV. Nah buat aku seni itu ternyata selain mungkin kita bisa mendefinisikan sebagai ruang ekspresi, sebagai estetika dan segala macam, tapi seni buat aku tuh lekat sekali karena aku juga itu passion. So seni ini sebenarnya hadir di segala format, hanya saja bagaimana kita mengapresiasi wujud tersebut gitu. Mungkin dari sesuatu hal yang kaku atau sesuatu hal yang rapi, kita menemukan di situ flow-nya, which is that's the art gitu loh. Jadi menurutku ya selain wujud dari ekspresi, art itu adalah sebuah estetika di mana kita bisa memaknai sesuatu. Ada yang menggetarkan hati kita, ada yang membuat kita bertanya, ada yang membuat kita berpikir, ada yang membuat kita indah atau tergugah gitu. Jadi art is a universal form di mana disitulah kita terkoneksi gitu sih, atau menemukan esensi-esensi yang mungkin orang nggak memaknai tapi kita memaknai gitu sih.
Tapi jadi what was your first art collection you think?
Kalau ditanya first art collection, mungkin karena dulu kan budget masih terbatas ya. Jadi setiap kali mengunjungi museum atau ada art exhibition, kalau ada merchandise, aku sebisa mungkin membeli gitu. Even like small pieces, kayak datang ke exhibitionnya Yayoi, terus aku beli pouchnya dia yang pumpkin. Itu merchnya. Terus aku lihat exhibitionnya Kendra Halimsa, ArtMoments, itu juga aku beli dulu deh 2D prints-nya, which is poster gitu, dalam wujud poster. Jadi waktu lalu aku mengapresiasi seniman, tapi aku membeli satu hal yang masih affordable buat aku. But then, alhamdulillah mungkin level sudah meningkat, pundi-pundi keuangan sudah ada gitu kan, terus punya teman juga, sahabat yang kebetulan galeris. Jadi ngobrol lah kita, bertukar pikiran gitu. Terus akhirnya aku gak memberanikan diri untuk menginvest dan mulai untuk collecting art. Pertama banget yang aku punya yang benar-benar wujudnya adalah art piece ya. Itu apparently ternyata sebuah hadiah dari partner kolaborasi aku. Dia kasih aku karyanya pertama tuh utai. Terus aku yang kayak ini lucu banget gitu. Terlepas dari mungkin aku punya beberapa referensi seniman yang aku suka, aku merasa ada korelasi gitu, kayak aku terhubung nih dengan karya ini gitu. Dan akhirnya ternyata sampai sekarang koleksi terbaik yang aku miliki adalah ternyata tanpa sadar adalah utai gitu. Jadi itu sih yang mungkin the first step aku sebagai penikmat dan juga mulai menjadi kolektor adalah dari situ.
Dari teman
ada yes, dari teman. Terus juga kan banyak juga teman-teman kuliahku yang menjadi seniman juga gitu. Jadi cukup terpapar dan cukup memiliki ruang diskusi di mana ini loh ternyata industri seni itu seperti ini, dan apa yang terjadi itu lebih kan mungkin aku banyak di fashion, media dan segala macam, tapi ya ternyata tuh beririsan dengan dunia seni juga. Jadi ya dari lingkungan sih sebenarnya menurutku.
Kalau misalnya Ical, gimana?
Awalnya ya?
Gimana?
Iya, kalau dulu awalnya mungkin kalau pada ingat tahun 2006-2007an tuh di Amerika lagi banyak tren kit robot. Jadi waktu itu saya lagi kuliah di situ, lihat-lihat jalan-jalan. Pertamanya sih collecting tuh tahu dari art toys dulu. Dari art toys, pelan-pelan artisnya lucu ya. Akhirnya pas pulang kembali ke Indonesia mulai kontek-kontekan sama satu artis, arki Filmansa. Di situ tuh baru mulai kolek karena berawal dari beli artworksnya dia juga, akhirnya kolek paintingnya dan akhirnya beli beberapa. Itu sih kira-kira awalnya ya. Tapi kalau menurut saya art itu mungkin awalnya kita beli tuh karena suka. Karena ini kayaknya lucu ya, suka. Kita jangan mikir kayak nanti mungkin harganya naik, karena kalau kita mikir kayak gitu nanti kita kecewa. Tapi kalau kita beli yang kita suka, anytime pun kita pasti suka yang ada di rumah. Kalau saya sih seperti itu.
So what was your first art you think? The toys?
I think it's the toys. Ingat banget itu by Course Toys.
Oh, Course.
Iya, not Course but Course.
Oh, Course.
Iya.
Aku juga deh, kalau ingat-ingat jadi ingat aku ada kado juga dari teman, kaos plush. Itu juga kan ada plushnya kaos. Itu kan lucu banget ya. Jadi kayaknya aku udah ini deh pas nih untuk memulai collecting gitu.
Untuk specific unique experiences gimana? Maybe some interesting stories about how you collected your art, how you found them, how you found some of the artists.
Apa nih? Jadi tentang karya seni apa? Adventure yang paling berkesan.
Iya benar.
Saya ada siapin ya, tolong Pak di belakang ada satu slide lagi, I have to show karena kalau nggak
kebayang.
Nggak kebayang. Boleh tadi diterusin the next slide yang terusin terus lagi itu email office. Yeah. So this one is the most difficult artwork that I have collected. Jadi ini karya is a bio art, itu glass ball, dalamnya ada cairan dan jutaan atau miliaran bakteria hidup. Ya. Jadi di atas karya itu ada CCTV, ada perempuan berdiri di depan karya sehingga kita bisa lihat perempuan itu rambut panjang. Kalau dia bergerak ke kanan kiri, bakterianya berubah warna. Ya kan? It's a living mirror. Judulnya Living Mirror. Dibuat oleh UK artis Laura Sentian Howard Bollen. Saya beli udah lama banget, sekitar mungkin 10 tahun lalu, 15 tahun lalu. So, karya ini disebut bio art yang dibuat dari living organism. Jadi pada saat saya ketemu karya ini di Google, karena saya aktif jadi juri di berbagai competition di Indonesia, jadi saya rajin untuk Google di dunia ada menang seperti apa dan sebagainya. And it came across this one in 2012. Saya 2015, 3 tahun kemudian saya pikir, wah udah dibeli orang ya, karya bagus begitu, udah 3 tahun telat gitu kan. And then I contact the artist, kirim email, oh it's still available. Wah, I was so happy gitu kan. Wah boleh dibeli nih gitu kan. And aku bilang harganya berapa gitu, nanti dikasih quotation, oke. And by the way, dia bilang, karya ini perlu 7 derajat Celcius. I realize you are in Ekuator. Waduh, mampus 7 derajat. Jadi gimana gitu kan? So, aku train as a plastic technologist. So, my master was in mechanical engineering. I did my PhD in plastic. Jadi otaknya langsung keluar bikin mesin, gitu kan? Jadi aku bikin sketch, ya kan, bikin dinding, pasangin karya dari belakang, kasih freezer, ya kan, jadi dinding dari belakang, gitu kan, and then I send to them and say, oh I would do that, gitu kan, and then and then mereka bilang, oh ya ada lagi, itu bakteria itu mati kalau kena oksigen, so you have to flush with nitrogen, mampus, gitu kan, itu 265 balls, glass balls, gitu kan, mesti dikasih, wah gimana ya, gitu loh, and then pikir-pikir, wah siapin battery of nitrogen, and then flush satu one by one gitu kan. Wah pokoknya udah mikirin lama deh gitu kan, should I buy or should I give up gitu kan. Tapi my instinct don't give up gitu. Karena this is a very interesting artwork gitu. Jadi benar-benar berjuang untuk mendapatkan satu karya dalam arti how to install gitu kan. And then akhirnya akhirnya aku bilang oke, I will do that gitu kan. And then udah bayar, dia bilang sekarang karyanya lagi dipamerin di Jerman, it will take another 3 months baru selesai dan sebagainya. So if you give us time, probably we can develop for you satu karya yang lebih friendly for collectors. Ya kan, we will see. Mungkin nggak perlu freezer, Wah, I was so relieved. Gitu loh, jadi oh ya udah tidak gitu kan. Duit udah dibayar nih ceritanya. Gitu. And then 3 bulan, 4 bulan, 6 bulan, 9 bulan nggak ada kabar. Jadi kita pikir, mampus ini duit hilang kan. Gitu loh, tapi I don't want to rush kan. Mau juga pikiran I don't need artwork sekarang juga. Udah setahun lebih dapat email dari si seniman. Wah, good news for you, gitu kan. So now we can send the artwork. You don't need to use the freezer anymore atau apa-apa. Oh, I was so relieved. Itu satu-satunya yang buat saya sangat berkesan. Maksudnya berkesan dalam arti kita udah siap berjuang nih dengan segala technical challenge, tapi ternyata ended up ya happily. Dan itu kita nggak bisa lupa gitu ya, bahwa wah ada perjuangan yang kita harus dapatkan di samping budget. So I'm very limited. My business is small compared to Faisal, tapi the challenge is usually always the price gitu kan. Setelah price-nya cocok, and then kita merasa bisa dapat, ternyata datang challenge lagi yang kita merasa waduh I have to give up. Ya. Tapi ada juga karya yang I give up. Ya ada karya Bapak Ibu bisa Google di di YouTube, karya Ben Ari and Nathan Thompson. Jadi mereka bikin karya di atas a small piece of silk, sutra tipis, menggunakan stem cell technology, dan bikin jantung di atas, jantung manusia di atas selembar sutra, dan jantungnya berdetak. Ya, so if you see the artwork pakai microscope and di atas satu bejana kan 37 degree, the liquid ada nutritionnya buat karena itu living human heart, and then dia berdetak in the heart rate of human. Itu wow, I would love to do that, to have that in my office. Lalu ada seniman lagi bikin retina mata, ya kan, retina hidup, maksudnya beneran buat orang operasi kan banyak orang retinanya rusak yang buta. Sekarang mereka bikin pakai stem cell, bisa diganti dan orang bisa lihat lah. Ada seniman bikin 36 in the dark room. Pada saat saya masuk, saya lihat apaan gitu kan, titik-titik di dalam gelas gitu. Oh, ternyata retina hidup. And you imagine ada 36 mata lagi watching you gitu. Waduh gila gitu. Waduh, wah that is wah, in this world ya, karya seni menjadi so interesting. But I have to give up karena dia bilang every second days you have to change the liquid. Ini karya ini I have to change twice a year, and it took 2 to 3 days, 2 orang dari pagi sampai malam, buka bautnya, bersihin, dan ganti cairan dan macam-macam 2 sampai 3 hari. Kalau itu setiap 2 hari harus bongkar, aduh setelah lama mikir-mikir, udah I give up. Itu give up benar. Ya, so there are 2 artwork I could not have in my collection, tapi I would love to have that. Sorry, I talk too much.
Okay, very interesting. Kalau Ica mungkin ada unique experience-nya kalau collecting art?
Unique experience ada waktu itu, kalau ingat mungkin pernah ada Kim Jung Gi sempat datang ke Indonesia tahun 2018 untuk Comic Con sih sebenarnya. Jadi kebetulan karena ini di acara Comic Con, waktu itu Kim Jung Gi bikin live art karena kan memang terkenal Kim Jung Gi ini sebagai pelukis yang photographic memory lah. Jadi dia live painting berapa jam gitu, terus akhirnya dilelang. Dan kita hoki, misalkan harganya harusnya biasa 15, let's say 15 juta, let's say tiba-tiba dia mulai lelangnya dari 5 juta gitu misalnya. Dan saya cuma bilang oke, 5 juta 1000 perak deh. Kebetulan nggak ada yang angkat tangan lagi, jadi kita dapat harga yang sangat good deal lah. Kita jadi dapat good deal, dan itu kita juga nggak bakal bisa lupa dapat good deal. Itu sih kira-kira.
Jadi itu pas Comic Con?
Pas Comic Con 2018 di Indonesia.
Pas Comic Con?
Iya, dan itu juga Kim Jung Gi menggambar dengan nuansa hiruk pikuk kemacetan di Jakarta. Jadi lumayan unik soal Indonesia lagi gitu. Yep.
Jual 15?
Enggak. Cuma 10. Sayang banget dengarnya ya, maksudnya sayang sekali Kim Jung Gi pass away kayak 3 tahun yang lalu karena COVID juga. Nah itu juga, jadi makanya saya juga nggak mau jual. Tadi kita pikir habis COVID mau ketemu lagi, mau bikin apanya lagi bareng dia, tapi ya sayang sekali dia meninggal.
How big is the piece?
1x1 at least. Aduh,
Okay,
saya
square.
soal ukuran rada.
Kalau Ayla?
Laki.
Kalau aku nggak ada yang karena aku mungkin baru banget ya mulai collecting art, jadi journey-nya mungkin belum seperti Pak Wiyu ataupun Faisal gitu yang udah advance gitu ya. Kalau misalnya aku, tapi ada satu momen mungkin aku merasa ini kayak rezeki gue dan jodoh gue deh gitu, karena jadi ada satu seniman yang aku tuh adore gitu, kayak wah aku suka karyanya dan lain-lain. Terus apparently we make friends and now we are close friends. Terus one time aku kayak I've been eyeing on her art gitu, her piece. Terus tiba-tiba aku bantuin dia kerja dan aku dikasih surprise that particular one that I want gitu. Jadi kayak so special.
You got it as a gift.
Yes, as a gift. Jadi aku merasa kayak oke, aku tuh butuh banget. Maksudnya aku butuh menjadikan satu piece ini sebuah piece yang sangat spesial.
Jadi waktu kolaborasi tentang sesuatu yang lain terus dapet gift.
Iya. Jadi aku bantuin dia untuk another collaboration, terus kayak ngobrol-ngobrol-ngobrol, aku punya kado nih gitu, dan ternyata
the piece that
I wanted, yes.
Wah, makin lama makin hokin.
Alhamdulillah ya.
Can I share something? Nah, aku mau cerita juga tentang pengalamanku seperti Faisal, ya kan. Jadi ada karya dari Chinese artist Chang Huan, sekarang one of the superstar di dunia. Karya itu keluar di suatu Christie's auction di Hong Kong. Biasanya mahal sekali, I cannot afford to buy. And then starting bidnya rendah. Biasanya orang selalu give up kan, karena tahu biasanya setiap kali juga 3M lah, ya kan gitu, 500 juta atau berapa. Orang biasanya udah give up, belum apa-apa, ya kan, nggak usah ikut lah, pasti 3M lah, gitu. And then, ini saya mau share aja ya sama teman-teman yang jadi kolektor ya, never give up, ya, gitu. Register to phone bid, ya kan, and then pas bidding seperti Faisal sama, nggak ada orang yang bid, ya, whatever the reason. Begitu buka harga sekian, masuk. Gak ada orang yang bid. Tok dapat, gila kan, sampai lompat. Nah, saya pas ini cerita lucu. Saya pas di Jogja lagi ada acara Jogja Biennale, jalan lalu pas pengen kencing. Bener. Jalan ke WC, kering phone kering dari Hong Kong. Oh you, your turn gitu kan. Waduh, gimana kan? Ya udah berdiri dia sambil kencing sambil bidding. Lagi begitu ya, will you okay? Yes, I'm in. Tentu naikin harga, udah nggak ada yang bid kan? Dapet kan? Sampai teriak lompat kan? Gila! Gitu kan? And then Ibu Melanie, probably you know Ibu Melanie, Dr. Melanie is a very senior collector, very famous. Dia ada di WC perempuan di sebelah. Pak Wiyu ya? Ada apa Pak? Dia pikir saya pingsan kali ya. Saya bilang, enggak, baru dapat karya di
Dikirain kenapa di WC?
So I just want to show. This is the joy also in collecting art, gitu kan? So never give up kalau kalian dapat a dream piece atau wish list, register, ya kan? Dapat.
Dan itu jodoh-jodohan juga. Jodoh-jodohan juga.
Kan kita ngomongin bidding nih, dengan cari-cari art. Mungkin yang baru mau mulai collecting di sini nggak tahu ya gimana cari tempat-tempat yang bisa kita mulai ngebid atau where do we find the artist. Kayak gimana ya mulainya kalau misalnya mau start collecting? Ayla?
Mungkin Pak Wiyu dulu kan.
Ayla belum pernah bid?
Belum tadi. Takut.
Yang nomor satu datang ke ArtMoments ya. Di sini diundang. Iya. Datang ke ArtMoments atau art fair lainnya, sangat efisien. Spending let's say 4 hours bisa lihat 1000 karya, ya. Jadi kalau buat para pengusaha yang waktunya sangat terbatas, this is one of the possibility daripada datang ke galeri one by one makan waktu lama. Tapi kita juga harus aware bahwa karya yang kita lihat di dalam satu art fair adalah karya yang sellable. Jadi si galeris ini, of course namanya commercial gallery, mau cari profit. Jadi dia nggak display karya yang artistically good quality. Dia display karya yang sellable, yang market suka, ya. That we have to be aware, always, ya. Gitu. Dan karya itu udah difilter oleh seleranya galeris. Yang si galeris suka dia tampilkan dan sellable, ya kan? Dan di dunia ini banyak karya yang kualitasnya outstanding. Kalau baca buku art theory selalu dibahas, tapi nggak sellable. You won't find this kind of amazing art di art fair atau di commercial gallery. Ya, kalau kita betul-betul true collector yang betul-betul cari quality, artistic quality, bukan cari cuan, bukan cari decoration piece, ya kan? So kita betul-betul harus invest a lot of time untuk cari di luar art market ini, ya kan? Itu yang saya mau share. Atau auction, ya kan? Galleries, of course, atau auction. Ada banyak auction di dunia. Duopoly terbesar di dunia adalah Christie's and Sotheby's, and number 3 is Phillips atau Phillips auction. Ya kan? Oke.
Oh, bidding.
Bicara bidding,
Oh,
biasa
kalau
ketemuan artnya di mana?
Enggak, itu cuma sekali-kalinya aja sih bidding sih. Nggak pengen nge-bidding. Tapi memang seperti yang saya bilang tadi, kayak collecting art itu kalau buat saya tuh, saya nggak mau maksain lah. Ya, saya anggap ini kayak jodoh-jodohan, kayak misalkan lagi ke ArtMoments, lagi ke lihat-lihat galeri, kalau memang cocok, budgetnya juga masuk, ya mungkin di saat itu saya mungkin impulsif buying. Tapi beda dengan Pak Wahyu, ini kan mungkin udah lebih collectingnya konsep nih, levelnya udah beda dari saya nih. Yang dia collect soalnya yang saya pikir hanya akan ada di galeri dan nggak bisa dibeli. Saya sekarang belum tahu, oh nanti bisa dibeli juga, begitu. Jadi masih belajar, perlu lebih banyak lagi mungkin saya dari Bapak.
Kalau misalnya Ayla kan orang bidding, tapi selalu di komunitas. Mungkin kalau misalnya untuk orang yang ada komunitas art, seperti kamu kan emang dari universitas selalu ini, gimana mulai masuk ke dunia itu?
Mungkin itu karena selain datang ke art fair kayak gini, salah satu sahabatku kan juga beliau adalah galeris ya, ada di sini orangnya. Jadi emang banyak diskusi dan ternyata banyak ngobrol, juga banyak bertemu dengan like community, it helps a lot. Especially buat aku kan, memang aku milih art itu apakah menggetarkan hati aku apa enggak gitu, apakah aku suka, apakah aku kayak mendapat it resonates me gitu. Terlepas dari itu juga pengen tahu referensi yang lain, so discussion helps me a lot sih. Jadi ya emang banyak tanya, banyak ngobrol.
Ngobrol, cari teman yang suka art juga.
Yes.
Oke. Jadi mungkin kita ke subjek yang lain nih untuk Indonesia. Menurut kalian, mungkin dari Faisal dulu, gimana scene-nya art untuk Indonesia saat ini dan what is the future of art for Indonesia?
Oke. Waduh, saya jujur untuk masalah art ya beli karena suka-suka aja sih. Jadi tapi saya lihat sekarang peminatnya juga makin banyak dan semoga kedepannya juga makin banyak lagi anak-anak yang bisa, apalagi anak-anak muda sekarang ya, bisa lebih banyak menghargai art juga.
Iya sih, I think personally juga banyak banget art sekarang yang lebih friendly ya. Ya, also pricing and kayak
itu pricing juga menurut saya juga jadi problem karena kita dari dulu suka art. Seperti yang Ayla bilang, kita lagi ke museum, akhirnya beli souvenirnya dulu yang mampu. Nah gimana supaya art ini juga jangan hanya bisa dinikmatin oleh orang-orang yang berduit saja, gitu.
Tapi juga dilihat dari seperti ArtMoments ini makin banyak juga ya art fairs di Indonesia. Jadi rasanya ada resurgence sih di art scene Indonesia. Menurut Pak Wiyu gimana? Kan udah lama nih.
Iya. Jam terbang.
Oh, we are living in a very interesting era. Anak-anak muda so interested in art. Banyak sekali. Dan saya selalu kumpulkan mereka buat art lovers dinner in my office, just to share some pengalaman dan sebagainya. Dan anak-anak muda ini juga completely different dengan generasi saya dulu. Itu kan saya started collecting dengan karya yang affordable buat kantong saya.
saya ketemu anak muda dikenalin oleh orang, dia mau nanya-nanya tentang how to import art. Setelah ngobrol-ngobrol, anak still in college in New York, probably 18, 19, and dia tanya, Pak masukin gimana, bayar teks berapa duit, udah ngomong-ngomong lama, and then I ask him, itu dia bilang his first piece. Oh, that's your first piece? Iya. Karya dari siapa? Takashi Murakami. How can you start with Takashi Murakami? I start with an artwork 5 juta rupiah. He start an artwork with $200,000, $300,000. Itu satu. Another one is I met someone udah lama nggak ketemu, anak muda banget. And then dia bilang, hey Rio, how are you? Gitu kan. Kamu udah mulai beli karya belum? Gitu kan. Oh udah, aku harus beli my first piece berapa saat yang lalu. Apa yang kamu beli? I bought a cow, a life-size sculpture of cows. And I was thinking like, oh ini generasi beda ya. Either dia nggak punya feeling terhadap duit, atau nggak tahu apa. Tradisi, oke, just a joke. Tapi menurut saya yang menarik juga adalah kita ini berada dalam satu transition period di mana contemporary art berubah menurut art theorist Perry Smith, profesor yang sangat respected in the contemporary art world. Jadi contemporary art yang mainstream di dunia sekarang ini adalah karya-karya yang berhubungan dengan the so-called oppressed society. Jadi karya contemporary art itu lahir karena adanya kesadaran dari masyarakat dunia, terutama in the Western world, bahwa kalau mau jadi sukses, Anda harus white male and heterosexual. Kalau perempuan kulit berwarna atau sexual orientationnya LGBT, kamu nggak bisa sukses dulu. Jadi tahun end of 60s and 70s keluar satu kesadaran bahwa itu nggak benar, ya kan? Dan terjadi perubahan dan this identity, so-called identity movement, identity politics movement masuk ke dunia seni rupa dan lahirlah contemporary art. Ya, sehingga karya-karya yang berhubungan dengan rasisme, perempuan, gender inequality, ya kan, pokoknya semua oppressed society termasuk negara-negara yang tertekan oleh Barat, disebut topiknya adalah Western hegemony atau Western dominance, itu karya menjadi sangat kontemporer. Ini sekarang menjadi mainstream in the contemporary art. Nah, lahir karya-karya dari seniman muda yang Gen Z lah ya. Mereka nggak witness urusan rasisme, teman-teman perempuan mereka udah equalized in the society, ya kan? Dan teman mereka warna kulit berbeda-beda. Jadi we cannot expect from this young generation of art to do the same artwork dealing with oppressed society. So and they produce the so-called image economy. Karya-karya yang tadi Felicia cerita, ya kan, senang, warnanya bagus, ya kan. Kalau ditanya ke mereka, what is it about? Suddenly they don't talk about oppressed society. Nggak bahas tentang culture, hybridity of culture, and nggak bahas tentang macam-macam. Ya kan, Danny bilang, enggak, udah itu aja, bagus aja. Gitu kan, jadi kita merasa udah scraps gitu kan. Ternyata this is a big current in the contemporary art coming from the young generation of art, and kita harus observe yang mana yang baik. That is a challenge for me, ya kan, to understand dari sekian banyak image economy yang tersebar, probably 97% sesuai statistik dari art professor untuk art economy, 97% crabs, real crabs. Tapi ada 3 yang gold, gitu kan? Yang 3 ini apa? Ya kan? To find out itu, wah, is a big challenge.
Okay.
Ya kan? Dan we have to do it, and then kita akan dapat koleksi yang mission quality. Ya, menurut saya it's a very interesting time sekarang.
Kalau untuk Ayla mungkin aku tanyanya ke fashion ya. Fashion is also art, right?
Yes.
Resurgence of fashion in Indonesia, I feel like ada juga ya resurgence. Since you've been in fashion for so long, what have you seen and how has it developed so far?
Fashion and art, mungkin gini kali ya, kalau kita ngomongin seperti kita juga melewati masa transisi. Waktu di tahun waktu media, terutama media lifestyle lagi naik-naiknya, fashion tuh lagi seru banget. Orang, karena kita tahu source dari media atau berita mengenai fashion itu ada di majalah dan media cetak ataupun blog. Waktu itu sangatlah terbatas, belum ada social media yang mengakomodir berita tersebut gitu ya. Jadi waktu itu kenapa aku bilang seru, karena kita value fashion is part of art, but now fashion is part of entertainment. Jadi fashion itu udah menjadi sebuah title atau dalih di mana ini seru loh, ini adalah hiburan. Padahal fashion itu tuh it has a deeper meaning. Karena itu dia, esensinya juga sama seperti seni. Ada banyak teknik, ada banyak estetika di situ, ada form, ada fabrics, visual, etc. etc. Tapi sekarang orang memaknai fashion itu udah bukan sedalam itu lagi. Aku nggak tahu apakah era sekarang itu masih memaknai. Yes, the industry is growing, but then the industry itself kills the real meaning of art gitu. Iya kan? Jadi karena kita tahu ada kok yang mau beli kopiannya, demandnya ada kok, tapi betul dengan harga baju ratusan juta itu apa kabar dengan segala proses thinking, creative process behind it gitu. Jadi menurutku itu yang terjadi. Mungkin kalau Pak Wiyu merasakan dari berapa ratus itu cuma 3 yang gold, but then di fashion juga terjadi gitu. Dari sekian yang punya menjadi desainer, mana yang benar-benar memaknai fashion itu as part of art.
Tapi what do you think about the resurgence of sustainable fashion?
Oke, sustainable fashion itu tuh juga layernya banyak banget. Kita nggak bisa hanya ngomong sustainable hanya karena dia ramah lingkungan. Tapi again, gimana dengan SDM-nya, gimana dengan seluruh circular bisnisnya, bagaimana from end to end, dari scratch to end, dan semuanya itu tuh banyak banget. Jadi untuk pemahaman orang Indonesia sekarang hanya bisa sampai di eco-friendly, fabric organic, atau mungkin circular ekonominya yang sehat. Tapi again kita harus mikirin juga SDM-nya dan lain-lainnya. Bagaimana si fashion ini secara industri juga tidak menodai bumi, tidak menodai manusia, tidak menodai. Jadi kalau mau ngomong sustainability ya udah sampai di mana kita level pemahamannya, kita usahakan sampai situ aja dulu gitu. Karena again layer by layer untuk mendapatkan sertifikasi itu juga sangatlah sulit. It's another politics, it's another layer of birokrasi dan lain-lainnya gitu kan. Jadi panjang. Jadi menurutku gimana kita bisa menyentuh posisi terbaik untuk menjadi sustainable dan sustainability fashion ya udah sampai situ aja dulu. Nanti pelan-pelan mungkin kita bisa ke arah yang lebih sana, tapi kita nggak tahu industri maunya kemana gitu kan. Masih meraba lah. Untuk sekarang memang seksi banget nih kalau kita punya produk yang ramah lingkungan ya kan, punya yang wah udah green terus mikirin SDM-nya seksi banget, tapi again what's next ya gitu.
Mungkin as a closing question, karena kita cuma ada 10 menit lagi, semua yang di speaker ini kan ada personal branding, dan mungkin ada artis yang di sini yang mungkin mau tahu gimana ya sebagai artis bisa lebih dikenal lagi dengan komunitas-komunitas atau yang so they increase their personal branding. Maybe dari Pak Wiyu boleh mulai tips-tips untuk bisa angkat personal branding.
Itu profesor tuh sejuk tuh dari Jogja tuh, dia yang mesti jawab tuh. Saya pikir dulu seniman hanya bisa sukses kalau got represented by a commercial gallery, seperti all the musician harus dapat labels and so on. Hari ini sebenarnya pintu terbuka luas untuk menggunakan sosial media untuk mendapatkan attention. Itu salah satu caranya. The second one is, I think a very effective method to stand above the crowd adalah ikut art competition. Ya kan? Karena I don't understand kenapa seniman Indonesia tidak melakukannya. Itu kan. Jadi kalau orang ikut competition, kalau kalah namanya nggak disebut, ya kan, nggak perlu malu bahwa kalah. Kalau menang, diekspos ke media, jadi pemenang, ya kan, dan macam-macam masuk majalah dan sebagainya, gitu kan. Jadi you are going to a war and you can only win, ya kan, gitu loh. Dan tidak dilakukan oleh seniman-seniman muda. Kalau saya jadi seniman, semua art competition saya ikut di dunia, ya kan, gitu loh. Tentu aja we have to be smart, ya kan? Lihat jurinya siapa. Ada juri yang suka topik seperti ini, you have to adjust ya, gitu loh. You're not so stupid untuk wah bikin terus kayak gambaran ikan koi atau padi ya terus kalah, 1000 kali udah kalah gitu. Maksudnya so you cannot do that, ya kan? Tapi ya paling nggak itu salah satu metode. Sorry.
Ya kalau sekarang jujur terakhir kita banyak lihat dari social media sih artis-artis yang mulai keluar ya. Jadi kalau saya sendiri lihatnya dari social media, saya suka, jadi saya kontak biasanya. Dan mungkin ya karena udah ada social media lah seperti yang Pak Wayne tadi bilang, dulu harus direpresent, harus apa, lebih sulit untuk dikenal orang. Kalau sekarang ya memang lebih gampang untuk seorang seniman itu untuk mencari marketnya sendiri mungkin dari via social media juga. I think jadi lebih tepat sasaran lah gitu.
Untuk Ayla?
Mungkin selain media, kalau aku mungkin dari skill untuk socializing. Soalnya gini, aku waktu aku kuliah, aku tuh kan aku di cafe terus ada kelas entrepreneurship yang semester-semester. Ternyata aku baru tahu kita sebagai calon seniman ataupun calon pembuat seni aplikasi butuh tuh punya bibit entrepreneurship gitu. Kalau misalnya oke, kita udah punya social media, kita punya ketemu galeris, syukur-syukur kita disamperin galeris gitu. Tapi betul kalau kita nggak punya that social skill untuk socializing and how to sell yourself, how can you step forward gitu sih. So I think mau kita se-introvert apapun, you still need yourself to be out there for the business. Kalau if you talk about the business, gitu loh. Jadi menurutku asah lah social skill kita untuk bisa merepresent ourselves meskipun kita tanpa dibawa sama siapa-siapa. Karena sekarang kita tuh gampang banget untuk memilih mana bisnis yang oke atau mana seni yang oke, mana desainer yang oke. Kalau kita nggak dapet interpersonal connection-nya, kita juga pasti mangkir meskipun karyanya bagus tapi gitu kan, nggak cocok lagi gue gitu, sama orangnya kurang suka. Apalagi kita di sekarang udah menjadi social currency kita udah di situ gitu. Jadi menurutku that skill is still crucial. Gitu. Personality. Yes.
Oke, untuk mereka jadi satu untuk masukin art competition, satu definitely social media, and another one is personality. Being yourself and putting yourself out there.
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much to the audience. Nah, sekarang buat tanya Q&A.
Yes.
Halo, agak ada pesan sponsor nih di sebenarnya. Terus di kisah questions yang mau ditanya malah dibahas sama Om Uyu. Oh well. Jadi lanjutin lagi tadi yang Om Uyu jelasin, kita udah pernah bahas ya, aku sama Om Uyu udah pernah bahas tentang si gelombang ketiga ini, yang mana kita jadi bertanya apakah konteks masih relevan atau memang itu udah outdated gitu. Nah, mau tanya sih pendapatnya sama teman-teman semua yang di depan. Kalau harus advice temennya yang lain gitu kan, karena kan memang pivotal player di dalam seni rupa itu memang seniman itu sendiri. Tapi to make the ecosystem grow butuh elevasi yang tinggi dan eksponensial dari sisi kolektornya juga. Ekspektasinya industri seperti ArtMoments pastinya maunya kolektor menumbuhkan kolektor. Jadi kalau dari teman-teman yang ada di depan, kalau saat ditanya sama teman-temannya masing-masing yang belum pernah koleksi sama sekali, apakah akan advice konteks itu masih penting atau enggak di dalam sebuah karya untuk dikoleksi? Atau karena kita tahu ada gelombang baru yang seni tanpa operations ini sehingga menjadi less konteks, jadi ya udah ikutin aja trennya yang sekarang tuh nggak perlu deh, nggak penting-penting banget konteks gitu, atau masih perlu konteks. Mungkin satu-satu bisa cerita kalau harus dikasih advice itu sama, harus memberikan advice itu kepada calon kolektor baru, what would you say?
Jangan terus bosan nanti semuanya.
Dari yang
Saya advice calon kolektor jangan terlalu jelimet ya. If you are interested in art dan merasa mau beli karya seni, beli sekarang juga, keluar cari yang kamu suka and beli. No, not because ada yang jaga nih, ada Pak Sandy, tapi ini benar my suggestion ya kan. Kalau kalian merasa pengen jadi kolektor atau suka art, you just buy yang kalian suka, yang kalian gantung di rumah atau di office. Oh, kalian akan merasa senangnya bukan main, and then the fire start burning ya. Gitu, wah berasa, I become a collector today, ya kan? Itu yang paling penting. Bahwa karya ini nanti turn out to be sampah one day, nggak apa-apa sih, ya kan? Maksudnya, ya kemungkinan besar sampah sih, ya, tapi nggak apa-apa, itu bagian daripada uang khusus, gitu loh. Tapi yang penting kalian dapat this joy. Ya kan, and then kamu mulai a new journey untuk menjadi kolektor. Bahwa nanti mau beli karya yang context based tentang open society atau beli yang third current yang gelombang baru, nggak usah dipusingin. Ya kan, just buy.
Kalau dari saya mungkin seperti yang saya bilang tadi, yang pertama lu suka dulu nggak artnya? Kalau nggak suka, ya jangan. Kedua, udah tahu belum motornya di mana? Karena banyak nih teman-teman beli sampai udah nggak bisa dipajang, bahkan banyak yang lupa juga di gudang udah ada ini. Jadi sayang juga gitu. Kecuali emang mau bikin museum sendiri di kemudian hari, nah itu boleh deh.
Kalau aku konteks itu perlu sih, karena itu conversation starter. Kalau orang ke rumah, lo kenapa punya ini, gitu jadi punya cerita gitu, dan orang will get ideas about us and also the art itself gitu. Jadi menurutku kalau misalnya temenku nanya, lo pilih ini, lo ngerasa resonate nggak gitu, atau nggak kayak relate nggak gitu, atau lo ngeliat itu kenapa, apa yang bikin lo suka, getaran apa yang lo rasain gitu. Karena aku juga ada satu seniman, aku suka banget karyanya dilihat, tapi aku sampai sekarang nggak beli-beli, nggak tahu kenapa gitu. Even though udah bolak-balik nanya sama galeri saya, gue suka, tapi kok ada rasa kesedihan di situ yang gue nggak ingin miliki gitu loh. Jadi make sure lo bener-bener seret sama itu art, bener-bener dilihat tuh nggak pernah ada rasa yang negatif ataupun kenapa gue beli ini gitu ya. Karena again it's the money you spend, I want to make that the joy, yeah. Yeah, the feeling is important, very important. Even from the color, the strokes, the graphic and whatever, itu kayak menurutku it has to on that level gitu, daripada terus tiba-tiba jadi sampah. Ya. Gitu sih kalau aku.
Banyak seniman marah lu disebut sampah.
Satu pertanyaan lagi. Oh iya lah ya, bukan aku.
I truly enjoyed your sharing, and I'm Isulaini, a collector from Kuala Lumpur, and I'm truly moved by Pakcik Wiyo with your, supporting the journey of an artist, and being a young person, that's where I think I come from. And thank you for the question on regards of the context. So soalan dia, memang generasi Gen Z sekarang ni seni operasi itu memang sudah lain. Sekarang ni I want to buy, saya mau beli happy works. Saya mau gantung works yang happy. Kalau saya mau ada staff di company, saya mau letak works yang membuatkan mereka lebih semangat. In a group setting. So in terms of asking you guys, each of you, how open are you when it comes to supporting the journey of a young artist? And because right now, where I am in life right now, saya mahu orang kreatif tu boleh jaga diri sendiri. Bila saya beli sesuatu, saya fikirkan keluarga mereka, saya fikirkan apa saya support that ecosystem, which is why I truly gel with what you said, Pachiwiyu. And yeah, I'm happy to see more young art collectors, because what I do in Kuala Lumpur, I'm trying to have lebih banyak kolektor muda dari Asia, whether it's Southeast Asia or Asia Pacific. So maybe you can answer that when it comes to supporting the journey of an artist.
Oke. Tujuh lagi ya boleh ya.
Emang harus dibuka waktu dulu.
Actually, I don't do that. I never buy an artwork just to support an artist. Because I think if the art is not good and you buy just to support him, he will feel confirmed. He will feel validated and he will repeat this mediocre art for his entire life. That I think the negative effect is more than the positive effect that we want to give, right? So I only buy an artwork that I think has a very good artistic quality. And then I support him. That was the context of when I said that I buy from a young artist to support because the artwork is good.
Yes.
Yeah.
It has to be good first.
Exactly. Yeah.
For me it's the same with Pak Wiyu. At the first time I went to Archive House, he wasn't even famous at all waktu itu. Jadi I bought two painting of this at a very good price back then. Ya, sama seperti Pak Wiyu, if I don't like it, then I wouldn't buy it. But if I like it, I buy it, and I try to support and promote the artist as well. Yeah. And back then, Archive was very young. This was like 2009, 2010. Yeah. After that, he went with his first exhibition with TV Yip, I think the TV Yip Gallery, and then he took off after.
For me, I think the same with Pablo. I went to some galleries and then I saw this young artist who's like, okay, I think I like it. And then I asked the galleries, how's the prospect about this young artist? Meskipun tadi kita juga we had the discussion, I think on the back of my mind, I want to invest on the art piece just because we know that nanti kedepannya the price will raise gitu kan, kayak tetap aja pengen untungnya. Sebenarnya sih enggak ya Pak. It's human. We want to make sure out of it gitu. But then aku lebih mikirnya adalah kadang-kadang, okay, I like it. How prospective this young artist, just because kalau dia berkarya lagi, I wanna continue buying her or the same artist to collect gitu loh. Karena kalau aku udah suka sama satu seniman, biasanya gaya that particular style, that the one I like gitu sih kalau aku ya. So I like to support young artist, but the one that I like only. Gitu. Thank you.
Okay, one more. Beneran ya one more ya sekarang. Ini nambah waktu loh ini.
Bayar loh.
Siap.
Overtime. Kita overtime.
Tadi menarik ya yang dikoleksi ada bio art, ada macam-macam ternyata jenis art gitu. Ini something that we as a new art lover atau new art collector tuh yang mungkin belum tahu. Jadi terima kasih tadi udah dikasih tahu. By the way, di sini kita ada bio art. ArtMoments tuh tahun ini kita banyak sekali jenis-jenis artnya. Salah satunya bio art. Nanti teman-teman bisa lihat di booth paling ujung di Art Wonders itu yang support tuh Mas Wujud tuh. Nah ini sesuatu yang berbeda di tahun ini. Jadi teman-teman bisa koleksi bio art dan bisa jadi story yang bagus buat teman-temannya kalau ke rumah gitu. Cuman yang mau ditanyakan nih, kalau kita ngomong soal art market, sekarang ekonominya sedang lesu gitu ya, sedangkan kita pengen sekali memperjuangkan seni-seni di Indonesia dan pengen memperbanyak seni kolektor-kolektor di Indonesia gitu. Kan itu kita sebagai art fair tuh hanya sebagian kecil, galeris juga hanya sebagian kecil gitu. Kayak, what do you guys think we should do and who should do it to support and to promote art to more people and to make them at the end collect art as well, just like you guys.
Kita semua ngeliat pada Pak
This time not me. No, this time not me. Jangan. So you first. No. I like.
Well, this question is quite hard. Ini levelnya yang pertanyaan terakhir, raja terakhir turun pertanyaannya. Mungkin kalau misalnya kita mau ngomong mengenai big purchase, we cannot make the forecast for the next generation. I mean, apakah soal gini? Kalau dari sisi fashion ya, banyak sekali di sini teman-teman yang berduit, mereka masih mau purchase on high-end brands, pieces, bags, shoes, diamonds, whatever. Jadi kita juga cukup head to head how we spend money on that stuff or art pieces gitu kan. Menurutku memang harus sudah ada peningkatan value terhadap seni tersebut. Bagaimana kita kembaliin lagi form of art itu ke sejatinya. Sama seperti fashion menurutku, karena kita sudah cukup jenuh terhadap fashion dijadikan entertainment. Fashion harus kembali lagi ke rootsnya, dimana kita menghargai lagi couturier, dimana kita sudah bisa tanda kutip memboikot copy paste fashion gitu, dimana kayak aduh ini tuh kopian, aduh ini tuh sudah tidak menghargai apa namanya? Yes, design awal, what was it called? Yeah, kekayaan intelektual gitu kan, kayak udah nggak, we need to move back a little and make it clear again about the meaning and the value of art itself. Karena ketika itu menjadi sebuah dari harga emasnya segitu-segitu, tapi ntar dia ada stuck. Nah mungkin dari stagnan itu kita mesti lihat juga, kita mesti review what's going on in the industry. Apakah kita sudah ada kejenuhan? Karena aku juga personally membaca beberapa artikel mengenai fashion, which is kita ini lagi di momen luxury fatigue. Kelelahan untuk kita spend on the higher level of life. Dimana fatigue itu tersembuhkan karena art itu juga bisa masuk ke dalam that high-end life gitu loh. Terlepas dari yang affordable, tapi kita punya di level atasnya dimana penjelasannya itu udah wow gitu loh. Di level dimana mungkin mereka udah terpuaskan dengan yang lain-lain, and then they invest on art. So kita butuh pullback sedikit untuk menjernihkan sebentar dari kelelahan this luxury fatigue, untuk akhirnya kita memaknai kembali apa yang seharusnya kita maknai, and then the industry itself will grow gitu sih. Jadi I don't know apakah kita harus hiatus atau apa, tapi memaknai kembali art kesejatinya, ataupun seperti kita memaknai kembali fashion kesejatinya. Dikurangilah yang namanya fashion menjadi entertainment, atau dikurangilah art itu menjadi entertainment. Art is art, fashion is art gitu loh. Jadi gimana kita sama-sama memberikan valuasi baru untuk mengangkat nilai yang kesejatinya. Itu sih kalau aku ya. Mungkin kalau ditanya teknisnya gimana? Nggak tahu. Belum tahu. Masih mikir dulu ya.
Teknisnya Mas Sujud ya mikir. Ya tapi setuju dengan Ayla juga tadi. Menurut saya juga fashion terakhir tuh udah mulai banyak yang aneh-aneh, kayak kemarin baru keluar saya lihat tuh ada color tapi ada pea stain tapi harga $350. Ini menurut saya udah nggak make sense kok, jadi olok-olokan kayak berdandan seperti homeless kok dibilang fashion. Menurut saya ini semacam penghinaan kalau buat saya, tapi kenapa malah di-embrace sama brand-brand besar seperti Balenciaga dan lain-lain. Dan juga challenge-challenge yang saya lihat, bener kata Ayla juga, kita tuh Indonesia ini mungkin baru merdeka 79 tahun, dimana kita masih baru belajar mungkin tentang art. Mungkin kalau Pak Wiju tadi kan juga pemahaman tentang art sudah jauh sekali ya, tapi kan nggak banyak yang seperti itu. Banyak orang lagi pilih, aduh gue spend 100 juta painting, gue mending beli jam deh. Kenapa? Karena gue bisa pakai dan gue bisa pamerin. Kalau di rumah masa gue mau undang semua orang ke rumah? Nah itu pemikiran-pemikiran itu yang masih menurut saya Indonesia masih di sana kebanyakan gitu loh. Thank you.
Saya pikir satu yang sangat efektif, kita tinggal copy aja yang dilakukan oleh pemerintah Korea. Pemerintah Korea mensupport industri sinetron, ya kan, untuk include lukisan-lukisan di dalam rumah yang mereka syuting. Ya kan, and the art business di Korea booming at the moment, like hell. Ya kan, di Indonesia ya nggak apa-apa, pocongnya tetap, tapi di dindingnya ada karya seni gitu kan. Ya, tapi maksud saya masuk ke rumahnya keren, and then ada karya seni. Ya kan, kalau si produser melakukan itu, mereka dapat tax incentive misalnya, ya kan, that cost money for the government, tapi paling nggak
then they get an income dari tax VAT dari jual karya seni, and then nanti bisa compensate. Gitu kan? Itu menurut saya very effective dan berhasil dilakukan di Korea. We just copy. Ya kan? Kedua, saya pernah bicara di satu forum di mana banyak pejabat-pejabat. Saya bilang bikin peraturan pemerintah. Ya kan? Pengusaha properti, kita tahu kalau ada tanah misalnya 1000 meter persegi, kita hanya boleh bangun 700 meter persegi. Ya kan? Jadi bikin peraturan pemerintah. Kalau kalian incorporate art into this project, kalian boleh bangun instead of 700, 800. 800 kali 30 lantai, ya kan? You get payback from the rental of the space dari artwork yang kamu beli. Ya kan? That is done in Singapore, that is done in a lot of other country. That's why if you come into this grand building, you always see a very nice artwork in the entrance and pay back at the end by the rental, kan? Gitu loh. And for the government, it doesn't cost them any pennies, ya. Just bikin peraturan pemerintah and very effective. Ya dua aja dulu ya. Thank you.
Ya, mungkin aku mau nambahin dikit. Ini kayaknya sama kayak halnya waktu itu aku ngobrol sama Tourism Australia. Kalau itu mungkin art pieces, kalau di Tourism Australia itu mereka boleh nge-build bangunan baru selama 20 sampai sekian puluh persennya dikasih buat alam. Jadi harus ada taman, harus ada penghijauan yang dia bangun ulang untuk dia membangun building di situ. Nah, satu lagi, ini jangan dicontek tapi ya. Aku mau ada kolaborasi sama Ruchi. Jadi rencananya nanti jadi kan aku lagi membangun, sebenarnya rumahnya udah jadi, cuma kita lagi mau ngerjain interiornya. Kita mau bersama kolaborasi dengan Ruchi untuk Ruchi showcase di rumah piecesnya, karya-karya dari seniman, untuk nanti aku bisa selalu membahas on social media. So make the art pieces visible juga buat orang-orang dan menjadi bahasan setiap hari, seolah-olah itu adalah menjadi hal yang reguler gitu loh, ya kan, kayak art is approachable gitu. Jadi itu salah satu proyek kita, jangan contek dulu ya. Ini masih punya kita Ruchi nih.
Belum ada rumahnya.
Soon. Mungkin kantor ya kan?
Kantor ya.
Begitulah dari aku, terima kasih.
Oke, thank you semua speaker.
Thank you.
Dan tibalah saatnya kita melangkah ke agenda terakhir dalam rangkaian program ArtMoments Jakarta 2024, yaitu Charity Auction dengan judul Charity Moments Auction of S. Sujoyono Collection. Acara ini merupakan kolaborasi antara ArtMoments Jakarta dengan S. Sujoyono Center dan Larasati Auctioneers, di mana beberapa karya dari S. Sujoyono yang ada di samping kita saat ini, yang tadi kayaknya udah banyak yang ngeliat gitu ya, yang kemudian akan dilelang, dan hasil dari lelang ini akan diserahkan pada Yayasan S. Sujoyono Center. Without further ado, kami serahkan waktu dan tempat pada Larasati Auctioneers untuk memimpin auction hari ini. Kepada Larasati Auction, kami persilakan.
Welcome to Larasati. Welcome to this exceptional hour at the ArtMoments Jakarta, dedicated to the celebration of beautiful art and the spirit of creativity by one of Indonesia's modern masters, S. Sujoyono. Welcome to those of you joining us in the room here, and I see some familiar faces. And welcome, of course, to my colleague on the telephone, Yoman, with the absent considered telephone bidder, and to those of you joining us live here on the cell, also on the online, on Invaluable. Before we start with this auction, I would like to remind you all that anyone who wants to participate in this sale has to have a bidding panel. That means it has registered, read and understood the terms and conditions of the sale. And please do remember that the purchase price payable is the sum of the final bid price plus the buyer's premium, which is 22% of the hammer price. This afternoon we will have 6 slots by Sujoyono, showing there, while 2 other oil pieces by the artist will be auctioned off live at Larasati sale on the 25th of August. I, Kristen Megan Fanwan, will be the auctioneer for the sale this afternoon, and with that, we are ready to begin the auction here, starting with lot number 701. 701, titled Om Endi Baca Koran. dated 1973 in ink on paper, dimension is 30 by 20 centimeters, and this is also accompanied with certificate of authenticity issued by Sudiono Center. I will start the bidding at 22 million only. 22 million only. 22 million only. 22 million. Bidding. Bidding is with Nyoman at 24 million now. This coming in against Nyoman, 24 million. Now at 24 million. Next bid will be 26. 26 is bid in the room. 26 is bid. Any further funds? 26 million. I have 27 million with me against you, sir. Okay, 28 million is bid at the far back. Any further funds? 28 million now. 28 million. Still at 28 million. Okay, technical problem. 28 million still with the gentleman in the back. 28 million. 28 million in the floor, in the auction room at the back. 28 million. Any further funds? Bidding. 30 million. 30 million now is bid. 30 million. Bid is Nyoman at 30 million. On the telephone. Ahead of you, sir. Are you coming in again? 30 million now. Next bid will be 32. Still at 30 million with Nyoman. 30 million for Om Andy Baca Koran, uncles of the uncle of Miss Rose Pandawangi. So now still at 30 million with Nyoman. Any further funds? Selling. Okay, bid now. Thank you, madam. 32 million with the lady. 32 million against you, Nyoman, in the phone. Are you sure? 32 million with the ladies bid. Any further funds? I'm selling. The ladies bid. 32 million for Om Andy Baca Koran. Sure? So, for the lady, can I have your paddle number? Can I have your paddle number? Paddle number? 5. At 30. Five, 8, 5, yeah? Next bid, next lot is dari Hoek van Holland to English, dated 1977 in paper, 27 by 36 centimeters, also accompanied with certificate of authenticity by Sudiono Center. It's a very sentimental piece, shown on my left. Okay, I will start bidding at 22 million only. 22 million. Okay, in the internet, 24, now bid. 24, looking for 26 now. 24 million now is bid on the internet. 24 now, bidding. 26 now bid. 26 million now, bid on the telephone. 26 million. Next bid will be 28 million. Anyone coming in? For dari Hoek van Holland to Inggris. Still at 26 million. I'm looking for 28 million. 26 million. Any further funds? I have 27 now. 27 is bid in the book by my written bid, 27 million. Any further funds? Next bid will be 28. Okay, bid for you, Nyoman, 28 million for lot number 702. Any further funds for this lovely piece, sentimental piece? 28 million now is bid. On the telephone with Nyoman. Anyone? Anyone? Still with the telephone ahead of you all in the room? 28 million. I'm selling. 28 million for lot 702 dari Hoek van Holland to English. 28 million. No further bids? Sure? So, Nyoman, Okay, pattern number 539. 28 million. Thank you, sir. 703 wood covers Sanur in paper, also with company certificate of density-based Sujono Center. I will start the bidding as a little bit lower at 18 million only. 18 million. 20 million bid is available online. 20 million. 20 million is bid. Next bid will be 22 million. 20 million is bid on the online. Stay with me online. Anyone jumping in for 22 million? Still at 20 million only. 20 million. Anyone? Okay. You bid. Thank you, sir. At 22 million. 22 million for the gentleman's bid. Next bid will be 24.
24. Bidding.
Bidding 24 million is online against you, ahead of you, sir. 24 million online. Are you coming in again? Okay. 24 is with you, Nyoman. Anyone? Any further funds for lot 703 at 24 million on the telephone with Nyoman? Anyone? 24 million. Bapak-bapak, ibu-ibu, sunyi senyap seperti malam kudus. Still 24 million with Nyoman on the telephone. Anyone? I'm selling to Nyoman. No regrets, sir. No regrets. Okay. With Nyoman at 24 million. So, Nyoman, fine. We still have 3 more lots to go. 704, traktor Pusri meratakan tanah 1964 ink on paper 24 by 32 centimeters. Okay. There. Also with certificate from Sujono Center. I will start the bidding at 19 million only. 19 million. 19 million only. 19 million. Be careful. Okay. It's bid with the gentleman sitting. 19 million now. 20 million with you, sir. Yeah? 20 million with you. 20 million is bid now with the gentleman. Any further funds? 20 million. 20 million. I have 22 million on my written bid. 22 million with my written bid. 22 million. 22 million. Stay with me, sir. 22 million. Next bid will be 25 million. Anyone coming in for this Sujono Traktor Pusri meratakan tanah 22 million. 22 million still with me for my absentee bidder at a written at 22 million. Any further advice? 22 million. 22 million. Anyone? Okay, thank you, sir. 25 million with you. 25 million with the gentleman at the back. 25 million. For lot number 704, 25 million. Next bid will be 27 million. Now still with the gentleman at the back at 25 million. Still a good purchase for us to do this. 25 million. 25 million. Next bid will be 27. Anyone 27? Still at 25 million with the gentleman's bid at the back. I'm selling for you, sir. 25 million only. Selling once, twice, and once. So for you, sir, pattern number 599. 25 million. Okay. Lot number 705, D. Klender. It's a drawing, pencil on paper, also accompanied the certificate by Sujono Center. I will start the bidding at 13 million only. 13 million only. 13 million only. Anyone? For 14? Bidding at 13 million written bid. So I'm opening the bid for 14 million. Anyone for 14 million? It's the only pencil here on paper. On offer. The other is the ink on paper. Bid on the online 14 million. 14 million online. Next bid will be 15 million. I have 15 million on my written bid. 15 million. On my written bid, 15 million. In the book, 15 million. Next bid will be 16 million. Anyone against my written bid? 16 million? Anyone? Still with me at 15 million. Next bid will be 16 million. Anyone? Still at 15 million. Drawing is shown on my left. Still at 15 for my written bid. Anyone? Okay, I think I can pass this one. 16 million. No more bid from internet. Okay. This one is passed. Then we have to go to the final lot of this sale this afternoon. Ruangan Pancasila, 1978, ink on paper. This piece also illustrated in the book by Amir Siddhartha, Visible Soul Museum's Journal Center and Krama Gallery, illustrated on page 1 to 8. I will start the bidding at 22 million. Very modest price. 20. It's bid for you, sir, at 24 million. Against your telephone, against your other bidders in the room. 24 million is bid. Gentlemen, the young gentleman sitting. Yeah, still with you, sir. Bidding against you, sorry, against you now. 26 million with you, Johan. Against you. 26 million. Any further ones? 28 with you now. 28. Thank you. 28, Johan. Are you bidding? 28 million with the gentleman's bid. The young gentleman sitting. 28 million now. Very nice piece. Bidding 30 million. 30 million with Nyoman on the telephone. Against you, sir. 32 million against you, Nyoman. Thank you. 32 million. It's gonna nice piece indeed. 32 million. 32 million against you, Nyoman. Next will be 34 million. Still at 32 million, the gentleman's bid. Ahead, Nyoman. Will you try at 34? 34 million? Are you bidding? Active will be 34. Thank you. 34 million with Nyoman's client. 34 million. Next bid will be 36. Okay, against you, very determined bid. Yeah, 36 million. 36 million with the gentleman's bid. Still with you against you, Nyoman? No. With the gentleman's bid. 36. Yeah, 36 million is now. Bid against you. Yeah. So it's with you. 36 million with you. Yeah. Anyone wants to join? 36 million, the gentleman's bid. Still at 36 million. New bidder, thank you so much. 38 million now. 38 million. Against you, sir. Gentleman standing, 38 million. 38 million. This final lot, 38 million. 38 million is bid. Gentleman standing. Next bid will be 40 million. Would you like to try once more? And you, sir? Make it round 40 million. It's only 2 million away. Okay, super cool. New bid and you coming with at 40 million. Thank you so much. Against you, sir. 40 million now. 40 million for the final lot. That's the Roman Pancasila. Historic piece. 40 million against you and the telephone and you, sir, standing. Exit will be 42. 40 million still with you. I'm looking for another paddle. 42. Now set 40. Next bid will be 42. Anyone? Thank you. 42 million is bid now against you. 42 million. The gentleman standing. 42 million is bid. Nyaman, are you still with me? 42 million. Is he having a fight with his wife? 42 million is bid with the gentleman standing. Are you bidding, sir? Okay. 44 million is bid against you. 44 million. Quick reply. 44 million against you. 4 million. Next bid will be 46. 44, still with the gentleman's 44 million. $44 million. I'm waiting for 46. Okay. I'm selling to the gentleman. Okay, thank you. 46 now against you. Young gentleman. 46 now against you. Gentleman standing 46 with you. Are you bidding against 46? Next bid will be 48. You can also like shout 50. Even better. 46 million now against you. I'm selling to the gentleman at the back. 46 million. Are you bidding for 48?
47.
Okay. 47 split increment. Okay, no problem. 47 million is for you. You can have at 48 if you want. It's a split increment is okay. 47 is bid now against you. 48. Okay, 48 is now at 48 million for the final lot. Rohan Pancasila 48 is with you. Next bid will be 49 if you want. Anyone? It's open for anyone also? Okay. Are you sure? Sure. Only 1 million away. 48 million. You still have issue 3 seconds. 48 million. Otherwise, I'm selling to gentlemen at the back. At 48 million. Sure. $48 million. Sure? I'm selling to the gentleman at the back. 48 million sold for you. Thank you so much.